That's not even close to the Earth being a globe and its planet, that kind of thing. I'm looking at what they're claiming the values to be like 10 to the negative 2 to like 6. So, and then it's like, how did they measure that? That's the point that I'm trying to make, is like, there's these values that they're ascribing to the globe paradigm, but then it's not backed up by real world measurements that we can say that we can depend on and kind of demonstrate, which is the other thing. So it's like, yeah, like you said, they're derived from these satellites, but they're not actually measured. It's kind of what I'm saying isn't that what we're talking about? Or
it is, and you'd probably have people push back on what you and I are talking about, and they may say, well, satellites are observed, and then we would probably divulge into about a 2-hour argument about what's observed versus what's derived. And that was pretty much the crux of the mesosphere discussion a month ago. That's pretty much what it turned into. So I certainly don't want to ever go down that rabbit hole again. But
well, who do you think could explain that? Satellite expert? Like, what guy would be the one to have that discussion with? Because I don't want to talk to somebody that says, "Oh, I know what the pressure is." I'm like, dude, who are you? Like, even if you're going to argue for this,
probably those that work on I don't even know. I mean, there's many different folks that work on the GOES 16 and the 19. Definitely those folks.
Are they connected to the field, like in meteorology? Like, are they in some realm that you?
They can, to some degree, but I think they're mostly through NASA. So I think that's going to be
the guys who handle this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think NASA actually operates the satellites themselves, and then whatever information they get, which, for example, one of the most useful products in meteorology from the GOES 19 is like an infrared. That we can use to derive, say, cloud top temperature. So, say if the cloud tops are really, really cold, well, then we can say that, well, we must have some pretty deep convection going on. So but again, those products are, in a sense, derived, right? You could make the argument if we stuck to the infrared product, for example, that if I'm telling you, Alpha, hey, here in Michigan, cloud tops are at negative 20 Celsius. Well, okay, they might be. Are they actually negative 20? It could be negative 18. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're talking about 45. We're above flight level at that point. If we're talking,
what are you guys doing? Like, are they ranges? Are you working with like a probability scale? Like,
no. For infrared, I think it's more deterministic. It's more, but I would argue it's probably more so of a range. Because if you were to pull up a product like infrared, happy to provide a couple of sources on that down the line if anybody wants it. But they have a color table similar to what you see on like a weather radar. Mm-hmm. So they'll tell you, for example, the coldest it would be like negative 25. Because based on the science, we know that it can't get any colder than that at the cloud top level, right? Or something to that effect.
So you have a range to work with, and in between that range, you're going to give them the kind of like more or less.
So, let me give one last example, actually, because I think this example I'm about to give, I think, really speaks to observed versus derived, right? So right now, this year, there is a project called ICE-CHIP, CHIP. And it is a field research campaign that's going to be conducted in the Central Plains, and it's going to consist of about a dozen or so universities, a couple of non-for-profit institutions, and then a couple of private sector companies. And they're going to be studying hail. And the big question with hail, for hail forecasting, is if I'm looking at a radar and I see a storm, right? And you guys know those color tables, right? You see the pinks and the reds and the greens, mm-hmm. right? And really, really pink means, oh, shit, it's going to really downpour. It's going to really pack a punch. Not always, right? You would think that when your DBZs, which is what we measure for a threshold in terms of storm strength, right? And again, that's besides the point. Just because it's maxed out doesn't mean we're going to get softball-sized hail. So meteorologists are trying to find out why. So that's a great example. You have radar.
Can I give you one example of? Can I give you one example? So yesterday, they were predicting in my area, in the central of America, Central Plains, Omaha area, that they were supposed to have, tennis ball size hail, 3 inches or something like that in diameter, which is like ungodly. But like if that was the case, and nothing happened, how did they have their predictive values, and then it came out to be that it was just nothing manifested? It's almost up to like the hour even. You get what I mean? Like there was predictive values from the day before, and then coming into the hour of, it almost seems like just didn't manifest. So how, you get what I mean? Like there was some predictive
to us here all the time.
It was broken.
They do it. Yeah. They do the same thing in my area all the time.
Did you get any storms at all, or it just nothing?
Yeah, no. Storms we got, but it was not even. It was not even the type of storm that was supposed to land in. The region of where we were, right? Geographically, the storm was because they were basically, and I was looking at the weather charts and all that, and it was showing Weather Channel has this prediction where you can put it hours ahead of time, and it was supposed to be where in my area was like we were supposed to experience a hailstorm like of epic proportions. So I was like, okay, shake the cars, go put them in a parking garage and stuff, because this predicted values that we're getting from the weather forecast were said to be such. So everybody was concerned. We're doing what the thing you need to, and then nothing manifests. So we're like, okay, like everything that the weather programs, the apps and all that were showing that it was supposed to be this like tremendous hailstorm. I don't know. This is what I'm telling you, because it seems like, is there something missing here? Is there some gaps of knowledge within meteorology?
Alpha, let me tell you, you're asking the right questions. That's the $1 million question, right? So with hail, for example, what your forecaster's doing is we look at the environment conducive for such conditions, right? We can use weather models to basically at time equals 0. So remember how we talked about those weather balloons that get launched every morning? Those observations are fed into the models. And depending on how drastic the observed change is relative to what the model assumed was going to be the observed, will change the modeled output, right? So as meteorologists, we struggle with that, right? Because a lot of times I think the joke is we get paid to be wrong, and they're right, because at the end of the day, we're wrong quite a bit. But of course, I don't like being wrong, hate being wrong, right? But what ended up happening was, in your case in the Central Plains, yes, you had an environment conducive for it. All the different parameters and the ingredients that we look for hail prolific producers were there. But simply put, it just didn't come together. And that, what you ask, is the $1 million question, because right now, Ice Chip is looking to ask that question themselves. Why is it that some storms, when it looks like they're going to drop big hailers, don't, but then some do? Something's missing, right?
We get a lot of it here, where we'll like, especially in the rainy seasons, we'll get with these warnings, like especially to farmers, big rural area, right? They say batter down the hatch, like get your sheep inside, like whatever, you're going to get some crazy winds and probably some big hail, and like rarely are they correct when they give a storm warning like that, right? Rarely. But yet we got these group called Higgins Storm Chasers, right? And they know when our area is going to get snow, to the point that they'll take the day off their job, whatever, and come up to our area, and knowing that it's going to snow, and it does, like not particularly in our town, but like the next town over, where it usually does get snow when they predict it. And so how are these Higgins Storm Chaser guys so confident, and the Bureau of Meteorology gets it wrong all the time?
Brendan, hold on. Let me just real quick before he gets off of that. We had storm chasers in my region that were tracking the storm, and they could tell us with pinpoint accuracy exactly where and when things were going to happen, which includes the tornadic activity that occurred, and or the hail that was dropping with the 80-mile-per-hour winds exactly to the specific region, bro. Like, and
almost to the minute,
weatherman get it? Why did the weatherman, dude? Like, I think there's
Yeah.
something going on here, man. Like, what's the difference here,
I'll
Brendan?
tell you. Yeah, no, I'll tell you. That's another great point. So I'll never forget this. My professor, when I was in this would have been just 2 years ago, coming out of COVID. Very well known professor in meteorology with severe convective storms. Done a lot of research that's been published. I'm happy to. His name's Victor Gensini. I'll just kind of dox myself. Victor Gensini is his name. You can look up all his publications. Wonderful professor. Best advice I ever got from him when I first started synoptic meteorology was, hey, I'm going to teach you how the weather works. I'm going to teach you the science behind it, but I'm not going to teach you how to be a good forecaster. You're going to have to learn that on your own. And he wasn't saying that to be mean. But the truth was, what he meant by that is, hey, I know people in my life that don't have a meteorology degree that can forecast a hell of a lot better than I can.
What the hell?
Just because you have a degree isn't a one-way golden ticket, meaning that you know how the hell to forecast. You just know the formulas behind the models, or the way, well, at least the way we perceive how the weather works, right? So it's interesting how you brought that up, but also the gentleman from Australia brought up the Bureau of Meteorology. Same concept, right? Storm chasers in the United States and Australia, they, in some cases, actually forecast a lot better. And it's because for them, they don't just focus on the models. Their trick is they look at what the observed is doing.
Yes.
Because let me tell you something. Where your chasers, especially in Australia, where they're getting it right, is they're going, hey, you know what? The weather models we're looking at, they're 6 hours behind on convective initiation. These are crap. I know right now that I'm going to get snow up here. I'll just say Queensland. I'm just going to make up Queensland, for example, right? I'm going to get snow in Queensland. I know that because I observe the conditions that are conducive for the heaviest of snow bands, et cetera, right? So there is sort of a practice to it, and you're absolutely right. And by the way, the other point I'll make, no offense to the Aussie, but fuck the Bureau of Meteorology. I'm going to tell you why. Fuck those guys. Because they, funny enough, I was going to relocate to Australia. Like, I was going to go work for the Bureau out of college. And right even before I could start the process, Bureau of Meteorology tells me, yeah, no, you're a native. No, get in the back of the line. They didn't even want me. Like, okay, cool. So, yeah, they only want Aussies, which is fine. I get it, but
That's weird.
That's besides the point. But the other thing about the Bureau, on a serious note, with NOAA, I know there's a lot of politics right now behind NOAA and all the cuts going on. But even despite all of that, our tech that we use, the radars that we use, right? So our WSRs, they perform better than Australia and Canada by a mile. Canada's still trying to catch up to us. I think they just started issuing tornado warnings 4 years ago. They never did that. Like that's how ancient and archaic they are. Bureau of Meteorology, I think they're probably one leg up than Canada as far as I've tracked, but they lag quite a bit behind NOAA in terms of capability. But anyway, that was a long-winded point, but I think you guys understand what I'm saying. You don't need to have a degree to forecast. You guys could easily do it and probably be more right than me.
The thing too, it's like we're relying on the subject matter experts to kind of lead us to a place of safety. So if we're looking at our weather apps, and you got AI involved now to kind of get things a little bit more exact, but it can only get us to a level of where we're using like a general kind of, okay, more or less we need to be ready. Like, it's not saying we're going to get, you know what I mean? But whereas these storm chasers, I mean, we're talking about such pinpoint accuracy, man. They can tell you where the tornado is going to drop, where it's going to head towards, like, and other like the information we're getting from these these other models, they're just showing us more or less like the region where you could have that activity. You get what I mean?
Yeah, so, I do. Yeah.
And it's almost like, to me, the same thing the arguments that we have here for a measurement versus calculation. Because these guys, when they're observing their observations, when they're out there storm chasing, they're looking at cloud structures. They're seeing the way things are appearing as, versus these the weather models that you guys. you get what I mean? Like that's
I catch your drift. I catch your drift. And by the way, I will also I will lightly push back on the point of sort of derived products, because I would make the argument that with weather, at least, there's quite a few derived products that have verified quite well. And I'm not saying at 100%, but we'll call it 80%. There's a parameter in weather we derive, and it's called STP, Significant Tornado Parameter. And what that parameter is, it's a derivation of your surface level to 1 kilometer relative helicity, your shear, which is the turning of the winds with height, and then surface to 1 kilometer CAPE, which is convective available potential energy. CAPE just basically means how much energy I have the ability of an air parcel to tap into as it's buoyant and rises with height. Okay. So that has actually been able to forecast, where the greatest conditions for tornadoes are. I would argue, I mean, I'm not citing anything, but we'll call it 70 to 80% of the time. Now, there is the 20% of the time where it totally busts and gets it wrong, and you have no initiation at all. That's actually very common, probably by you, Alpha, in the Central Plains. You get what's called a temperature inversion. You get air that's warmer than the temperature at the ground level, and that never actually mixes out with diurnal heating. And so then you just pretty much get no storms. You get no buoyant air, no buoyancy.
Yeah, well, that also translates to the storm chasers, where they're over here because they got the same model. I'm pretty sure that you're talking of, and they're using that to say, okay, because they take off hours before this storm manifests. So when they're there, they're like, this is where we're supposed to see this activity. So they're driving towards the place where and then of course the supercell starts manifesting, and then they're in the region where they think that tornadic activity is going to also show itself. So they're, what I mean? I think they do have some sort of model, but at the same time, they have to be on the ground to kind of see what's happening with the weather. It's a mixture, I think.
Yeah, and again, we call that like ground truth, right? So, our most reliant measurements will always be what we can observe as close to the ground as possible, and as well as slightly above the surface, right? And that's why we, as I mentioned with the weather balloons, that's why they're so useful. But again, I could derive certain parameters. Hell, I derive things using radar, but radar is not technically ground truth. What's happening is your radar is sending out. We'll call it it's listening, right? So it's sending out these. Well, I'm going to use, for lack of a better term, waves, right? It's intersecting with the storms and the water droplets in the storms, or the hydrometeors in the storms, and then that information is sent back, or it's heard by the radar, and so the radar is perceiving that as, oh, okay, there must be some sort of hail, or there's some heavy precip. But what radar can't do in this listening, this echolocation, so to speak, is it can't say, hey, Alpha, this storm right here, it's dropping ping pong ball size hail. We can say it's capable of producing it, but the only way we truly know is if you are driving through it and it hits your car and you go, oh shit, that's ping pong ball. Call the weather service and you tell them I got ping pong ball.
Fucking hell, bro. That's making a lot of sense now. Like, because when it's just I've been, and a lot of people can take for granted the fact that we're using these already understood capabilities of being able to like utilize weather as something that's like, you would probably put it in a sense of a variable, you have a range between 1 to 100%. Like, you could say that a specific area will be hit by something because you don't have all of the information that you need to make that like that statement be solidified. So wouldn't it be the same for people that are trying to measure the air pressure? I'm going back to the air pressure argument.
Sure.
Air pressure argument above the the stratosphere and such.
Yeah, and here's the other thing I'm going to add to this too. The other challenge is with forecasting, especially those supercells. So think those really tiny storms on a scale, right? Our weather models can provide a resolution of about a kilometer grid scale. So a kilometer grid, okay? And so if for those of you that are familiar with mapping or projections, right? So 1 kilometer is a, we'll say, very high resolution. But that 1 kilometer grid spacing on the map is fine, but it's not coarse enough to pinpoint those tiny sort of mesovortices that form the tornadoes. Because where those tornadoes form within the storm, I mean, think about the spatial scale we're talking about. I mean, that's, tornadoes and upwards can get up to a mile wide, or they can even be a half mile, right? Or even less than that in most cases. That's very challenging to near impossible for a model to show that, because our models are only capable of going as high as a kilometer in terms of grid output. So, for example, if you were to look at the highest of resolution alpha, say if I'm storm chasing, I want to look at the HRRR model. That one goes out about 48 hours from the time that it runs each hour every single day. Okay? That model could show me there's going to be a storm that hits Wichita. And it's a big supercell. But what I don't know is this thing going to have a really, really tight hook on it, like we expect in those classic Twister movies? Or is it going to just be a kind of a messy, chunky storm? We can use a thing such as a hodograph from the SKU-T to help us understand what the structure will look like. But the models, aside from producing a SKU-T, cannot effectively show that well-defined hook. Very rarely, because it's at such a small scale. And even with AI, because I know there's a lot of folks in the science field that are really high on AI, and so am I. But at the same time, being realistic, it's like AI can only do so much. And it's not necessarily going to help us produce a much more coarse map. It may help us detect where a mesovortice could be versus the human eye, but it's still not going to be working. It's going to be working with the same stuff that we see. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now.
It has the same components that you do, so it's just organizing them better because it has, a lot of utilities that it can pull from.
Precisely. And yeah. the key difference with AI, and I'll summarize this here in like a minute. There are AI weather models. The Europeans have produced what's called the AFS, which is the AI forecasting simulation. And all it does, the difference here is that with our current weather models, we'll call them our native ones, they are using climatological 30-year information. Right. So from the last 30 years or so, this is, events like this have happened in the past. And so when we are outputting the model, we're not just using observed data, but we're also going, okay, well, based on the observed, but also based on what we've seen in the last 30, 40 years, okay, this is what could happen. What AI
oh my God,
do, though, now, here's the kicker, though. Now, here's the kicker. The AI weather models, what they do is they use what's called reanalyzing. So, for example, I think this is the biggest piece I want you to take away. The native weather models that we've used for so long, when they're wrong, they're wrong. Okay? They're deterministic. They're wrong. I screwed up. Oh well. On to the next one, right? And they have their own sets of biases, as with any model. Every model has a bias of some sort. Now, with the AI weather models, the purpose of them and the idea is if I forecast for the Central Plains and I get something wrong and Alpha's down my throat and he's saying, dude, what the fuck? You said it was going to hail and it didn't. Well, me as an AI weather model, I'm going to go, oh shit, yeah, you're right, I was wrong. Okay, remember this storm for next time. And if we get a similar setup like this again, recall that and let's try to reassess when the time comes. In other words, if there's a similar event that happens in the next 5 years in Kansas, the idea or the hope behind these AI models is to go, oh shit, remember that one time this happened and I totally fucked up the forecast? Okay, oh, this looks just like that. All right, let's keep that in mind. That's the whole point.
I get what you're saying, but you're doing essentially with AI what you've already been doing in the past with like farmers' almanacs. So they're doing this. It's if you wanted to, you could just comprise all that backlog information from farmers' almanacs, like weather cycles, and just say, well, this is similar to that. So do you have the constituent parts of that specific storm forming in that specific time frame with there must be some type of variables because, you're working with only so much, right, information. And then there's things you can't predict, there's.
So here's something to add to your toolbox. The AI weather models, what they're doing is, so I mentioned with the native ones are being deterministic, right? They're bounded by We'll call them the laws of physics, the controversial laws of physics, right? So they're bounded by that. They're constrained to it. But in the case of the AI weather models, they're using probabilistic approach. So what they're doing, and according to what the latest science is on the weather side, is they're saying, look, if we know what's happening on the synoptic scale, meaning anywhere between 3 to, call it 3 to 5 kilometers plus, then I don't need to necessarily measure what's happening on the ground. Because I can take the synoptic scale, our jet stream, and the other measurements that we look for, the ingredients, and I can use probability and machine learning to go, okay, well, under these synoptic conditions, I don't necessarily need the mesosphere. Not the mesosphere, the mesoscale, meaning the surface to one. I can just derive it, right? And what we've actually found, and I'm happy to, this may be a conversation we take offline or for another day, but there is publications, early research that's shown effective use of this. But I will say, before anybody pushes back, the caveat is it's very early. I'm not one that's willing to die on that sword yet. I have questions myself, but that is the current argument in the science right now. Can we use probabilistic approach to forecast weather? And if so, can we do it better than deterministic? The early signs are yes, but we are very, very early.
I have something for you, Brendan. In this specific new wave of technology and innovation, do you think that we're going to be able to utilize the fact that the globe has any factor to deal with the weather forecasting in any way? Like, as I think I heard you mention hurricanes, and to some extent were utilized to think of the Earth as a globe. But like, what we're getting down to the grassroots of having conversations about with people is that if it was used in any way, it would be useful for you in your field of study to then incorporate that to like in some way say that this is a variable that our forecasting is contingent upon. You get what I mean? Like, if we're going to bring it back to flat versus globe, then the argument would have to manifest within the context of what we're saying, that the globe was being used in some manner with innovation. So what do you?
Yeah, and you know what, I think there's a lot to be said on that. I caught most of it, but I do unfortunately have to cut this short. I do have to go. But great conversation, guys. But definitely a lot to think about for sure.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
All right. Yeah. See ya.
Damn it! I wanted him to answer that.
Brandon is a real one.
Yeah, he is, bro. Because I think if he's using the technology of AI incorporated into the meteorology, then we'd be able to find out in some way that they're incorporating the globe to have a factor, a role to play within weather. But I don't think he's ever mentioned that in any way. So it's almost, I bet you I have my answer already. It's not useful in, weather forecasting. Like the globe, like spinning.
I've heard India talk about other like AI predictive models that I think it was for trajectories, like things falling, and it doesn't go off the same principles. Like he was talking about, like we got the laws of physics, and then we've got these probability AI models, right? And I've heard India talking about that with respect to other things, where it ignores the physics and just goes on the probability, and it's more accurate.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion to be had there, but we have to have it with minds that are capable enough to have it, because you get, the low tier, low brow, like globers that come in here. What happened? Yeah. Just, the globers that come in here can't hold conversations like that, or at least defend the point that like how the globe has any interactions with weather itself. So, except for the point that he made before about, his hang up with all of this was that hurricanes are explained in a Coriolis effect, explanation for the Earth as a globe and how that affects that weather. But he didn't get into it too much, but he's saying that that's the only explanation they have to be able to say that it doesn't cross a boundary or something like this. Like, not, he'd have to have that conversation with you guys to kind of get into that, but I'm probably stating it poorly. But he did say that was one of his hangups.
Sorry about that interruption. It automatically goes off. I think I'm going to disable that. It gets irritating. I don't want to be disrupted.
Yeah, I found it interesting. He said, like he gets they Joe Do-Gooders ringing up and saying, "Hey, we're getting like this size hail here at this location, whatever." I wonder if they ever like they get calls like that and then they go onto their computer and go, "What the heck? There's nothing showing like that here on my modelling." Like we're way off.
Yeah, the storm chasers usually get it right, which is like what happened yesterday with us over here.
Do you guys usually get hail with tornadoes, or is tornadoes just really just strong wind without any rain?
Yeah, they vary, T-Dub, between it being both of them combined to they're both separate. So you can have a tornado without hail, and you can have hail without a tornado. My truck has damage from hail without a tornado. So yeah. But the sky that day, it looked extremely like, it was a mixture. The clouds looked like they were just spinning around crazy. Like it was very erratic,
Yeah, I can imagine. But yeah, something else that's interesting. Like when I was growing up, when I was a kid, right, I'd hear about these tornadoes, right, in America, and see, like film of it and photos or whatever. And that was something that was like foreign, really foreign to us, because that just doesn't happen here, right? We just don't get them. And then in the last decade or so, maybe even a little bit more than the last decade, we've started getting like these mini tornadoes developing, right? Like pretty decent sized ones, probably not as big as the ones you guys get, but they warn like enough to like warn people about them and stuff like that. Like, and they can do damage and stuff. Like that never used to happen when I was growing up. Never hear about it ever.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Central Plains, man, it's very common. So everybody usually has basements in their homes, so they can go to their basements when something like that occurs. But yeah, Central Plains, we have early warning systems, sirens that go off, stuff like that, which they did yesterday around where I live. So yeah. And it's just like the whole conversation between globe versus flat, like introducing weather into it and how it has any like effect in weather. And Brendan usually talks about it like he never mentions globe in any way, like it has anything to do with the weather. So I think it's kind of important, an important thing that we point out. Like even who's a person who's a subject matter expert doesn't talk about globe.
Is Brendan a Glober though?
Yeah, that's what he claims. But I always bring him up as a hostile witness for that reason. He's an honest glober, if you could imagine that.
He seemed pretty realistic. It was good hearing him talk about some of that stuff though, because we're forever getting these severe hail warnings and stuff, and you wonder what they're doing because it usually doesn't eventuate. So it was good to hear him sort of explain how they work a bit. Not how the storms work, I mean, like how the meteorologists look at it, how they try to predict it and get it, why they get it wrong so often.
I'll catch up with you later, boys.
Thanks, Alpha. Bye.
So we just went quiet.
Indubitably.
Somebody probably should delete. A mod should delete the meme at 7:33 put up by Hawk Jungle. I guess nobody really looked at the meme too closely. Better just throwing it out there. If you want to take it down, fine, but it looks like it shouldn't be up there to me.
Radio check. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Copy over.
Oh, good. Thought everyone was kind of dead in here. What's going on, man? Y'all plumb tuckered out?
I thought I had gone deaf. It's been a rough day.
Has it been a rough day?
Well, the morning was rough.
I heard my protege was banned.
It was shocking.
It was shocking. Yeah, that's what I heard. Sorry, I could have probably saved him, but I was sleeping. D-Dub.
Oh, man, it wasn't as shocking as what preceded it and what came after it.
Oh, I listened to what came after it, and I just want to say you get a thumbs up from me. Outstanding performance, T-Dub.
Okay, cheers, man. Thanks.
Yeah, you're all over it. You were calm. You tried to explain the glue-sniffing crayon munchers about the scientific method. And who was that idiot in here? What was his name? Lion from the Land of Misfit Toys?
Yeah. Line of ya.
Yeah, that dumb fuck. Go get his dumb ass. Let me straighten out, tighten up his shock group. Clown.
Yeah, that'd be good. Because like I was a bit lacking in like things like citations and information.
That's okay. You were right on point. Little idiot clown from fucking Land of Misfit Toys gonna come over here and lecture us. Be like Little Miss Muppet or Gomer Pyle lecturing friggin' General Patton. You goober sniffing numpty dipshit. Go get him. Somebody go get him. Bring his dumb ass over here. Don't all run at once.
It's like at basic training, the drill sergeant come up, I need 5 privates. And if not everyone got up and started running, he'd be like, push. When I ask for 5 privates, I better see every single person coming my way.
Yeah.
And then, or like, no, it's like, when I ask for 5, I'm asking for 5. Not the whole United States Army, push. It didn't matter what you did. If they picked 5 and 5 ran, hey, I asked for everyone. Push.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a little bit of military training would go a long way with some of these guys. I'm just like a basic concept of task to condition standard. And hold yourself to your own personal standard and try to get better at it.
Yeah. Yeah, that would probably help some of the gammas. I don't think they're going to make it, though.
Well, just like a go to, say, National Guard like outreach. Like you go to the National Guard weekend for the weekend, just as like work on KP or something, and just watch these guardsmen go about their day.
I don't know about the nasty girls. Perhaps.
Yeah, it's something that's doable. I'm not saying that you can't really send them to like some sort of condensed or basic training, but something they could do pretty easily, and it wouldn't be too difficult. It's like instead of this race to the bottom that a lot of these globalists have, just how nasty, how toxic, how vile can they get? Have you ever tried doing the opposite? Be all you can be? Get some sort of self-actualization, learn both sides of the issue, and then offer counter arguments and an argument for the topic, but they're unable to even grasp the concept of flat Earth and disagree with it. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And then they act like they're intelligent. No, that's a sign of lack of intelligence, intellectual dishonesty.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the same thing you say with evolution or atheism. Define it. Well, I can't. Well, how did you agree with it? Or how did you disagree with it? I don't believe in God. What is God? I don't know. Well, how do you not believe in something you can't even say what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Evolution, what is it? I don't know. It's something, animals and shit. Well, how did you agree with it?
Yep.
Do you guys know about the ice wall? Because I think there's something on the other side of it.
You guys, it sounds like a stereotype fallacy to me.
Stereotype fallacy. What does that mean?
That means you're stereotyping a group into believing or thinking one thing.
Yeah, but like, do you know about the ice wall?
I've seen ice wall before. So yeah, I would suppose. I mean, what's the total dimensions of the ice wall? Do you know that?
Nah, it's fucking high though, bro. I know that much.
I've seen some pictures of it down in Antarctica and stuff. There's pictures of ice wall. Yeah.
I think it's not just Antarctica. I think it's like it wraps around the whole like Earth, bro. It's like a Arctic wall, Arctic circle.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Where's the evidence for that?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go on my boat and find it, cunt. I'm gonna go there.
I'd like to see it. Of course, it'd be hard to see the whole way around. Kind of big, don't you think?
Yeah, it'll be like a month of like traveling in my boat, I think, and I'm just gonna record it all.
You're gonna go around and record it all. Good luck.
Bro, somebody's got to do it. Nobody's done it before, so.
Yeah.
They'll probably try and shoot me down, those cunts, I bet ya.
Are you sure nobody's done it?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Really? Because they have races around the Arctic. People race around it in boats.
But they didn't film like the Arctic wall like right next to it. They didn't follow the wall. The ice wall, dude. Anyway, whatever you do, the TW spreads propaganda about the wall, bro. Doesn't know the truth.
Pretty sure it was sailboats too. I think they sailed around it. Sailboats.
Well, bro, when you come in, you got to be specific, you know, because like I just posted there, you know, from Scientific American, and how they're worried about the ice wall, the Alaskan ice wall. So you know, like there's various ice walls. You got to be specific.
No, just one, bro. It just has gaps in between it, which are gates, dude.
Mustaine, you're back feeding.
See, you refer to the side shot. That's the wall, dude, and the gaps between it are gates to beyond the ice wall.
Yeah, I'm looking at them, but I'm not seeing it's maybe a few miles on this one. Follow?
Nah, bro. You just haven't opened your mind, bro. You just...
No, I don't. I want to keep my skull closed.
Dude, you're a globe-hard, dude.
I'm not. I'm the actual supreme antithesis to a globetrot.
I think there's a lot of bad faith actors in here who say they're flat earthers, but they're actually here recording conversations and like trying to keep it suppressed and like reporting back to like the government. Like T-Dub's doing that, I think.
T-Dub's doing it.
I told you.
I wish I was getting paid.
He's like a fucking. He's a Fed. He's a Fed.
What are they going to do with that information? Are they they're gonna get us one by one?
They can monitor us, and every time we go to make actions about spreading the word, they'll like suppress it, and like to the point where they'll like put us in psych wards and shit, bro. They've sanctioned people before like this. Trust me.
So you're saying that because the world is flat. Great, thanks for proving it.
Well, dude, it's up to you to decide if you want to be a sheep or you want to actually learn the truth, dude. It's up to you.
Are you a Glober?
No.
Yes.
I just want to fucking know what's beyond the ice wall and why NASA's always lying, bro. That's it.
Is this 7 ice wall?
Yeah, it's huge, bro. It's an Arctic Circle.
No, it's
big
channel.
is it?
Is it 24/7 ice wall or is it 24/7 flat Earth?
Yeah, see what I mean? He's like, see what he just said? He's trying to suppress what I'm saying. Because it's true. He's trying to get me off topic.
So flat Earth is off topic.
No, but like the flat Earth correlates to the ice wall. Okay? You don't understand.
So you're saying you can't have a flat Earth without the ice wall encompassing it?
No, but it just so happens that we do have it, and that's why and we don't know what's on the other side. That's why, like on a flat Earth, we don't know where the end of the Earth is. So we haven't been it because of the ice wall, so we don't know.
See, this is why people are always bringing the AE map in here. Guys like this, they constantly bring up the AE map. They're married to it.
Yeah, but it's kind of true. No, I think it's kind of true.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Sorry, I was listening to something else. I heard AE map. What was that again?
Lats, he's married to the AE map. That's why people are always saying that they come in here with the AE map and do the straw man.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, what do you fucking believe, dude? You guys think there's an ice wall?
You say that we don't know what's beyond it, right?
Yeah, we don't.
Then why did you post? The first image you posted there depicts land and outer rings beyond some ice wall. So that's not true.
That's just an assumption to show what could potentially be there. We don't know.
Okay.
Well, actually, some people do, but they're like in the government and they won't let anybody else there. So, yeah, dude. I think it's actually a test. So, like, the people who do learn about the ice wall and actually go there themselves and make it beyond the ice wall, they enter, like, a new land. It's like you get greeted by, like, elites, like, kind of, like, upgraded versions of humans, dude. And, like, it's, like, a pathway to progressing. It's a test, bro.
You must have just listened to the Admiral Byrd bullshit, and so now
you know there's an ice.
I've seen it, dude. I'm gonna go there.
You've seen it. You've seen it where?
Like people sending me videos and shit, dude.
So you've seen sections of something that could be considered to be an ice wall.
Yes.
Kilometers of ice wall.
Anyway, I'm gonna go there, so it doesn't even matter.
Alright. Good luck with that, man.
I got a boat, bro, so fuck me. Of course I'm gonna go there.
Yeah, it's not like those are protected waters or anything. You'll be fine.
Oh yeah, you say this place doesn't exist and what I'm saying is not true, but simultaneously you say it's protected and I can't go there. What a coincidence. You're like a fucking undercover Fed, dude. This is the people I'm talking about. They say that you can't go there, but there's nothing there. Explain that. Why is that?
What do you mean there's nothing there? Nobody's saying there's nothing there.
Yeah, well, why am I allowed to go find what's there? Huh?
You're not allowed to go there because it's protected natural resources.
Oh, what resources are there besides fucking ice, dude?
All kinds of resources there. There's probably a bunch of oil.
Oh, they're probably, if my mum had fucking wheels, she'd be a bike, dude. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Nobody knows what's there.
If my grandma had wheels, she'd have been a bike.
She would, bro. But, like, dude, you know how much taxpayer dollars every single government is spending to, like, have fucking people stationed there for no fucking reason? It doesn't make sense. And since
What do you mean there's no reason? There is. Nobody says there's nothing there, and there are reasons for the people that are there. So I mean, you're just saying things.
And since when do like countries who hate each other suddenly work together to like fucking be stationed and protect the ice wall, dude? It doesn't make sense, dude.
What do you mean working together? Okay, it's just an agreement. There's like what 100 people in Antarctica. I wouldn't consider that nations working together.
They're fucking working together, dude. They're in denial.
I think you got a great imagination.
Yeah, that's something a bad shill for the government would say.
Yep. It's not an honest living, but it's a living.
Anyway, fucking check the side chat. Can you explain that?
What is it? A picture of Antarctica? Is it a picture of an ice wall?
No, it's you fucking, your fucking company, your government company lying about shit, dude. Check the side chat.
Oh, the government lied about something? That's breaking news, Lats.
Just like you are with this ice wall. Dude, check the fucking side. Can you explain
news? I can't. No, the government lied? By God.
Can you explain they're floating, but they got harnesses on that are invisible?
We get it, space is fake and gay. But tell us something new.
I'm not saying it's fake, I'm just saying that like there's a ferment, bro. A firmament.
Oh, dude, you don't have to do that.
Anyway, dude. I'd like to see somebody actually provide anything of substance to prove that the ice wall doesn't exist and that there's nothing there.
It's Admiral Byrd's claim. Why would I have to prove his claim?
I don't even know who that is, bro.
You don't know who Admiral Byrd is?
No.
Well, you obviously have just no information on this subject, but you're talking out of your ass about it, because I'm sure like every person in here has heard the story about Admiral Byrd and him going to Antarctica. But the one person that doesn't is you. That's crazy.
No, because I've just fucking learned about this shit 2 weeks ago, dude. And I thought about it in my own head. I'm like, these cunts in the government
That
that
makes sense then. Yeah, you're just clueless. Okay.
Well, we're not going to
Actually,
bust balls tonight. That's fine. But you should look up who Admiral Byrd is.
I bet it's some propaganda about the Earth being like fucking round or some shit. I don't know. I don't trust it.
There's a big, right? Do I have to prove that he doesn't exist now?
Oh, you think you're funny, cunt? You like work for the government. You're a Fed. Shut up. I'm gonna look up this Admiral Byrd bloke right now. So he was an American, sir.
Yeah, he was a Fed.
Yeah, so I don't want to fucking trust anything these cunts say, bro, because they work for the government, and I don't trust those cunts.
What if the National American Geographic Society says that 95% of Antarctica's coastline is ice wall?
I wouldn't trust them.
They
I wouldn't trust them. The only way I could trust them is if they like left the government and then they were being like persecuted by them for telling the truth. Like you know how many people would have tried to like open up about this and got killed? Happens all the time. Look what happened to Julian Assange just for like releasing information. He didn't even do anything wrong. They like fucking want him dead, cunt. It's a fucking dog.
Yeah, when the government's saying things that you agree with, that's when you gotta get really suspicious.
Dude, I don't fucking trust any of those cunts at all. That's like last year when I did my tax, dude, I got like $5 tax back, and I was like, what the fuck? It was like, what's going on here? What's their motive for giving me money back that they usually steal? And I realised fucking they probably like know what I'm...
You don't know what a tax return is?
No, but they had no reason to give me that much back. There has to be
He
like
doesn't
some...
understand the motive. That's what he doesn't get the motive. Like, why are you giving me this money back? You already took it from me.
Yeah, it's suspicious, dude. Like, what are they doing? They're probably taking it and then fucking using it to fucking put in the bank to make interest with, making interest on it, and then giving it back. So they're making compounding interest on my money. And they're giving me money back.
They just print it to do that.
It's got nothing to do with, like making sure the hospitals are clean and fixing up the roads and making sure there's a police force that you can call when somebody's smashing in your front door. Nothing like that, right?
Yeah, but I did not consent to those services, neither or nor do I want them. I'm like a sovereign fucking person. I don't consent to doing any of that.
Oh, okay. Then why did you pay tax?
Because they fucking forcefully like ripped it off me, those cunts.
He's been coerced. He's being coerced.
I was. That is literally like coerced, bro. Like, imagine if we did this in a fucking sexual format with like people. It would be called rape, dude.
All right.
So we're like getting raped.
Alright.
We're getting raped by the government.
No. Change the subject.
Yeah, well, you can't trust these fucking cunts. Anyway, Christmas time, I'll have 2 months off. I'm probably gonna, because it just lines up when I'm moving fucking town as well. So I'll fucking quit my job here, go to move, and I'll take my boat for a fucking spin, cunt, on like an expedition, bro. I'm gonna fucking find the truth. I won't even pay tax, cunt. Fuck 'em.
My God, this guy is almost as foul as a mouth as QE.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you get tired of people suppressing your speech because you're telling the truth. The government did.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they start busting down my door soon because I'm like researching and shit, dude. Look at what happened to Julian Assange. Explain that.
Hey, he's good now. He's back in the U.S.
Yeah, but all he did was post the truth and he got charged with treason. How's that possible?
Well, I mean, he did more than just post the truth. I mean, people post the truth all the time. He uncovered videos of war crimes. I mean...
Oh, but I thought we have freedom of speech and we should be able to see everything that happens and be transparent. Apparently not.
Yeah, obviously not. Don't be naive. Don't be naive, lads. Jesus.
And also, how does that even fucking work? He's not even a fucking American. How can he get charged with treason on America when he's Australian, cunt? That doesn't make any sense.
Did he have dual citizenship?
No, I don't know, but like he lived in Australia.
Oh, so you
dude.
don't know. You don't know.
That would be like me saying, fuck you cunts, I want to nuke your country, and then they're charging me for treason. I don't belong to your country. It's not treason.
News story that doesn't make sense. Jeez, what could possibly be the reason?
Well, it comes back to these dumb cunts in the government are hiding shit, bro, and I think it's more than just they don't want that to be revealed. I think it fucking comes back to the grand scheme of things and the ice wall, bro. That's what it comes back to.
Sounds to me like you just found out the government was lying a couple weeks ago and you're just freaking out. You'll calm down.
No, I won't actually. Until I actually find the truth, I'm not going to calm down. I'm going to fucking drive to this ice wall, cunt.
What ice wall and what will that prove?
Well, I'm just going to go to the Arctic Circle and go to any part of the ice wall and drive along with it, like parallel to it, until I find a gap, like a gate. I'm going to go through it and get to the other side. That's what I'm going to do. And I have a fucking boat. I'm not bullshitting. I got a little tinny. Yeah, you know, you can say it's unrealistic, but all I have to do is get like 50 jerry cans. I'll take a swag in the boat. It might take me like a fucking month or two, but I'm going to do it.
Make it clean. So, where are you going to get this fuel for this expedition?
The petrol station, you drongo.
There's a petrol station along the ice wall, is there?
No, I'm going to get jerry cans and take the fuel with me, like heaps of jerry cans. Like probably like fucking 50, 20 litre jerry cans.
You drongo.
Dude, because I go out to the islands here, and I go out for like 2 nights, I only use 20 litres. So if I get like 50 jerry cans, I'm set.
Okay. So, can we talk about the subject now, or are we going to end the ranting against the government and the ice wall?
Well, the subject is what's beyond the ice wall. Do you know?
No, it's not that. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 ice wall.
Oh, fuck, here we go. You don't think they're correlated?
Not at all.
Oh my god. Another government shill. Okay, whatever.
Well, if you don't have anything to give us as far as flat Earth or globe content, then
I did. Check the front chat. Explain that.
let's
explain
here.
cartoons.
Is it Lats? Did Lats post this? What am I looking at? Yeah, so we've got some fools hanging from wires, right?
Who are those fools?
They're fucking shills, that's what they are. Why are they hanging from wires when they say they're floating? Explain that.
Oh, because they're lying.
Bro, yeah, obviously. What?
So why are they lying?
Well, I don't know. Who cares? You don't have to believe them. See, it's one thing to be pissed off. I understand being pissed off about being lied to, especially when you find out. But you got a couple of choices. You can either disengage from the liar, or you can keep pointing out which one you're going to do.
Yeah, but when somebody lies to you, bro, you want to know why. When it's something as big as this, it's like a murderer. If a murderer kills somebody, you want to know why he did it. Like, you psychologically want to break it down.
Yeah, well, I'll give it to you. You don't even have to. So, beginning of time, there have been slaves and there have been masters, right? And so we have some people that believe that they are masters better than other men. Weird whack jobs that want to control other men, which is just ridiculous because it's not their job, nor have they been given that job. So they get into cattle. You're like a horse or a cow, or an ox. You pull a plow, or you with some kind of purpose or some kind of that you have. They just use an animal or a slave to keep them stressed on their job. Being, ignorance is bliss, kind of. Well, they've kept you ignorant. You live on and comfortable. Just they've been spoofing you. That's why I want you to be slave forever. Now they're going to continue if you keep, kicking against all this lying to you. You're still losing your life and your time. Go live your life. Then you won't be a slave anymore.
Dude, I can't live my life in a lie, bro. Like, that's not healthy. I'm gonna fucking find out the truth.
You already know the truth. Go. Otherwise, they win. You'll always be a slave.
I'm gonna expose them. That's what I'm gonna do.
Everybody already knows. They just prefer one side. Look, everybody knows they live on a flat earth. This is no mystery. We've just been living under delusion and been told that we're crazy for thinking that it's stationary, thinking that it's flat, observing that it's flat. The containment of it, the air pressure. Of course, it makes no sense that there's no gas fucking off the planet so-called into the available volume. We all knew. I knew this when I was a kid. I was like, this fucker ain't moving, but okay.
Look, man, I think there is something like a reward when we actually go to the end of the earth and discover it. Like, we're escaping. Like, dude, you're gonna laugh at me here, but have you seen the Truman Show? I think that's literally what's happening. Like, beyond the firmament, right? There's not people, but other people in other species watching us, and this is all a test, bro. And we have to fucking get out, like the Truman Show did.
You guys have?
I don't think you're going to have a good chance of doing that.
Vibes and feelings.
When you say you people, who are you talking about?
People that believe in non-rotating. Do you guys have anything other than?
You're cutting out, bro.
Am I? You were cutting out like mad a minute ago, so maybe maybe it's you, but
Maybe it's me.
if you can hear me net vibes,
be
a feeling, an intuition.
From my perspective, you're both cutting out and T-Dub's not cutting out. So I think me and T-Dub would be better judges than both of you. No, let me quit. I'm joking. I think we need some more gas in our saddle wounds or whatever. Try leaving and rejoining.
Well, dogs should just try leaving. Says who should try leaving and rejoining.
I did, but I'm in a metal shop, so that might be half the problem.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'm gonna get out of here, and all I'm saying is, I wish I could take you with me, but you don't want to believe me, so I don't know.
Do me a favor. Don't get on a boat. Don't get on a little skiff with a bunch of jerry cans and try to probe the ice wall. I advise against that.
But you know what happened? What's gonna happen if I get on the outside, dude, and all this is right? I doubt I'll be allowed to come back. They'll just be like, no, you can't come back. You can't tell them the truth. You can't bring them with you. That's what's going to happen. And then they'll make up something that I died at sea or some bullshit. Like, they'll make up some bullshit.
Is my connection better now? Am I not cutting out?
Sounds clearer than it did before.
Yeah, cool. I'm just wondering if there's anyone here that can give me an argument that isn't just a vibe that the Earth is flat.
I tell you what, you go get me a sound clip of somebody saying that, because otherwise it's a straw man, and we'll continue this. Deal?
How is it a straw man if every argument presented is just it? I have an intuition that it is flat, non-rotating.
I want you to go get me a sound clip of someone saying that, right?
I know that's what you want, but that's you just deflecting. So
Well,
if I put a challenge,
No, it's not. Nope. You're going to be on mute until you go get that sound clip. How about that?
Bad dog.
I will say I get real, hardcore asshole vibes from dogs or gods, though.
Who is ready to make some science?
Mic check. New microphone. Mic check. Sounds good. Okay, cool. I can't hear anyone else, but
You got a nude microphone?
yeah, it's naked. It's I got it from the liquor store.
Well, it sounds clear, man.
Money. Yeah, I broke my regular mic while actually I was cooking and the cord got accidentally caught in the flame. I set up my webcam and I had no idea the webcam had a mic built in, so perfect. All right, thanks guys.
Yeah, webcams have cameras because that's how you webcam. You also got the microphones built in.
A webcam mic, very good.
The only time a webcam might not have a microphone is if it's one of the really old ones where it was just the camera.
Yeah, that's the last one I had. I'm definitely out of date with technology, so yeah, I guess I bought this one last year, so makes sense.
Hello? Just sit in here.
Hello?
What if aliens are real? Would you guys still be flat Earth then? Or like, what if they were like on the TV broadcasting to us?
What would that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I mean, like, how would it? I mean, well, it wouldn't for you then. That's okay. I'm just wondering.
Well, let's just say some exotically weird creatures came in a flying craft that could hover and change directions apparently with no effort. Does that mean they came from a distant planet and that the Earth's a globe? Or does that just mean that there's some weird creature I'm looking at with a weird craft? How would I know the difference? You know how? By measuring the ground and finding out it's not curved and that the Earth's not a ball. And so clearly, whether they came from somewhere else that's not Earth wouldn't change the fact of what Earth is, would it? Make sense?
What if their planet was a ball?
Wouldn't matter. So, I mean, imagine this question. What if somebody else lived on a ball, therefore, what? Do you live on a ball? That's like, what if somebody lived by the beach, therefore you live by the beach?
Interstellar travel would entirely like even annul most modern physics. Even it would sort of be like a point in your direction. Actually, aliens would sort of like be the nail in the coffin for the globe.
But how would we validate that they traveled interstellarly if they just showed up? For all we know, they came from a cavern deep within the Earth.
Yeah. No, I mean in this theory, it's like that's where they like thousands of light years away, a distant planet. That's what I mean when I say like aliens come to visit. I mean like they're outer space creatures.
Yeah, so you're basically asking if the Earth was a globe in the vacuum of space, just like the heliocentric paradigm says, and then creatures within that paradigm arrive on the globe that already exists within that paradigm, then the Earth is a globe. I mean, I guess. So you're basically saying if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a globe. But no, I mean, for me, like creatures showing up, dude, it wouldn't take me but 2 seconds to realize that there's some kind of demonic influence. That would be my idea. There's all kinds of cross accounts of alleged alien type creatures that people would normally think were aliens that have connotations from the eyewitnesses that they were spiritual in nature and responded to spiritual prompting. So like they're more like what most people would call like demonic or angelic type beings rather than extraterrestrial aliens that evolved on a distant space potato. I mean, dude, you remember Indiana Jones movie Crystal Skull? It was all like you thought it was going to be about aliens from a distant world, but then at the end they teleported out, and he goes, "Yo, where'd they go? Back to their into space?" And the other guy says, "No, they went into the space between space. They're like interdimensional, not extraterrestrial." Same with like that movie Signs. The movie Signs, it seems like it's about aliens, but if you go back and watch it again, like the girl blesses all the water, making it holy water. And so at first it seems like the aliens are stupid to land on a planet full of water when that's their weakness. But they're not just any old water, it's holy water, which gives the impression that they're some kind of spiritual creature rather than some kind of extraterrestrial creature. right? So it's not just like I see this crazy looking thing and I just assume it's from, Alpha Centauri Prime, a trillion light years away, or whatever the heck. All right, I'll be back. I gotta move some tools. All right, who killed the chat?
Sorry.
Guess you're gonna have to listen to me move tools. Man, how long's the live stream been dead? I was scrolling back. It seemed like there was nothing for like an hour or more, or an hour even. Couldn't tell.
Yeah, I had to leave when Miggy was talking to that shouting pony or whatever, so I don't know how that turned out.
Shouting pony. Huh? So was he like a furry, or was that just his moniker?
Yeah, just his moniker. I didn't inquire.
Well, I just earned myself free ice cream for life. Be jealous.
How'd you do that?
That's my secret. By doing some work for somebody
Oh, I see. All right.
who owns an ice cream stand.
Pretty good deal.
However, it's seasonal, so you can only have it in the summer. So technically, since you sleep a third of your life, and summer is they're only open for like 4 months. So I got free ice cream for 20% of my life, something like that.
Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, if you ask me.
Yeah, not too shabby. That turns out to be. Headlamps. Oh. Right there. All right, all done for the day. Gotta go turn the car, jump up the truck.
What if ghosts were real and aliens were real? And then you'd be like, okay, well, that's a spirit and that's an alien. So it couldn't be a spirit or like another worldly creature. You have to be like, oh, well, you're tangible.
Well, ghosts, most people think of ghosts as in like the spirits of their deceased loved ones, and they think of the other spirit creatures as like demons or angels or that type of tier. Listen, brother, if Dawkins, that butt-earth atheist loser that he is, if he gets to say that no evidence would convince him God exists, even if God himself gave him the evidence directly, he would just deny it as a hallucination. So if you want to present quote-unquote aliens as if that proves something just because they look weird and have a ship that flies around, I mean, get real, dude. That doesn't validate where they came from at all. It doesn't validate nothing. Except that they have a ship and they look weird. I'm not going to bring all my Star Trek, Star Wars, sci-fi back and then lose my rational faculties and be like, oh, look, it looks like a ship and you look like quote-unquote aliens, therefore all the heliocentric mythos is automatically true. and you can make tea by saying Earl Grey hot to a computer, and light speed engage or whatever the heck. Like it doesn't automatically follow.
You ever see the TV show called Black Skies?
I've only seen the promos. I wanted to watch it, never got around to it.
Yeah, this is a minor spoiler. It reveals the third episode or something. But so basically, they say in the show that these aliens, they're from another planet that is on the other side of us. Like we can't ever see it because it's on the other side of the sun. It's close. So basically, what they got to do is they leave their planet and just wait for Earth to come around to them, and then they fuck with us. And they fly back up and they wait for their planet to come back around. So at one point after the moon mission, they come down and then, or it wasn't the moon mission, it's like after World War II. They come down and they say, hey, they're telepathic. They touch like Eisenhower or something like that, or whatever. And then they say, hey, he asked for our surrender. And then they're like, well, we've only seen one ship in 3 aliens. Fire for effect. Light them up. If they were going to come and demand surrender, they should have shown up in force. Like fire for effect.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like just one guy. Like you think just because they're alien and they got some sort of flying saucer, you're supposed to just bend over. He's like, no, wait, no one would do that. This is the most force they could muster, and the biggest hand they could play. Call the bluff.
Yep. Get loved.
And then after that, the show turns into different historical events and how these aliens were kind of like manipulating things behind the counter, like the drug war, Iran-Contra. They had like a base down there, so we had to like pretend that we're fighting drugs, but it was really like a warfare against this alien race that had established a base there. It's kind of like sci-fi meets sort of like Forrest Gump. You know how Forrest Gump had his fingers kind of in everything, but he was always in the background, so no one really noticed him.
Right. Well, yeah, it's like their gambit against humanity is political espionage and stuff, rather than just brute force.
Yeah, because they can't project. There's no way to project that much.
You know what would have been funny, dude? It would have been funny if they were the ones that seeded the sci-fi Hollywood craze, so that humanity would believe in this overwhelming alien force. Then when they showed up with their little, Dutch taped spaceship with zip ties on the quantum capacitor and their little gun that barely works because they were low on batteries and said, "Surrender, humans," that we'd all just fall down.
Yeah, it's quite a different take than the show where the day the Earth stood still, where they show up with one dude shows up with one robot, and they're like, "You're just like one dude with one robot. Shoot his ass, cap his ass." And it turns out that this robot is like some sort of like doomsday machine that can like blow a planet up. And it's like, oops, how do we fix it? You don't. you don't fix it. This is it. But that movie's a little bit different too, because he came down saying, "Hey, I'm part of this galactic empire. We're looking to expand our boundaries. We want to find spacefaring races and kind of like get you guys on track." There's like and so he wasn't there saying that you surrender. He's saying, "Hey, what's up?" Right. You are sentient life. It's rather rare in the galaxy, in the universe. So instead of waiting for you to catch up to us, we're gonna see where you guys are at. Yeah, I love sci-fi because it really frames things, and we can have a conversation about topics and stuff without really going too much into it.
That's probably why you love Flat Earth so much. All that sci-fi.
No, it's a Globe, dude. The Globe has all the sci-fi. The Star Commander, Star Future, Star Lord, Star Man, Star Trek, Star Wars, all that. That's Globetardia shit. And it's good, though, because it's able to talk about topics that people will avoid otherwise.
I think I know what you're talking about. Racism.
Yeah, or gender, class, race issues, yeah. Economic issues. All kinds of different social, political stuff that people try to avoid because it generally someone has to blame for it or someone did something that they shouldn't have done.
What about you, Crit? What happens when the day comes when space travel is available for just the average person?
Yeah, that's called appeal to the future. It's a logical fallacy. So I would say if they haven't done it yet, they'll never do it. It's not possible. It's not about money. It's not about political will. Though all those things still exist. They told you that by when I was a kid, there was a famous show called Space 1999, and that was already in place where there was a multiple international space station on the moon. It was run by International Coalition. They had like gravity. They had 3D printers. They did all kinds of sci-fi shit. Their 3D printers that they imagined when they wrote this show, Space 1999, like in the 70s. So they're thinking 30 years in the future. Their 3D printers make our 3D printers look like a novelty item. That they could print tools. They could print anything they needed. They could print, medicine, all the stuff they need. Anything they needed, they could 3D print. Like here, you can make a couple plastic, novelty items. That's the best you can do with a 3D printer. Just junk plastic novelty items.
No, that's not true.
Okay, what else do they 3D print?
You can create weapons.
Yeah, they work. They're functional and they work. That's propaganda, dude. That's propaganda to expand the gun laws. You fell for You fell for straight up bullshit.
You can 3D print a knife.
That's better. That's a good knife. It's actually a knife. It's not just some crap.
A knife is meant to cut things.
Yeah, compared to someone who makes a knife by hand, which one's better, the 3D printed one or just a knife?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. In Space 1999, they printed stuff that was you couldn't tell the difference. It was like the real thing.
Nothing beats the real thing.
So I'm telling you that this concept of going into going into sci-fi allows you to talk about issues that wouldn't normally otherwise be in play.
You think it's science fiction for the day when we can travel into space?
No one's ever been to space to begin with, so when's that going to happen?
At one point, mankind wasn't able to fly either.
So how about that? Is there going to be a day where people can just fly? Or is it always going to be ethically, morally, and financially out of the realm of people? There's just going to be some people who will never get on an airplane.
Yeah, but that's just because they're afraid to, for whatever
Or
reason.
they've got some sort of blacklisted, threat thing, or they just can't afford it, or they live in some remote area where it's just too far to get to the airport.
You know what kind of a douche you have to be to get blacklisted from being on planes?
No, there's people who are blacklisted, the no-fly list, who just had a similar name to somebody else. That was
They're
it.
going to be settled in court.
No, they said they can't. Was you're on the list, there was no method to take someone off.
That doesn't sound reasonable.
Yeah, it's government for you. Is government reasonable?
Most of the time, you get lawyers and
Jesus.
stuff like that. You could dispute your case. Assuming you're not in the wrong. Like, if you're innocent, I'm pretty sure it's easy to fix things that the government accused you of. The point still stands, Crit. When the day comes when it's easy for people to pay for space travel, you're gonna see for yourself.
This. Well, how about this? Give me a goalpost. Give me a goalpost. When will this happen? What year?
Well, I'm not some kind of prophet or anything. I don't have the.
How about this? How long will it take before you're like, yeah, they can't do that? Like
Within
10 more years?
At least the next 50 years to 100 years.
50. 100 years.
50.
So you just made, so basically made a unfalsifiable claim on top of appeal to the future logical fallacy. And you want me to answer that? What will I think when your unfalsifiable claim appeal to the future fallacious thinking? Dude, you're just broken, dude. That's my answer. You're just fucked. You're just brain fucked. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Someone who makes an unfalsifiable claim and then asks somebody else to address their unfalsifiable claim, that's brain fucked. Number two, their falsifiable claim is wrapped in a deep-seated logical fallacy. Yeah, dude. How do you want me to address that? I just told you. You're a dumb fuck for even saying it.
Is that right?
Well, prove me wrong. What would be the goalpost here? What would be the demonstrable way to falsify your claim? And how is 100 years in the future not falsifiable? What am I going to say about manned space flight? 100 years? Do you know how old I am? Do you think I'm going to be around in 100 years? Are you going to be around in 100 years?
No. I don't think
so hey, Crit, both of us will not be around in 100 years. What are you going to say about manned space flight in 100 years? Like, what the fuck, dude? You don't see how dumb that is? How, just like on its face, just straight up fucking retarded?
Well, nobody knows what they don't know now, do they?
Castle, I'm not calling you retarded. I'm saying what you said. Straight up. What you said was just dumb as shit.
No, it's not, because people have done this throughout the history of mankind. There have always been people that were optimistic about the future, even if they weren't able to partake in it. Like flight,
the optimism would be like fixing the mistakes of the past. That would be the optimism. People looking back and fixing the shit.
Oh, optimism is also about looking towards a brighter future.
And you see that by envisioning spaceflight coming to fruition?
No, by looking at what we've done so far as human beings and just imagining one day doing more. Like we've always done. Which is why we've got all these beautiful modern technologies. They didn't just pop up within the last 20 years, Crit. This is people standing on the shoulders of giants before them, taking technology to the next step, to the next level. It's always been that way. And look at you over here, so small-minded and constricted in your way of thinking. No, it'll never happen. No, listen, man. There's always going to be haters, and we need people like those so that we can rise above all that. So we have something to conquer and something to defeat. That's why the heroes exist and the villains exist. They actually serve one another, push one another to become better. So in a weird way, you're necessary.
So what you're saying is that flat earthers are necessary so that globe zealots can reach their maximum zealotry?
No, flat earthers are necessary because we have to have somebody in history who was wrong, right?
Well, if I'm wrong, I want to be right. You don't get what that means? You think it's funny? No, I'm telling you that
If you're wrong,
if
you don't
I'm
want to
wrong
be
and the
right.
Earth is a globe anyway, and no one gives a fuck, the space age is never coming. The space age abruptly dies and ends in the 70s, the 60s and 70s. You've got this rise of caring. You've got this rise of people thinking someone's got to be wrong on the internet to make to fluff their ego. You've got extended duration of before even space flight's possible. You're all just stuck here on the Earth. Just one thing after another. And if you want to fit that into a heliocentric worldview, it's even less hope for the future. Less. Like it drastically. That's why you got the nuclear advisory board. They just moved it like in January. They moved the doomsday clock closer to midnight. It's over, dude. If this is your globe, it's over. So I would rather think it's a flat Earth, and you've got an excuse, a reason, people just fighting over a ever-dwindling number of natural resources, explainable why people are like this, why you got Ukraine getting carved up by cellular colonialism between Russia, and EU, and America. Explainable. Now explain that on your globetard. How is it possible that you've got cellular colonialism still happening in 2025? So I'm saying, if I'm wrong and the Earth is a globe and there's no explanation for this shit, it's all over with the crying. It's just going to take a matter of time before someone pushes that button.
Yeah, even if you were just to go by morality as a standard, right? These great advancements of human society, I don't see them benefiting us. In fact, it seems like we're just continuing to try to put out fires that we've started. I mean, if the entire narrative around the globe and global warming and all these other problems that we're facing environmentally, if these are all byproducts of our progress, then we're effectively killing ourselves slowly. So this advancement thing that you're talking about seems to be more of this morally demoralizing slow death. So what is the utopia? You know, just commercialism until we all kill ourselves, kind of like on WALL-E. You ever see WALL-E? I think that's the future that we're looking at, except the people in that particular film, you know, that they were sitting on their fat asses floating around in chairs, they seem to be fairly peaceable people. This is a hostile environment that we're living in. I mean, just if the internet, which is not a great gauge for overall performance, but just consider the assholes that come flying around in here and all the tactics that they use. This is disturbing, right? So don't start preaching to me and telling me about how we're going to continue to advance. We will destroy ourselves just from the moral decay.
Well, that's why we have to be rooted and founded upon God.
The God of the Bible? The God that says that you live in a stationary enclosed plane? That one?
The God of Abraham, yes, that's the one I serve.
Okay. So we should follow him
right? And his moral law, since he should institute it, I mean, for crying out loud, if you build the place, you get to run the place. Seems fair, doesn't it?
Seems like it.
Yeah. So that guy, the one that told us we live in a contained environment very specifically and described it very accurately, and then we go out and we look in reality and it resembles what he described to the T. That's the God?
Yeah, the Earth is still contained even though it's a globe.
No. It's described as a flat, stationary, enclosed environment. Specifically. Yeah. So if that matches the reality that we experience, and the rest of the world that is morally destroyed from within believes in a heliocentric type system, which I totally agree with you, Castle King. We should definitely go with the truth, the one validated by reality, the one that operates according to the law given to it by its creator. I think you're correct.
Yeah. Do you realize just how big the Earth is?
Yeah. I mean, I have no idea of its limitations. God describes it, but he knows the boundaries, he says. But of course, he is describing it in that particular context as a stationary Earth. It's set on foundations.
The only boundaries that we know of when it comes to Earth is what's at the very bottom of the deepest part of the ocean. And that's because of the physics. All the weight of the ocean crushes anything that we create.
Right. So there's a great depth and a great height to the dimension of this place.
Yeah, but the flat earthers don't think that we can get to the height. They think for some reason
Wait a minute. Wait, bro. Are you trying to say that when God was pressing Job in the Bible to give answers about God's creation that Job couldn't answer, he should have just phoned you because you got them?
No.
Yep.
I'm not saying that.
That's what it sounds like to me, dude.
Well, then you're not listening very closely.
Can I just ask, is this a thing where, you guys are believing all of the Bible, or you're just picking a part that you like?
Listen, there's parts of the
We're
Bible.
internally critiquing him based on his claim that he believed in the Bible, dude. So what's your problem?
Oh no, I just wanted context for the discussion.
I've been confused about the Bible and how some of the things work in there, but overall, I believe in the Son of God, Jesus Christ, who died for our sins on the cross. I believe in that.
Yeah, so there's for the other person's benefit, there's a phenomenon among, let's just call them religious people, for lack of a better term, that they have a sacred text that they say is from the source or the creator of the realm in which we live and is therefore authoritative or divinely inspired and the ultimate source of truth. But then whenever a scientist says nay, they go, oh, yeah, totally. I'll just throw my sacred book under the bus and, get on my knees and take it in the face from science.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, I understand totally. I'm a religious person, but I also am a scientist. I have a Bachelor of Science, so yeah, I know what you mean. People can be silly. They don't separate the physical and metaphysical aspects of religion and science.
Most of the scientists on this earth believe that the world is round.
Yeah, so I know. I'd venture to say that most people in developed countries believe that the world is a globe of some kind.
Yeah, for my field of science, it's pretty irrelevant because I'm in biology and agronomy. So whether it's flat or round, unless it affects how the crops grow or what fertilizer I should put on or how I treat pests and diseases or when the rain's going to come, then it really makes no difference to me.
I can see that. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I gotta go to work just like the rest of us. All right, I'm gonna see y'all later. Peace.
See you, bro.
And maybe, like if the Earth's flat compared to, like, for me, it doesn't matter in the difference of how we predict weather or, like, fucking topographical pressure can make all that stuff. Like, I mean, that system still exists, right? Like, the weather system still exists, and, it doesn't change our models or predictions of, like, okay, well, it's El Nino. This part of the ocean's warm, so it rains more here. Am I making sense?
Absolutely, yeah. So we used to have a buddy that I can't remember if he was a meteorologist, but it was something along those lines. And I'm pretty sure he believed in a globe, but he was always coming in here and schooling Globers who were making claims about his field in regards to his field proves that the Earth is a globe. He's like, dude, all the stuff I do has nothing to do with the globe. Nothing. Like, I just do this, and this. This is, this is over here, this is over there. It's like globe never comes up, dude. But, most general Globers, they think everything relies on a globe. Like, making a Red Bull can, blue. Oh, I have to have a globe.
Yeah, look, the only thing that I get, the part for me where I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I can't make it add up is when it comes to, like, chemistry and stuff, because, being agronomist and stuff, being fertilizer, all the stuff with chemistry. But, like, the basis of, the periodic table of elements and the models that we have for, elements and stuff seems to work on this sort of, like, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say gravity basis, but you know what I mean? Like, I can't align the chemistry stuff with how that fits into the flat Earth sort of thing. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, sure. So it makes sense in the idea that generally people are indoctrinated that gravity is a phenomenon that's contingent upon globes, as if globes therefore gravity. Now, if you just remove that assumption, it's irrelevant because everybody experiences down, right? They also experience up. They experience relative density if an object, is more dense or less dense. Everybody experiences that. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is any particular shape. There's other stories attached to that phenomenon that we all see and other alleged causes that are claimed, but those are just stories and claims. So, like, for example, you might have heard in your life, gravity forms everything into spheres. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. And if the Earth wasn't a sphere, then gravity wouldn't work the way it works. Because if you go away on a flat Earth, the center of gravity would start to pull you diagonally, and you'd be walking like Michael Jackson in the videos where he tilts over. All these stupid ideas, but they're assuming that gravity is working in a particular way and that the Earth is essentially paper thin. So all the mass is distributed linearly. But if you just have a variable distribution of mass under the surface, you can actually get, even with quote-unquote globe gravity, you can get the same exact field lines where everything is essentially up and down, horizontal, perpendicular is vertical, plumb and level, all that works just fine if the Earth's surface is flat. You just can't have like a paper thin disk. So either way, it's like it doesn't really matter to the shape of the Earth.
yeah, I sort of agree in that, like, in a way, like, it doesn't really matter what the shape is. Like, how does that affect our understanding of other things? Because does that make, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, how does that change anything unless you're actually pointing at something and going, oh, well, this changes our equations for this, or this is actually, the space-time continuum's different because of our model. Yeah, I just see that unless there's actually something revolutionarily changing in a certain field because of it, then really it's just like personal choice. Like, okay, well, you think it's this, I think it's that. Does that really change anything else? Like, is there something I'm doing wrong in chemistry or, in physics? Not that I'm a physics major.
I agree with you to an extent, but you could also look at it from the back end, which is the Earth being a globe then is irrelevant, right? So it's like if it doesn't matter because everything functions the way it functions, then this pervasive claim that's basically drilled into everyone's heads when they're young, propagandized throughout pretty much all of media and news. It's like kind of a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's sort of like the old saying of like, not the old saying, but it's the saying of like, something happens, news, someone brings up something that's like, look, does this mean I don't have to go to work tomorrow? Does this mean I don't have to pay my bills? Because if it doesn't affect that, then really doesn't matter in the end. It's just talking, yeah.
Yeah, but there's entire philosophical frameworks that are attached to the idea of the Earth being a globe in space in a limited environment, destined for heat, for the sun to supernova and to vaporize us. There's all kinds of mythos attached that do have real consequences. At least in your pocketbook of having to pay for all that crap.
No, I agree, because like that's where it gets into the the philosophy of it, where all of this information is just based on empiricism, and then can we trust our own empirical observations? Because if you say no, then then fucking nothing really is set in stone, because it's all based upon individuals' empirical observations, and that can't be trusted.
Well, I mean, like at its philosophical core, the globe Earth paradigm is ultimately a religious proposition. It has a creation story. It has a who we are story. It has a where we came from story, where we're going story. Well, how we should be informed about our morals and ethics based on those things. Like it's essentially a state-sponsored religion. And people will get up in arms if everyone said, "Oh, we're just going to flat out teach Christianity in schools." And that's just going to be the way it is, and you got to learn that to the exclusion of others. But they can get away with the globe nonsense.
No, I understand, and I can actually respect that a lot. If someone's saying like, "Look, I believe in the Earth not being a globe," because for me, in my philosophy, I see it as like a rejection of the humanity of us being at the center of God's creation, something like that, right?
Listen, let me ask you this question, friend. Where did you come up with that idea that you just told me? That it's a rejection of humanity being at the center. Where did you come up with that idea? Did you think of it yourself?
Oh yeah, sort of. But I sort of am referencing like whatever it was, Copernicus. The whole thing
exactly.
Of like,
very famous people involved in the formation of the heliocentric paradigm that we know and hate today, right? Like Copernicus, Hubble, all these other dudes. They all had comments like that where the idea that the evidence leads to the Earth being at the center, being specifically unique, and the whole universe existing for our benefit is terrifying, horrible, prideful, like all these emotional and moral connotations on simply a fact that the Earth is either the center or not. It's like, why are they so butthurt about it?
Yeah, and again, like I can respect that. I can totally respect. Yeah, again, I can totally respect that idea of somebody going, "Look, I believe in this because it's sort of central to my philosophy," rather than it being like, everyone else is wrong. Science says, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sure, man. I can, just the same as I could go, oh well, my philosophy dictates that. I have to separate the metaphysical and physical, and I believe the physical reality is a curtain put in front of us of temptation, and it's individual philosophy again.
Right. So if it is the case that the Earth is the center, that it's specially created, that it's entirely unique, and that everything revolves around the Earth and is intended for the benefit of us, then that changes the entire philosophical paradigm about who we are, where we're going, and what we're doing here, right? Which is why, by the way, those men were so against it, because they understood the ramifications. Those ramifications are that what they do actually matters, especially morally. Because they're only terrified of the idea of the Earth being specifically in the center of everything, because that points a big green thumb at them that's basically saying, look up. There's something greater than you. That you are responsible for too.
It makes me think of, maybe this is a bad analogy, but it makes me think of like, I'm just trying to be really simple here, but like Santa Claus. And it's like, it's a good thing for children to believe in Santa Claus. It's good for them. up until the age of like whatever, 9, 10, when they figure it out themselves, that there's not actually a big jolly man flying around with reindeer. But, it's really bad to go up to like a 3-year-old and be like, Santa's not real. Your parents are lying to you. It fucks with them. Like, just why? Why would you do that? Like, just, if they want to believe and it's good for them, just let them. Like, I would never go up to a 3-year-old and be like, hey, Santa Claus isn't real. Your mum's lying to you.
Yeah, like why would you take away the privilege of the parents of being the perpetrators of that psychological trauma on their own children because they'd rather lie to the children and take responsibility for raising them when you could just let the parents enjoy all that themselves?
Yeah. It just sort of, I can totally understand from your side, because as a Christian, it seems very similar, of like that really annoying, arrogant, atheist type person who's just like, no, science says this, like, you're stupid, you believe in things that aren't real, and it's like, oh my god, those people are insufferable. And yeah, I can totally see
that. They're in for a world of hurt, dude, because coming down the pike in the fields of evolutionary psychology, biology, physics, etc., they're basically realizing, because of the nature of the scientific machine, when they're studying ever-decreasing temporal, time-based matter and energy states, that the fundamental unit of reality isn't the Higgs boson or the quark or any of those fancy, any of that. It's actually sentience itself, and they're pretty much realizing the hard truth that sentience must exist before matter, energy, and temporal states can exist. So the physical and natural world is a product of sentience existing in the first instance. They're basically being forced to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, and the whole thing of the quantum stuff of observation, and then we get into the whole thing of like, is there, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, doesn't make a sound. It's like, well, if no one's around to observe it, does it even exist? Like, there's no proof. Does it even?
Well, that was Berkeley's problem. So, and the way he solved it is he said, okay, if I reach an impasse where I'm left with this conundrum that things can't both exist and not exist without an observer, because I need somehow to have a congruent state between the non-observance to the observance, so it must be held. And he said the only thing that could hold this is a mind that is transcendent to all subordinate minds, and he called it the overmind. Now, in any classical sense, that's referring to some kind of specific theism. If I'm not mistaken, he does make that, but he calls it, rather than just saying oh, ipso facto God, he's just saying no. There must be a mind that's over all mind. And same thing like Hubble and all those other dudes who were so butthurt about the facts that the Earth is special. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of admitting that there is a mind over there that is actually their boss. They're scared to death of that.
Oh yeah. It's modern modern scientific thought coupled with atheism and the rejection of religion and philosophy has just led to this abomination of fucking what we're living in right now, where it's like, no, it's like there's a direct, like there's so much proof that reality is beyond what we comprehend and observe it, yet there's an utter rejection that there is something more than we can understand and observe.
Exactly.
No, this is a very interesting conversation because, it's sort of the same of like, as a Christian, I don't need to prove anything because I have faith. And so it's like, I guess it's sort of the same thing in a way. Like, you guys have faith in that. You don't need to prove it.
No, it's quite the opposite. Okay, you missed the boat here. So we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. These rights, life, liberty, pursuit, happiness. It's a collective understanding of self-evident. Things that are so blatantly obvious, so true, they don't require proof. Self-evident truth. So you don't need to say creation requires creation requires a creator. It's self-evident. Now, the Earth, what the Earth is, you need to prove that. And we've done so. Observations, measurements, practical demonstrations. That's not something you would do for a Christian God because it's already self-evident. You would never have to prove it. And this what tells you how the globe side is so insufferable is they think it's a foregone conclusion. It's self-evident. It's self-evident that the Earth is a globe. How? Well, photographs from space. Well, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Well, that's gravity. Well, how do you have
100%,
gravity?
man. No,
Those are
I totally
circular
agree.
logic. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's the
when you
whole
try
like
to
the science is settled. Can I just quickly say it's like the whole the
go ahead.
science is settled argument. That's not science to say the science is settled. Like science is never settled. It's always a matter of like more challenge to it, more observation, more like testing, more testing, more testing. The testing never stops. And to say that the science is settled and you don't need to, question it is against science.
Yeah, but you can use those same letters, bro. The science is set led. It's led by a set of people who are currently in charge of the status quo. So, for example, if you try to submit papers that are against the Einsteinian paradigm or the Darwinian paradigm, you get blacklisted. In fact, there's a whole movie about it called Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed by Ben Stein, where he interviews a bunch of people, and there's other venues as well that talk about that, how they tried to put forth evidence that was against the Einsteinian Darwinian paradigm, and they were either blacklisted, some of them lost their jobs, some of them were denied tenure, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on. Like, there's consequences to going up against the status quo.
And you know what's really funny about that is 5 years ago, I would have totally disagreed with you. I would have been like, no, that's not true. They don't cover up information. They don't, ostracize people. But then with COVID, well, look what happened with that. That just proves that the scientific field is not open to, it just proves that, the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but there's also things peppered here and there as well, like that girl, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, where she found soft tissue in a supposed T-Rex bone, which accordingly proved it was only 50,000 years old, not millions of years old. And they're like, oh no, this can't be true because this wrecks our paradigm. So let's cascade on her and give her all kinds of grief.
And just look what happened to Peter Duesberg when he said HIV doesn't cause AIDS.
Let's stay away from that topic. Just the whole medical misinformation, it's for a different channel.
Yeah, so either way, we got all these different things that happen that show that the mainstream status quo paradigm is flawed to the gills, and it isn't evolving and getting out of the swamp and becoming a walking paradigm anytime soon.
So here's a serious question, right? So from like a flat Earth, anti-globe sort of perspective, all of this money that's like funneled into whatever, just the stuff that just that. Do you think that's like just a cover story for them to be funneling money elsewhere, or do you think it's like, that money is just being spent on propping it up, or?
Let's say all the money that the space program gets, they actually spend on space program employees and endeavors to just propagandize the system like that. That money would be money well spent, right? So, for example, the idea of NASA and the spirit of the United States, like among the populace, is so effective at brand loyalty to the U.S. Like, yeah, we got NASA, we're awesome. Like, that would be considered an advertising budget if it was a major corporation, and it'd be perfectly okay.
It's weapons. That's what you know. When it costs like, $20,000 for a toilet seat, you know they're up to no good.
Yeah.
Because the government is supposed to give 3 bids, open contracts, and then pick the lowest bidder gets it. How the fuck was 3 bids for a toilet seat and the lowest one was $20,000? They buy a hammer for like $15,000, a nail for $10. Like, they're hiding what they're doing.
Oh yeah, I mean, in my opinion, a lot of that is just funneling money into black ops stuff. CIA shit.
Yeah,
Not yet.
I know what they're not doing. They're not exploring space for the betterment of humanity. I know that's what's not happening. Now, what they are doing, well, they just had one of their facilities go up in smoke. I mean, you won't hear it on mainstream media. Just type in, was it not Boeing? One of the other companies. Fuck, I'm drawing the blank all of a sudden.
Lockheed?
No, not Lockheed. Grumman. There we go, Grumman. One of their facilities that they said this facility slapped a NASA sticker on it, builds boosters. The thing went up like a nuclear bomb. Total loss. The building is just deleted. Like there's just a crater there. You're building boosters? Get the fuck out of here. No booster is gonna just delete the area. Just straight up delete it. Whatever they were doing there, it wasn't boosters. Guarantee that.
Yeah, because you fuel your boosters off-site in a special area.
No medical talk.
Yeah, we're talking about like rocket boosters.
Rocket boosters. Explosive rocket boosters.
Boosters will delete shit. Believe me. So I don't know if you got how familiar Crit might be. I mean AI might be too. The Iran-Contra scandal. So what was revealed during that is part of the way the CIA operates is they have some operation that they're doing. They'll start legitimate businesses to do that. So these are actual businesses they'll do, but these businesses are actually, they're cover to do some other thing, right? So to smuggle arms, they started like import-export businesses, all sorts of nonsense. But they're legitimate businesses. So the people that are running them, they're CIA agents, but they're making money off the business. And they're being, how do they get off the ground, right? They contract, the government will give them some bullshit grant, right? Some amount of money so that the business stays in business. But the business is just a shell nonsense. Right, so this probably explains Crit's $20,000 toilet seat. Right, it's just
There's just in side chat. I found an article about that explosion. It's in side chat.
Yeah, it's just a bullshit business that probably wouldn't even exist if, probably just a cover.
Yeah, same thing with that U-2 plane. Like one of the conspiracy theories, people talk about, flat earthers, you're conspiracy theorists. The CIA was flying a plane over Russia. It crashes for some, I can't remember the exact reason. Maybe pilot error, whatever.
They shot it down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they shot it down. Then they get in there quick and slap a NASA sticker on it. And they're like, okay, just pay us X amount of dollars and we'll just call it, it was an error on our part. It's like, seriously, really? That's all it takes? You just go around and just slap NASA stickers on shit? And it's like,
the first two SR-70, the first two SR-71 Blackbirds were NASA. So right, so they basically did it again. Oh, here's another spy plane. No, this is a NASA plane. We're testing this for space. Oops, we flew over the Soviet Union. How do we do that? We just got lost. Took them a while to come out. Like,
no.
When did they reveal SR-71 in 1997?
Guys, you got to remember
those cover story. That's what we're talking about.
That's the joke, man. Is the first ones had cameras on the top of the plane. They weren't underneath it taking pictures of the Soviets. They were taking pictures above.
Did they actually see the stars this time?
Yeah, I mean, everybody with half a brain cell knows that there's some shady shit going on between the US and the Russians, because there's some shit that they just seem to be fine getting along over. They have no problem getting along over this. And then next minute it's like, oh no, we hate each other. It's like, yeah, bullshit. There's something else going on.
Yeah, they're both fleecing their population. They have a lot, like, it's called the alignment of interests. They, like, all governments have the same interest. All their interests are aligned for one thing, no matter what government is: control of their domestic population. They all have that in common. Our government wants to control its domestic population. USSR wanted to control theirs. Libya wants to control theirs. Everybody wants to control their domestic population. Now, if some country invents some method of control, right, that's a complete freaking hoax, like space travel. Why not? If I'm another country, like, dude, that's a freaking great idea. I'm going to do that too. And they can't rat me out for my fake space program, because I'll just rat them out.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
also
thing, like,
all you need.
that's
It's all national pride too.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Sorry.
That's part of the answer of, like, why doesn't the one space agency rat out the other space agency? Well, it's mutually assured destruction, basically. Same concept.
And it's interesting. How is it that, well, maybe not interesting, because straight up fact, the same countries, all 7, who claim to have nuclear weapons, all 7 claim to have a space exploration for the betterment of humanity. Really, all 7. So you're like, these same countries who tell you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity are also have stockpiles of weapons that will destroy all life in the visible universe?
And aren't they prime signatories of the Antarctic Treaty as well?
Oh yeah, just one hit parade after another. You know, like, isn't it amazing?
They also sit on the UN Security Council.
Oh yeah, isn't it amazing? These countries hate each other so much they got stockpiles of nuclear weapons to destroy each other, but they get along just fine in low orbit in Antarctica. No problems there. Well, duh, because those places don't exist. It's easy. It's easy to get along.
How does that not make perfect sense to you, Crit?
It's easy to get along in a place that doesn't even exist.
I got a question.
So you don't believe Antarctica exists?
Dr. Gods, I want to bring up something. When the Soyuz and Apollo docked together, that's metric and imperial. Did they have like an adapter? Who had the adapter? Was it the fucking Russians? Did they have a metric to imperial adapter? Or did we have an imperial to metric adapter? Because they connected like in space, right? The Soyuz capsule and the Apollo capsule. And they reached across the thing and shook hands, you know. You're aware of that, right, Dogs or Gods? You remember that propaganda?
No, I think NASA uses metric. So does Russia.
Not in the 70s.
I thought that was a big problem with one of the missions, was that someone had made a component in Imperial that was meant to be made in metric.
So you're saying they use 2 different docking systems on the ISS because it's 2 different metric systems?
No, so in the 1970s, the Soyuz, a Soyuz capsule and an Apollo capsule docked together. And the American, astronauts and the Russian cosmonauts opened the hatch between them, shook hands, said hi, took some photographs, blah, blah, blah. But how did they dock?
Metric,
because they use different
calculations and all their measurements.
I'm fairly certain these astronauts are trained on how to convert measurements from different places.
My question was, what was the adapter on? Was the adapter on the Soyuz or the Apollo? Who made the adapter?
I mean, it could have been either or, but I'm fairly certain if an International Space Station, as the name implies, it would likely have the docking system that would be used would likely be made to adapt to another country if they need to dock on the ISS. Fairly certain that would be something
he
they
was
would
talking about
build
in the
place.
70s, bro.
70s.
So in the 70s,
Before
you
you were
don't believe
born?
this is. So in the 70s, you don't believe this is something that they would have.
They could have done it.
for the
It was
ISS.
just a question. I didn't say it wasn't possible. It was just a question.
Yeah.
Who had the adapter?
It seems like the Russians did.
Likely either party could have had the adapter.
Yeah, bro. Listen, bro. Where you're missing the point here. There's vast philosophical and political damages to your zeitgeist of your populace if you have the female side adapter.
Row.
Okay, so NASA converted to metric in 1979, so it was after the Apollo Soyuz. That was easy to find out.
And just for general information, the astronauts do not manufacture shit. They're not in control of manufacturing anything. You think they just had like an adapter plate that the astronauts put on? They don't have any
Actually, this is
control
like
over what was manufactured. It's done
So
by
I want to answer. I want to answer Platter asked you a question. So Platter, the thing is, vacuum in an ultra high vacuum, when you undo any opening, you have to change the seal. So ultra high vacuum, typically they have a metal seal that when you close it, it compresses the metal so it fits perfectly. You can't use rubber or any elastomer or anything like that because they'll outgas and fall apart. So the question is, they'd only be able to really open the door once because they would have to change like a 3-foot diameter freaking seal every time they open the door.
What were the pressure differences?
Out in low Earth orbit, 10 to the -9, right?
Yeah, and for the capsules, what was the pressure in the capsules?
What do you mean? The door that goes out to outer space, dogs are gods, dude. The door that goes out to outer space. So on one side is a vacuum, on the other side is, I think it's a little less than. What do they operate at? 10% pressure?
Yeah,
something like that.
10 psi or something.
Yeah, so you're telling me that like my soda stream, do you guys have that in the US? My soda stream needs to be replaced every time.
Dogs,
why are you comparing soda to an ultra high vacuum?
Yeah, he's not paying attention.
Because it's only about the difference in pressure. It's a differential. It's not.
Do one.
Guys, you can go on YouTube. Hold on, Kurt. You can go on YouTube and look up. There's people that sell seals for ultra high vacuum, and you can just listen to them. You don't have to listen to me. Listen to what they say.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, but what are the pressure differences? That's atmospheric pressure, and then that's the pressure of an ultra high vacuum. But they're below atmospheric.
We can't even make the vacuum on Earth that they're operating. Okay, we can't even make the vacuum on Earth that they're operating in.
But it's a fraction of a percentage difference between space and the best vacuum we have on Earth.
Look, we're talking about 10 to the -6 on Earth. We're talking 10 to the -9 in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, that's like
another fucking 3 orders of magnitude.
0.001 to 0.0000001. That's not that much difference. It's still a fraction of a percent.
Oh God.
Oh, 10 pounds per square inch.
It's mathematics.
10 pounds per square inch isn't anything.
It's not how it works. It's a specious argument.
Just mathematics, bud.
No, you're trying to do a fucking gay unit argument, right? So it's only 1.00000 psi of pressure. That don't mean anything. Well, it don't mean anything. You can't tell the difference between 15 psi and 15.0001 psi. But when you're operating in the extremities, it matters.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter, why?
No, it doesn't. It's like it's literally 0.00009.
It doesn't, but everybody that makes vacuums says it does. Everybody that makes vacuum chambers says it does
vacuums
matter.
between higher pressure of Earth and lower pressure of their vacuum system.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter at all, why do they need a barrier to keep them separate?
Dogs are gods. They like ultra high vacuum chambers are double vacuum chambers. You can't get the pressure low enough in a single vacuum chamber. So you have a vacuum chamber inside of a vacuum chamber. So you don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter.
Why not just fill it with air?
The difference between my car tire
is even less, and they still need the seal.
Higher than the difference between space and the
Yeah, we got you, brother. We got you. So what you basically, what you basically said is they're nothing alike. That's like high pressure next to low pressure in one instance, and the other instance is high pressure next to low pressure.
I have no idea what you're talking about. One's extremely high compared to the other. There's a difference because it's 10% of the Earth's air pressure on the capsules.
You know,
dude.
I just told you that when they make ultra high vacuum chambers, they're double vacuum chambers, and they're way less. The secondary vacuum chamber is way less than 10% of U.S. or atmospheric pressure. It's way less. It probably goes down to I would say 0 torr or maybe 1 torr. So that differential is less than the differential you're talking about. You know, this is all, you can just Google it or go on YouTube or look up vacuum chamber manufacturers or people that make seals. It's not my opinion. For some reason, when NASA does something that's impossible, when NASA does something beyond all human experience, it works, right? It's just really good engineering, right?
What's the pressure in your car tire, Theo?
Who cares, dude? 30 psi.
Okay, what's the standard air pressure?
15 psi.
14-ish? Yeah, great.
15.
So there's a difference of 15 there, right? If the Soyuz capsule was at 15 psi and then space is at essentially 0 but slightly higher, then it'd still be a difference of 15 psi. Now, do you need to change a valve every time you pump something up to
you're
30
using
psi?
the wrong
Yes or no?
units. Okay, PSI
Do you have to use a
units
valve
are for
every
a
time?
specific thing. This is a gay
Do you have
unit
to use a valve?
argument.
Do you have to change
You're
the valve
using
every
the
time
wrong
you pump
units,
up your
dogs
tire?
or gods. You're using the wrong units.
What unit do you use? What unit are you using? Okay, what's the difference in torque between earth pressure and standard tire pressure?
Torr is the number of particles per cubic meter.
Right.
If I remember right.
So, how does that change anything? Is it just because it's outgassing? Like, do you even know what outgassing is?
Yes, I know exactly what outcasting is. I'm reading something. Hold on.
Great. Do you know that you can manufacture components so they outgas at the bare minimum?
Yeah. They make. Listen, I know all about it, dogs or gods. So when they have to use when they use a particular object for a vacuum chamber, they'll pre-bake it, right? So that it outgasses, right? They try to bake the gas out of it by heating it up.
Well, it's not even heating it up. If they run it in a vacuum, they outgas it. And then if it keeps its specs after they've run it in a vacuum, then that means it's fine once it's out in another vacuum. So, no, they don't have to. Like, there isn't outgassing enough to destroy the component.
But you can't just outgas it. You can't just stick it in a vacuum and pre-outgas it, because if you do that, what happens is the metal degrades because the gas molecules will actually penetrate through the metal and cause little microscopic fucking holes. There's a name for
and
it.
then once
it's called sputtering or...
If it's made properly and then it's pre-outgassed.
Made properly. Magic word. If it's made properly.
It won't outgas again.
If it's made properly on unobtainium.
Yeah, bro. What you do is you get micro machines. You get micro machines. Hold on, bro. I got to give you the technical way they do it.
Yeah, I know you're about to make a joke to ease attention.
Yeah, I'm going to make a joke to show how dumb you are.
You don't have an argument, guys. He doesn't need to deflect from anything. You don't have an argument. You're just using weasel words.
My argument is that the components are made so they won't outgas, and that the
that's a cool story.
is about the same as a tire.
My unsubstantiated claims are bullshit. That's my argument.
Right. So they take these little tiny machines, they drill little holes, which are scientifically engineered to reduce the stress. Those holes let the gas out. The little machines carry the little gas particles out to the top, so they don't accidentally just, go through the machine, do the part, and ruin it. Right? That's what happens, dogs or gods. That's how they do it. And then you end up with a perfect part. Get real.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's probably never manufactured anything in his life.
I like the fact that you just intentionally strawmanned what I said. Will you agree to that?
Dude, you basically said they do it perfectly because they do it perfectly, dude. You said nothing. My explanation was just as valid as yours.
No, that's not what I said. I said they manufacture it and they test it in a vacuum so that if there is outgassing, they can tell if it's been outgassed and if it's going to do it again. And then they know whether the component is safe for space travel.
How do you know that?
Because
Are you making
I've watched
this up?
documentaries. No, I've watched documentaries about the Apollo missions. And
you
the
watch
current problem with the whatever the is it Blue Origin or something? Whatever that capsule that was attached to the space station and the astronauts had to stay up there for.
Since you watch documentaries, you should know the answer to this question. What was the seal used on the Apollo door for the LEM?
For that special one.
Yeah, did they have a seal or did they just shut it?
It had a seal, yeah. I don't know what the seal was made from specifically.
Plastic, rubber.
Imagine he's
metal.
so dumb. He thinks Starliner and Blue Origin are the same thing. Like that, that show where you was like The Office, where they're asking the girl, "What's the difference between these two pictures? One of them's Starliner, one of them's Blue Origin." And Dogs is like, "They're the same thing."
Yeah, I said I didn't know which one it was, and I didn't know what they were. Did you hear that, Greg? Did you not hear me?
Yeah, we got it, bro. We got it.
Yeah, exactly. That's
mute
fair,
so I
right?
can
They're
see
the
the
same
point
thing.
before it
Yeah,
passes.
they're the same thing.
Yep. All right, before this point passes, I just want to mention for the audience, India was talking about actual production and applications that are done over the entire Earth, right? Valves and seals experts. And he said, when NASA does it, it just works. Dogs then replied, I watched a documentary about NASA telling me it just works. Wow, it's almost like Indio predicted that. Funny. When it works, everybody else, dude, has a different story, dude. Everybody else who actually builds stuff in the world that we actually use, and it's not NASA specific, has a completely different story about how these things operate. It's funny.
Yeah, made of unobtainium.
Hey, actually, interestingly, Indio, can you get a citation for the vacuum components needing to be replaced?
Oh yeah, it's already ready.
The stuff we've got in the hopper for years. You're like, what the fuck, dude?
Chris, why are you talking? You just lied about me and you're a pathetic liar.
Yeah, you said you didn't know the difference between the two.
Yeah, great. I did say that. Good job. Yeah. And then you made it sound like I...
Yeah, I made
I said so I confused the two, but I didn't. I said I specifically didn't know which one it was.
Yeah, and I mocked you for not knowing that. And you were mocked. You were mocked.
Why should I know that?
You were mocked for your ignorance.
Why should I be mocked for not? Why should I be mocked for not knowing that? How does that make me not smart?
Because it's dumb as shit that you spend all day freaking out over flat Earth when just the day, you could have spent thinking about these other topics.
I don't. I've never mentioned anything about that space mission before, ever. So I don't spend my time freaking out to flat earthers about it. You spend your time trying as hard as you can to make people look dumb because you don't have a single argument for flat earth.
I just got to stand back and watch. And you just say the dumbest shit.
You don't have a single argument for your weird belief, do you?
So then how did you say I don't have any arguments and my arguments are schizophrenic at the same time? You're broken.
I never said anything about them being schizophrenic. So,
dude,
how about you give me a single argument, just one argument why I'm wrong in my position and you're right? Go ahead.
You're broken, dude. You're really.
Come on,
really
buddy.
broken.
Tell me one argument. You can't do it, can you? You don't have a single one.
I'm not going to bother.
Not a single. I can give you an argument. I have a video of the sun shining under clouds, and that can't happen on a flat Earth. There's an argument.
So what? You have got a video of something, and
that's evidence that the Earth is a globe. I have an argument.
You looked at a cloud. You looked at a cloud, therefore the sky. You're schizophrenic. That's schizophrenic right there.
That's not what I said, is it? No. So schizophrenia.
Yeah,
the schizophrenia is when I say something to you and you repeat completely incoherent.
I looked at
schizophrenia is when I say something to you and you repeat something completely different back to me.
That's what you would hear in the mental hospital. I looked at cloud, ground curved. Like, oh, that's just dogs again. Light.
Is that what I said, Crit? Is that what my argument was, Crit?
Yeah, you do. Like, this is what.
Crit? What was my argument?
The slobber nurse. Oh, look him over there. Yeah, he's saying ground curved again. What did he say this time?
Hey, Crit.
Light,
Crit, why don't you
ground curve.
Tell me what my argument was instead of having a schizophrenic break?
Yeah, you. That's a schizophrenic break. Look at cloud, light, shine, ground curve.
Tell me what my argument was.
That's your argument. Your argument is schizophrenic babbling. Cloud light, ground curve.
I'm the one. I can give you my argument if you want. I have a video where the clouds are illuminated underneath.
Your argument
shining on the underneath of a cloud. How
light
is
shine under cloud, ground curved?
That's schizophrenic. How is that? Schizophrenic?
Light shine, ground curved.
Yes, that's true. That is an actual argument.
Schizophrenic.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
an
stupid
argument.
argument. Just a stupid one.
It proves the Earth is a globe, and you have no
No, it
argument.
doesn't.
Schizophrenic
No,
word
it
soup.
doesn't. Not even remotely.
How is it schizophrenic? Schizophrenic would
Okay, it's just reflected light. Dogs are gods.
be a
That's all.
delusional brain.
It's just reflected light. Dogs are gods. It's reflected light.
No, it is.
No, it isn't. Nuh-uh.
No, it has to be off an incredibly reflective surface for that to happen.
No, well, guess what? At small angles of incidence, no matter
Because
how rough
it happens
the surface
over
is,
the ground.
Shut the fuck
It
up.
happens
Did
over
my-
the ground.
Now you're muted. Yeah, we know that. I know that. At small angles of incidence, all surfaces, no matter how rough they are, have specular reflections. Because the light is coming in at a shallow
But not
angle.
enough to illuminate
right?
the underside of the cloud,
yes,
like
dude.
sunlight.
Yes.
Why
Yes. I'll
is
post the
the top of the
fucking
cloud not
peer-reviewed
illuminated?
paper.
How is the reflection brighter than the top?
What do you
Indio,
mean?
listen. How is the top of the cloud less illuminated?
Are you seeing the top and the bottom of the cloud at the same
You
time?
cut out, dude.
I think he just said he sees the top and the bottom of the cloud at the same time.
Yeah. Incoherent
He was
babble.
trying for that.
I think he swallowed his mic.
Okay, so for everybody else, if you have a bumpy surface like this, if the light source is very low, the light can't go into the cracks, right? So it's coming in at an angle, and it's like it's only hitting the tops of the bumps. From that angle, it's like they're all together.
Indio has the top of the cloud.
Look, even your favorite NASA says that even forests are reflective, dude. Okay, so you can go on the internet, right, and look up high altitude
isn't the top
photos
of
from
the cloud
airplanes
illuminated, Indio?
of hot spots of the sun.
Why
reflecting
isn't
off
the
sur-
top of the
Why are you, dude?
cloud
I'm
illuminated?
mad at you. You shut the fuck up. Okay, you're gonna interrupt. So now I'm gonna say my piece. Okay, so you can look up photographs from airplanes, high altitude balloons that show a solar hotspot reflecting off the ground, and it's not water. How does that happen? Why is a person in an airplane seeing a circle of the sun reflected off the fucking ground, not off the water? I wonder why that's happening. But the ground can't reflect the sun, even though people are seeing the reflection of the sun. So no, it don't prove Earth's a globe. Back to the drawing board. Oops.
It proves he's schizophrenic.
He already admitted that he might be, so.
Yeah, I know. That's
We
what I'm
might still
saying.
got the recording of that.
Yeah, he doesn't know for sure. Well, now you know for sure.
So CG, you're obviously a baller. On video games. Yeah, and all, dude, that sun's not even low in that. So if the sun was lower, that angle, it would be even more reflective.
Did he fuck off or what happened?
Fucking muted him.
Okay.
And he fucked off.
He does that. As soon as he gets muted, he runs away. I won.
Dude, he doesn't fucking shut up, dude. Dude, like, you can't even, like, clip anything he does other than him, like, saying something crazy because he's always talking over somebody.
Yeah, he's not even paying attention. Like, even if you get him into some kind of conversation, he's just playing a video game. He's barely even coherent. He doesn't respond.
Well, he asks you a question and then he gives you the answer. Like,
Yeah,
so he
well-
asks you a question, you go to give him the answer, and he answers it for you.
Yeah, I'm friends with him, so I see that he's playing a video game. It says what activity is he doing, and it shows what game he's playing.
This is CG Clown. Layout 2. Again, do you believe you're on an 8,000 mile radius sphere? I'm thinking you meant diameter there. To believe otherwise without any proof is interesting, to say the least. The fuck?
Did you really say that Chinese photo has a freaking curve, dude? Fucking drug addict. Fucking drug.
This CG guy is something else, man. He was trying to tell me there's no possibility for life on other planets. None whatsoever.
They just said they detected a living fart. It was one of those news articles I've been meaning to post. NASA says concept of gaseous life form possibly found on some planet.
Well, they made a Chris Farley movie on that planet.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck? So there's a gas life form. I'm like, yeah. Huh.
Bro, they win at trolling. They have trolled the public very successfully with copious amounts of bullshit for decades.
What is a gaseous life form fart?
Normally when I get this news story, I want to check it out, read it, get a good concept of it so I can attach a GIF that can be a callback in a way. But I was like, I don't even want to read that. I'm a shit.
Bro, that thing
If
must
people
have
haven't
a hard time
picked
making
up,
solid.
if people haven't picked up on it when they tell them your anus smells like farts, isn't that about time to just go ahead and say, "All right, you got me"?
Yeah, that's the best part. They know they're got. They just don't give a fuck. They're laughing about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, they had aqueducts on Mars for about 30 years and a face and everything, and then you get a real good picture of it. And where did those aqueducts go, man?
Who are you guys talking to today?
Trying to
Dogs
get
or
this
Gods
ass
was in
bound
here.
CG on the voice
He was-
chat.
You got CG, in
mic
here.
up. Mic up, mic up.
He is mic'd up. What's up, Alpha?
What's up, homie?
Yeah, dude, I heard you in earlier, man. I thought you were driving to work, man.
Nah, I was waiting outside of the store, but I was in the parking lot. Kinda.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You're on for so long. Like, man, that dude doesn't take that long to drive to work. I'm like, you've been on for like 3 hours driving to work.
Yeah, no.
Like,
No, I was off. I'm off actually.
It's
I was
good.
did you hear the conversation I was having with what's his name? The guy?
It's a part of it. I didn't get to hear the whole thing because I was like in transit myself, so it was kind of hard to hear while I was there.
Oh, he's trying to talk
Something
about
pony.
boarding pony or
Something pony, right?
spotting pony or something.
Yeah.
Oh, a pony?
Yeah.
What? That's a new glow proof is ponies?
Well, his name was that.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to figure out what his name was. But he was trying to say that, the individual or the substance that all of all of the matter that's made up of is considered a Higgs boson particle at the fundamental level.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Oh. And
He's reading comic books.
He defined mass as a resistance to acceleration, and then he went in to say that mass is just a sum of what
I heard
each
that
individual part. Yeah. So
yeah, I heard that part, dude.
He's trying to make it sound like the thing that mass does, which is resistance to acceleration, is a substance, and it's not a substance. So he's trying to say the Higgs boson is mass. It's just a collection of Higgs boson particles.
I heard his tortured definition, dude. A tortured definition. Like, it had like so many ands, ors in it. Like, I'm like, Jesus Christ. What kind of definition is that? You just like covered everything. Why don't you circle the dictionary and like every definition in there?
I was wondering, dude, the shouting pony, that's it. Yeah, I'm surprised that I was like, dude, fucking Indio's gonna come through here, like, kicking doors down. Like, what the fuck, dude?
There reminds me of this meme where it's like the little girl is on the Santa Claus's lap and says, "What do you want for Christmas?" And she's like, or little Susie, "Well, Santa Claus, I want a unicorn." And the Santa Claus like, "Well, how about something real? A photograph from space. Okay, what color unicorn do you want?"
So,
Have you heard of the one with Married with Children? Remember, what's his name? The guy that plays the father?
Al Bundy.
Al Bundy, yeah, when he had the kid sat on his shoulder, real heavy set kid. And he's like, "I want a pony." He's like, "What for, kid? So you can put it between two slices of bread?" Like, it was fucking funny, dude. But it was.
Oh
it
yeah,
just reminded me.
He had to get a temporary job because Peggy did something with the money. Like she blew like on the horse track or something like that. Like
that was a good show, man. Like,
dude, that show is funny as hell, dude.
Yeah, like his whole life was like he was a tight end. And he caught some ball and scored a touchdown, and they won like state champion. And after that, he's like, "That was the high point of my life. After that, is downhill. I'm going down."
Yeah,
Dude,
the guy.
Peg was such a skank, man. Like her dress, like the freaking leopard skin, freaking tights, and fucking high heels, and dude, unbelievable. The show was funny.
Yeah, there's one episode where she tried to get a job because like they needed some money for something, and I can't remember what it was for. It was like like the dog was sick or something, and like they went to hire her to like be like a typist or like a keyboardist or something because like she had known Danielian or shorthand, you know, like what they learned in high school. But then she couldn't work because her nails were too long, so she couldn't manipulate the keys. And they're like, take your nails off or you're fucking fired. And then there's like, all of a sudden, so Al's like, oh, so when you can put your nails back on? She's like, I ain't take my nails off. You fucking nuts.
It was a good show, man. Yeah, the guy that was in here earlier, yeah, he was talking shit, dude. Shouting pony, that's his name.
Oh, I thought he was being civil because I only heard him. What I heard was he gave that definition of like what did he say? He said
the Higgs boson,
something that is in motion or changes velocity, something that changes motion or changes velocity can only do so by a force or something silly like that. Like it was like, oh yeah, a force. What's that? Right. So that's what I would have asked him. I was like, okay, what's a force? And that's the force he's going to have to define is the same definition he just defined, which is fucking, it would be, so a force is something that changes the motion of an object, right? Either accelerates or decelerates it. Force is an abstraction. A force don't exist. It's just, there's no forces out there in the world, dude. You can't get a jar of force. It's just an abstraction. It's an abstract idea, like space-time. It's no different.
Yeah, the term mass, the way it's used, you know. So there's a lot to the conversation when people bring it up and they're trying to identify something of substance and saying that mass is of something of substance, right? The amount of substance. And you can't qualify it in that way. Because he read out because he sourced it, right? And he found where he read, where it was talking about what mass is. And then he was trying to say that it's the amount of something, but the definition read differently.
Can't be.
So
it can't be in general relativity because you have the mass energy equivalence, right? So technically, if you have enough energy in a location, it would have a gravitational field, and it would have inertia, it would have a momentum, it would have all that shit, right? So this is why, like the amount of matter does not mean mass, because if they take an atom, there's more mass than there are particles that don't add up, right? So what they say is the energy has mass, right? Not just the particles. There's a binding energy to the nucleus, and this is where the missing mass is.
That he was trying to make it sound like getting to the Higgs boson was going to give us the amount of the substance. If you collect a bunch of God particles together, then you're going to equal the sum of...
God.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it was... Because he's trying to figure out... Because he was trying to say how gravitational affects gas pressure.
He tried to baffle you with bullshit, bro.
But yeah, I just wanted...
That's all you're trying to do.
The more he would add to the conversation, the worse it got. Like, it was just getting even more convoluted. So there was no way we're going to pull out, some understanding from it. He's like, well, just because it's getting complicated doesn't mean that we can't have the discussion. I'm like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, we're just going to keep going to where it's going to get really sticky. You're not going to understand like what you're saying. And he was saying that he was like, I think Says Who was talking about gas pressure, right? And he said air pressure. It was like, well, the particles of air or something like within the gas, or he said something where he was trying to define like how air particles are in the gas. It's like, wait a minute, isn't air a gas? So it's the same thing. So it can't be in it. It is it. It was stupid, dude.
Homeboy said that gas was lighter than air. That's what he said.
Lighter than air. There you
go. Gas is lighter than air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My lord.
It is.
Lord.
Fucking gas is air, dude. Like he was all twisted, and then after we told him that, he's like, "Oh yeah, I mean," he was trying to say. I laughed, dude, because it was funny. He was trying to say face. After that comment, dude, how can you like come back from that, dude? You totally don't even know what you're talking about. It's bad, dude.
Well, all I know is when I was growing up, when they first started talking about the Higgs boson, they were saying that they'd never be able to prove its existence because there's supposed to be 6 energy levels where it would be detected, and that there's no way that they'd be able to make like the last 4 because it would take, in their paradigm, as much energy as the sun fucking produces or something. So they would never be able to detect it. Like the LHC. So when I was going, they were making something called the superconducting super collider in Texas. And the idea behind that was like, hey, they're finally going to make something they'll be able to rule out the Higgs boson. It will be able to accelerate a particle to a high enough energy level to detect it, to make a collision with enough energy so that you can detect it. Then they scrapped that. Congress defunded it. And then because the Large Hadron Collider, they like quote unquote upgraded it to something where they could, now do it, which I think is a bunch of hooey. I think really that was basically economic warfare, right? I don't know if you ever seen any papers published by CERN. There's usually like 200 fucking authors on it. It is a giant fucking grift of epic proportion. I never seen anything fucking like that shit. It's like super grift. But, if you have like, oh, now there's 2 particle accelerators, where are all the scientists going to go? They're going to go to the supposedly better one, right? And the LHC would be defunded, and Europe would lose all the frickin', scientists and, all the crap that goes along with it, right? The funding and the money and all that stuff would all go to America. So I think they just said, oh, yeah, we upgraded it. Now it can do the same thing that superconducting super collider will do. And just powerful enough to detect the Higgs boson, right? Because that was the thing that they were trying to do. They were trying to reach that energy level. The superconducting super collider would have did it, and the LHC couldn't do it. But then they said, we're upgrading the LHC. Now we'll be able to do it. And then after they said that, Congress defunded the superconducting super collider because then it was no longer needed. You understand? Like they made it like obsolete before it was even built.
So it was superseded prior to its destruction?
Yeah, exactly. Just by like upgrading the other one. Because they started building it before they were building it in Texas. They actually dug the hole. So it's like a 21-mile long fucking ring that they dug. And they dug everything out. I think they got like not quite 50% of it done, but almost 50%, maybe 40%. And then it just got freaking nuked. Anyway, the point is that what they said that this is the lowest energy level for the Higgs that they'll be able to detect. But there's supposed to be 5 other higher energy levels where they would also be able to detect the Higgs boson. But they'll never be able to actually reach it and confirm it. It's supposed to be like 6 Higgs. But all that shit is memory hold, dude. This is the shit that they were saying when I was like 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. Because I was a fucking super nerd, dude. And I was into that shit. So the shit all got memory hold. It's just gone. Now it's like we detected the Higgs. Well, what about the other 5 that you said fucking 30 years ago that you had to detect? To have a confirmation.
This was his argument because he was trying to figure out how to use mass within the context of like, the substance of something. Because he looked up the source and he found out there was resistance to acceleration as far as like his description, and that he was trying to qualify mass with saying that it's the substance of a collection of Higgs boson particles. I'm like, dude, what the fuck, dude? And so
resistance to acceleration, that's inertia.
Yeah. Well, he was trying to qualify mass as that. So
No, that's horse. Yeah, he would, because that's not what it is. What does the Higgs boson have to... Was he looking for the cause of that thing they can't define?
Yeah, he was looking for a fine, like the finest particles of matter. So he was trying to say that it's the substance of what all makes up like gas particle, because it came off of, this was coming off the back of Gas Pressure Without a Container. So he was trying to figure out how he's going to get gravity to have an effect on the substance of something, because that's what he was trying to figure out, a substance. Because he was saying mass. I was like, mass? What's mass? So we got into that discussion, and he's trying to look for definitions online. And then I was like, you're not describing the substance of something. You're not giving me that. So he's like, if we're going to say that mass is a collection of something, I would say that it's... Yeah, I know. He said I would say that it's the Higgs boson particle. So he got into
Higgs
that.
Boson is the Higgs boson, or Higgs field, that denotes mass in their fairy tale worldview. They're trying to find something that causes that which they can't define. It's fucking moronic.
That was a interesting discussion. From when he was spiraling down the drain. He was doing it.
Well, just ask them to show Gas Pressure Without a Container. Fuck it.
That's what says who did.
What did you say? What did you say? He said, Alpha, that the air is not gas or something.
Yeah, air is lighter than gas.
So he snatched his own wig off.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, wig snatchers.
Air is lighter
I laughed
than
so hard
gas.
when he
What
said
the
that. It was,
fuck, bro.
It was crazy, man. He's like, air is lighter than gas. Like, what the fuck? But they get so into their own head that they start saying dumb shit, which is, I think, the best part for me.
No, they're not in their own head. They're convoluted by parroting Wiki and Discovery Channel. They have no idea what they speak of. Not a single one of them. None of them. Zero.
Especially when they start parroting Higgs nonsense, dude.
Higgs.
That's the baffle them with bullshit gambit. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because he went through all of them. He went through the amount of matter, then he went to resistance to acceleration, and then he ended up on the Higgs field. And it was just, he was just trying to find whatever escape hatch he could with all BS.
Did he try gravitrons? Did he try that one?
No.
No, he didn't make it to gravitrons.
They don't exist anyway.
He stopped at Higgs boson, saying that it's what's been discovered.
No, it's what the Higgs field is, what they claim causes mass. That's why I said he was trying to state the Higgs boson, isn't it? It's a Higgs field, right? Whatever the fuck that is, causes that which they can't define. That's what he was doing. It's moronic. It's non sequitur at a second grade retard level.
That's the endless squirming that gets the audience to kind of pay attention to like how he doesn't have an answer.
Audience,
dude. Someone on WikiSmart. So I looked up the wiki entry for Higgs mechanism, and it says in the standard model of particle physics, the Higgs mechanism is essential to explain the generation mechanism for the property mass. But they even put mass. They put mass in quotations, bro.
Yeah, because it's undefined.
Fucking put it in quotations. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, at least it's accurate. It's finally something accurate. When they put it in quotations, that's right. It's just like a placeholder word that doesn't mean anything.
Is it cited, or did Bullwinkle's sister post it?
Oh, that one? Well, I mean, that section's kind of cited.
No, it either is, or it ain't.
Dude, that's a fucking serious run-on sentence.
But can you screenshot it, or are you on your phone?
Yeah, I can I'll post a link. Usually it'll summarize it at the beginning.
All right, let me take a look.
Citation is number 2. Higgs phenomenon without symmetry breaking order parameter. That's
It's not cited. It's not cited. I see the quotations for mass.
Yeah, but it's accurate.
Yeah.
To a fine nuance that was accurate.
Yeah, there's no citation here. Bullwinkle's sister posted it.
I wonder if someone edited it and just saw that and just added the quotation marks. That's all they did.
What's it say for mass? Mass is an intrinsic property of a body. It was traditionally believed to be related to the quantity of matter. Traditionally, yeah, that fucking got waxed. Until the discovery of the atom. No, not until the discovery of the atom. And particle physics. It was found that different atoms and different elementary particles theoretically, what the fuck? With the same amount of matter have... Oh, I didn't click it totally. Hold on. This is a convoluted gaggle screw right here.
Dude, that's some piss poor English right there, dude. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of a body's inertia. What the hell does that even mean?
That it's utterly meaningless. Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions. That gives the game away right there.
Which are conceptually distinct, but physically equivalent.
He's not lying. That's what it fucking says.
Oh, shit.
Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions which are conceptually distinct, but physically equivalent. That's fuck. Do you have premonitions of flashbacks?
It's not a force. We can think of it as a force. That's pretty much what they're saying.
It has the resistance to acceleration. No, that's inertia. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational interaction. It doesn't have. There is no gravitational attraction in general theory relativity. This is a gaggle.
Dude, that's yeah, man. Dude, here's the funny. Mass is not the same as weight, even though mass is often determined by measuring the object's weight using a spring scale. Didn't they just say mass is experimentally defined as a unit of measure? Basically, what to say theoretically?
Well, theoretically,
but you don't measure the mass; you measure the weight. Like what? Dude, what a poorly and ill-defined concept. It's almost embarrassing for humanity.
And then they combine them. Inertial mass measures an object's resistance to being accelerated by a force represented by F equal ma, but F equal ma is false. This is fucking nonsensical gibberish, contradicting horse shit. Get this off my fucking computer.
Sounds just like Witsit.
Witsit can't. Witsit doesn't know anything about what I just said. Where's he been, by the way? Is he all right?
I think he's having some sort of personal issue.
Yeah, people are speculating like crazy. It's some kind of legal trouble or something like that. Like some personal.
Well, we could drop it.
It's with his girl, dude. That's what it is.
What?
He posted like a GoFundMe.
His issue is with his girl. Whatever his issue is, I'm pretty sure it's with his girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
Kai, yes,
He's
Kai.
married.
Well, whatever. Are they legally married? I thought they're like. I mean, I don't know.
They got hitched.
No, I thought they were married.
Is it a secular marriage or a...
No,
I don't fucking know, dude. It was Kai from 24/7.
Yeah, I know who it is. Look, I know who it is. Oh, listen, I don't know. A second. Fuck, I can't deafen in here. Okay, so someone posted. It was actually Rusted Soul. Remember her?
Yes.
Okay, that dumb bitch posted a video that they took. I'm assuming it was Kai that took the video of them arguing in their house. There was no like violence or anything like that.
Oh no!
But and then posted it in a fucking Discord and blah blah blah. And the next thing I know, Witch has got a GoFundMe asking for, has a personal problem that he don't want to talk about. He's asked for $10,000. So I assume they're related because they happened just about the same time.
Yeah, I don't play in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't know why. It's fucking slimy, dude.
It's meant to be a weapon.
Just forget I asked that question. It was a spontaneous.
Yeah, it's meant to be.
He did do a stream though recently, not on Flat Earth. He did it on, I don't know what it was about. Something else. It had nothing to do with Flat Earth.
Two-winged amoebas in Zimbabwe?
Surfing the ether waves, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The globalist tactic to always try to character assassination. It's the flat earther is the problem.
Are you trying to change the government? That's pretty.
Yeah, yeah.
I appreciate that
they use.
I appreciate that. Change it to another thing. What about pink elephants with purple polka dots?
What about the fucking ice wall, dude? Let's talk about that.
No, we already dealt with you with that. You did the same. Lad, shut the fuck up.
You had an interaction with him too?
Yeah,
I've done some more research.
4 hours ago.
Where did the ice wall? Where does that?
That's how many of us are going to have to slag you so that you can realize that you don't have an argument?
Let's just freaking dig through this shit. Where does the ice wall come from? What's its origin
always
story?
Been there. What do you mean? Where's it?
No, what's its story? Like, who discovered it?
Well, multiple people have discovered it.
Well, who was the first one?
What, at the same time?
No. There was like one bloke who talked about it called Admiral Byrd, but I actually don't believe him.
Nah, it was long before Admiral Byrd.
Yeah.
You don't even know. What on old maps they used to say Great Ice Barrier? Who made those maps?
Some legend.
Was it like flat earthers made those maps?
He doesn't know his
I
ass.
don't know, dude. I don't know what the word flag is.
You don't know. You don't know anything you're talking about. You just fucking.
Just stop trying to suppress my speech, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, how about?
We have to, man.
I'll more than suppress your speech, bro.
Yeah, well
You're like the government trying to shut me down.
He's the one
that
called,
the government will give you a trial.
He called Tibbo a fucking federal agent.
At some point, you have to, ignore the village idiot, man. We can't listen to him all day.
It's just a dumb fucking LARP, bro. That's all it is.
How about you look in the side? How about
This is a dumb LARP, man. You're not clever. You're not the first person who's done this crap.
You're a bad fat actor, dude. Look in the side chat.
It's season 10.
This is a dumb LARP. You're just LARPing.
I'm not being serious.
Dude, this is the lowest hanging tier for any conversation possible on this forum, bro. Seriously. You got to be embarrassed of yourself bringing this kind of content to intellectual individuals, man. You really do have to be like...
Intellectual? You're intellectual. You could have fooled me. Fucking hell.
That's that all you got?
Yeah,
you could have fooled me.
I'm going to LARP as a flat earther.
As a federal agent.
I'm going to LARP as a flat earther, and I'm going to talk about how I'm going to call everybody an agent and act like a paranoid conspiracy and talk about crazy shit like fucking ice walls and fucking domes and Pac-Man fucking Earth. And I'll make everybody think I'm a flat earther and I'll just act so absurd. Like no one's ever, like you think you're the first person who's done this shit? Seriously?
He came in last night.
No, you're an idiot, dude.
Dude, he came in last night. He wasn't even LARPing. He was just asking questions. He's like, I got people over here in my forum, 150,000 people listening to you right now. I was like, really? So we started having a conversation. I slagged him, and he didn't have nothing to say. He actually, I didn't even mute him. He just shut up because he had nothing.
You got confused with somebody else, Kyle. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
150,000 people where, dude?
I have no idea. What was the platform?
AV, are you confusing me with like another Australian dude?
Personality of a wet mob. Why would 150,000 people pay any attention to you?
I never fucking said that. That's why it's confusing me with somebody. You fuckwit.
We record this, doofus.
Yeah, well,
This is
bring it
recorded,
up.
lads.
Bring it up, then. You got the wrong person, bro. You're tripping out. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It
Stop
was
smoking
you.
weed, you
Who's
schizo.
talking is also recorded, not just the sound.
Yeah, it is. We know it's
Dude,
you.
you're a schizo. You're literally confusing like two different people. What the fuck?
I think he's a federal
Lay off the
agent.
drugs, cunt. What the
There's
fuck?
somebody running around with your name, sounding like you, talking like you, saying stupid shit. You got a doppelganger?
Well, actually, he's saying stupid shit now, so I mean, it just matches up. Like it's not like he wasn't saying stupid shit.
I got an actual question though. I got a question though, because I come in here a fair few times and I don't say.
Let's see how dumb this question is. Go ahead, ask me a dumb question.
I'm going to ask you, but you're interrupting me. So do you want to hear it or not?
He's going to ask India if he's a federal agent.
Yeah, well, that's why he's interrupting. He's a Fed. He's trying to suppress your free speech.
Ask your dumb question, let's.
So I come in here quite regularly and just sit in here and listen and listen and listen, and nothing gets fucking said. Every single one of you cunts just sit here all day long and don't speak to
Really?
each other. Why
Well,
do you do
prove
that?
that.
Fucking weird.
Prove it. Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
You do it. I don't have to prove what you do. You literally
Prove it.
sit. Before I was talking, you weren't saying nothing.
Prove it.
You're fucking retarded. Get a life, cunt.
Prove
Get
it.
a
I'm
life.
retarded. You're Helen Keller.
Look, go into the.
Cuz. What the fuck?
Yeah, go on YouTube, type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, look at the recording.
I'm not interested.
You can see. Yeah, are you interested in being muted?
I'm not interested in.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
What a
so you
clown.
can just go check the 12-hour live stream that's going day after day after day after day and see if nobody's talking. Every time I click on it, somebody's talking.
Yeah, it's a duty to slag individuals such as yourself, Lats. Somebody's got to do it, and that job is left up to those who can, and that's what we're here for. To
That's our
slag.
mandate.
Oh yeah. I wake up thinking, when is the next guy like you gonna come in here so I can slag the shit out of him? Yeah. It's a joy.
What is your job?
Oh, oh.
That's an old one.
Well, you know, two ways about it, man. See, you are a canvas, right? A numpty canvas. Just think of yourself as a numpty canvas, a big old canvas, right? And we're like Picasso, Rembrandt, you know, all the greatest artists in the world. And we're just using you like a canvas. And we're just painting away. You know, a masterpiece sometimes. So thank you. And plus you're padding our numbers for the number one channel. So just want to add that.
We're number one.
Don't you forget it, lads.
I'm sure he came in saying the exact same thing yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, it's so dumb. He's like, no one in here talks. We live stream it. You can listen to us on YouTube.
What the piss
The,
is going on in my
the
chat?
politics bot is going off the chain. Dude. Hey, that's
the-
what.
Can somebody delete that?
That's stupid as hell.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No,
Don't block if you can't. Just delete the comment. Don't.
Can somebody just post more comments so it scrolls up? Thanks.
Yeah.
So it seems like at least 3 of us have already talked to Lats, and he has a different LARP every time. Oh,
Yeah. When I talked to him, I said,
I was a bit amenable to him. I was watching something else and I was listening in the background and he came up with his ice wall. So I entertained because I never heard him before. So it was the first time. But I kind of went off into the distance after I entertained the dumb shit.
it's barely palpable white noise.
Yeah. Yeah.
when I talked to him, he wanted to talk about the ice wall, and I said, yeah, sure, come back on Sunday for Speculation Sunday. He's like, it's not a speculation. And I'm like, okay, so you know there's an ice wall? He's like, yeah. How do you know it? Well, I don't know for sure. I'm kind of speculating. I'm like, okay, well, come back on Speculation Sunday. He's like, no, I want to speculate today. No, we speculated on Sunday. No, we're going to speculate today. I go, no, you're not. You're going to speculate on Sunday. Sunday is the day you're going to speculate. He's like, well, I want to speculate today. I go, I don't care what you want. What do
Oh, it's funny, dude. Just like a petulant child at the supermarket.
Yeah, like
I
when
want
he
a
throws,
candy.
like he
Like,
wants
no,
cookies.
not gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna get
mom's like,
candy.
no.
Then you roll up a newspaper and slap them with it.
It's whack.
Stop it. You roll up a National Enquirer and backhand.
Right at the checkout.
Hey, Indigo, did you witness yet the literal booger eater fight the tight shirt? Did you see that yet? Did he leave us again?
Yep.
Indigo.
He's gone with the win.
Yeah. Didn't even deafen. Didn't even give us the common courtesy of deafening.
Straight up Stonewall. That's the best kind. At least I leave whether you don't see me here, so you can't ask me questions.
Oh yeah, it's just a silent. You're gone. I scroll up.
Fuck.
Gone. Fucking leaves.
Yeah, they need tending to.
Is
Speaking
there
of
a
which,
lot of leaves where you're at right now?
not really. Springtime's rolling around, so.
All right. Well, will there be?
Yeah, that yes.
Yes.
So about half the year I'll be busy. Yeah, we had Brent.
You know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go first. You.
I heard through the grapevine that there were a couple of Land of Misfit Toys abject retards kind of funneling their way over here. I heard this fucking retard today. His name is, I think his name is Lion, although he had some like retarded symbols for his name, but they called him Lion.
Yeah, the symbols are I just drew a blank. Norse. It's a Norse symbol. Like he's
Norse.
like a, yeah.
It's like dork symbols. He's a fucking dork.
Yeah, his account is. He normally goes by Lion. Like that's his name, his username.
Yeah. He's a dork. He was coming in here lecturing to everyone that the scientific method and experiments not only do cause and effect, but many other things. I was like, what the fuck? I heard it late. I was like 3 hours behind, though. But T-Dub was in here, and T-Dub set him straight, but T-Dub got a lot of blowback. I was sitting there, what the fuck?
Yeah, I talked to him too. I tried to go through it with him about the natural world. It's not if I do. He said that if somebody does something, you can science that out. I'm paraphrasing. It was like a machine or something like that.
No, he said that measurements of the horizon or some shit.
Yeah,
was science, and this is my hypothesis. The dumb fuck that all you have to do to. I was shocked that. Well, only T-Dub brought it up. He didn't get detailed, but he put him in his place. All you have to do is say, what the fuck is a scientific hypothesis, you ignorant, booger-eating moron? That's all you got to do, and it's over. You can't have an experiment without a hypothesis. You follow that, right, everyone?
Yeah.
You finally get that after 8 fucking years? You think you got it by now of me saying it over and over and over again? Why wasn't everyone
say that
on
to
his
him?
dumb ass, man? Tell me that.
No, we did. We went over it with him and broke it down. Like I'm not sure what parts you were listening to.
It might have been not the parts with you guys in it. You guys are gonna
the only thing
me up.
Yeah, the part with T-Dub is that he thought he was being over modded by T-Dub, so he kind of cracked a little bit. That he thought like a trauma based reaction.
This is all I heard. Who teaches you guys this over here? Well, you should have just said it. That would be me, you fucking booger-eating schmuck. So go get his dumb ass and bring his ass over here.
No, it definitely was explained to him, and he was stating that the hypothesis is not the cause or the independent variable, it's the measurement.
This dumb ass motherfucker. Go get him. Bring him on over here. I'm gonna leave him with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on his face.
He's a day long haul truck driver, so he only logs in during.
He's a dumb fuck, dude. You better wear your helmets if you're out there driving with him on the roads. What the fuck? Go get him.
I'm saying he'll be here tomorrow, like when he's on.
Tell
the
him
road
to
again.
try that fucking over talking. He's an over talking motherfucker too, just like a baller. I'm gonna make an example out of this poster child dumbass.
Something stupid as well, like observation is the horizon, and the experiment is to see if it's straight or not, or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this dumb fuck. Yeah, go get him. Go get him.
I don't know him. I don't know.
Was he attempting a LARP or was it just straight up?
No, he
chaos?
was serious, dude. He's an abject retard. He's one of those fuckwit flat earthers over at the Land of Misfit Toys. I've heard him before.
He was saying that SU Montreal took a picture of the ISS. Therefore, stuff is up there. Therefore,
oh my God.
GPS is up there. Therefore, space exists. And I'm like, dude, no, dude, no. Even you follow your first thing. You took a picture. Okay, how high is it? I don't know. Okay, so is there a picture of the GPS satellites? Well, he's like, well, no. I'm like, okay, well, then how did you connect it to you? If your thing is SCL Montreal took a picture, therefore SCL Montreal took a picture. That's it. That's all you got. Some dude took a picture. You don't have anything other than that.
That sounds like Brenda. Yeah?
Yeah,
is he Brenda level intelligent? Bring his dumb ass over. Go get him.
The Brenda version of a globaler or a flat earther. If Brenda was a flat earther, she'd sound like Lion.
Then we got dumb fuck Rich Evans in here. My God.
He needs to just stick to his banjo and not open up his mic.
Don't open up your mic, you don't. You should have been banned for 2 fucking days. It's only been 1 day. How the fuck did he get around that?
He played.
For some people, conversations like these are just way over their head. They're way out of their depth. They can't be in conversations like these, and he's one of them.
He's
like
way
the
out of
shining
his depth
example.
in the preschool. This fucking clown Evans. Yeah, just chat skank, you dumb fuck.
He
how
said
did how do these people get around these? I was banned for 8 months. Of course, I never tried to get back in, but besides that, how the fuck that was just yesterday, Cret?
Yeah, well, he said that he misunderstood. He thought you were going to play a video of him saying something.
I don't give a fuck what he says.
Yeah, so we compromised and we worked it down to 24 or to
You
whatever
compromised?
it was. Yeah.
I tell you what, this is you're fucking bordering on terrorist sympathizing.
Well, he was suspended. He got banned and the bot fucked up and was supposed to be unbanned, and I decided not to unban him unless he gave me a reason to unban him. So he's got some community service time that he's banked some good time. He was like 3 weeks or like, I don't know, 17 days. Because the bot's supposed to automatically unban.
All right, if he gets the next question wrong, can we have a week ban?
Like a WEAK week?
No, week. 1 week.
Like 1 calendar week?
Yeah. Is there
which
another kind?
Yeah, which planet?
Which planet?
A week on what, Mars or what?
Oh fuck no! 1 week ban. Alpha, that it's already mandated. Alpha, ask Rich the question.
Okay. Remember, Rich, you can say you don't know.
You can always say you don't know.
Yeah, he's worried.
I can give him any outs, dude. Come on.
It's not an out because he says I don't know. It's a moral failing. It means someone's lazy. It means that they're not.
I ain't gonna say anything. Just ask a question now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get him to say that he doesn't know something when he doesn't know, instead of trying to bullshit his way through the answer. It's one of the things we're trying to do to rehabilitate them. You know,
Rehabilitation. Is that a mod fucking mandate?
Yeah, we're trying to reduce recidivism. So if that's possible.
Go ahead, ask him, help.
For repeat offense. Okay, so Rich Evans, this is to you. Is there any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Did you hear me?
Ask him
Hello?
again, Maggie.
Rich Evans, is there any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Yep, he said it. It's in the text.
No, we ain't text. No, this is chat skanking. That should be a fucking 3-day ban.
Oh, just go ahead and verbalize your answer, Rich. Let's get to it, man.
I don't
Put your
do
banjo down. Get on the mic.
Your banjo. Come on, you yellow-spined sore rat. Come off, moot. Just answer his question. That's a legitimate question.
Fair is fair. I asked you a question. You need to answer it. I'll leave it up to Crit.
Does the guy vocalize it, or what's the rules?
He's texting. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just asking him a question.
Fair question.
Yeah, he's
Richie. Hello. Simple question. Ask him again, Meg.
All right, for the third time, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
What do you mean third time? I reckon that's about the 700th with Rich.
Poor dumb bastard.
Silence is tacit acquiescence.
Acquiescence.
Agreement.
Don't you be using that favorite word of mine. So, Rich, don't you dare come off moot, because that question will be asked to you again. Fucking sore rat. We can move on, I suppose. He'll fucking projectile diarrhea of the mouth, once everyone gets away from the topic. Once you leave, Miggy, probably the next 5 seconds, right? Everything will be forgotten.
Well, if I'm here, I'll hold him to it.
Yeah, I don't forget with that guy. Yeah, every time he starts having interactions with somebody else, and it sounds like a train wreck when he's trying to articulate his point. So I usually remind him of that.
Point. Well, what point does he have? I've never heard him maintain a point and support it. Not once. Just his little he thinks he's clever, and his Elmer Fudd sophistry, right? He just talks about inane horse shit. Yeah, that's not happening anymore, Dick Evans. You've been identified. You popped up on my fucking radar. Your worst nightmare, dumbass. Get my cat's litter box on you. Then my wolf pups will feast. I do it pro bono, man. I'll do it just for you. I'll tell you what you could do to kind of get get us off the scent on your trail is to go track down that lying moron of a dumb fuck over where you should be, Earth Awakenings, the land of misfit toys. You go grab him, and then we'll think about maybe lessening your sentence.
Isn't he a diamond member over there?
I don't think... I haven't listened over there too much recently. I don't think he is. He's not a land of misfit toy because he's not a fucking toy. He's a nothing burger.
Yeah, he's just here to sow seeds of confusion every time he opens up his mic.
He couldn't confuse Little Miss Muppet. This fucking clown. Yeah. Well, you heard him speak before. You know how he is.
He's trying to be. He tries to be clever. Is what he does.
This fucking guy's chat skanking every other post and shit. What a yellow spine coward. Come off, Moot. Why the fuck is he allowed to do that? That's my question. There he is. That's you, Rich Evans. Yeah, dumb fuck. Fucking chat.
Well, usually we just ignore him, but he pads our numbers, so.
That's what I keep on hearing: rehabilitation, community service, padding of the numbers. All that equals, it's got an equal sign beside it. Terrorist sympathizing. That's how I break it down.
Okay, so maybe think of it this way. You got groups of people, and there's two buckets. You got people who are annoying and people who are harmful. Rich is in the bucket of annoying.
How about retard? Is there a retard bucket?
Well, they're both retards. Both buckets are retards. Inside the retard bucket, there's two smaller buckets.
There's two smaller buckets of retard.
We contain the people who are retarded and harmful in this bucket, and the people who are retarded but annoying over here.
Hey, you should run for fucking office, Crit.
Yeah, a way of hey, do you guys know some retarded people? And they're like, yeah. Well, if you vote for me, I'll put them over here in this bucket, and you can laugh at them. So yeah, he is clever enough to not brush up against TOS or generally the rules, and sort of clever enough to advocate or give an argument for why he should be banned, but not clever enough to get a topic that he wants to talk about. So it's annoying. It's dude, you're bricked.
Yeah, he's had many names. Glitch Evans.
Yeah. That's my name for him, Glitch. The first time, it took a long time because he would get banned, and I'd be like, okay, why should you be unbanned? And he'd be like, X mod's retarded. I'm like, okay, so if X mod is retarded, would you be banned or unbanned? He's like, well, banned. Okay, sure. X mod is retarded, therefore you're banned. He's like, wait, what? I'm like, yes, dude. Okay, so you got another argument. The flat earth is an echo chamber. Okay, so if the flat earth is an echo chamber, would you be banned or unbanned? He's like, unbanned. I go, but it's an echo chamber, so you be banned? He's like, yeah. Okay, well, there you go. You got what you wanted. It's just one thing after another until finally I'm like, okay, this is what you need to do. Start with you, stay with you, end with you. Give an argument for you to be part of the channel. If there's something wrong with the channel, you've got your answer already. The channel's fucked up, not you. Take your prize and just go live your life. But he wants to be part of the channel, but he also doesn't want to admit that he's ever wrong. He's always right. He's glitched. Or he'd be one of my favorite ones was, he got banned because, I can't remember which mod, I just drew a blank now. Some mod is a pussy. I'm like, okay, so is that mod a pussy? He's like, yep. And if that mod's a pussy, do you get banned? He's like, yep. Okay, so then that's it. That you're banned because this mod's a pussy. That's your internal. Internally, you have an answer for why you're banned.
I have an update outside of Glitch. Glitch
Okay.
can chat skank, and we're not paying attention to him. But Thirdum Dynamics basically didn't show up last night, so
I know.
Yeah, that was I had enough of him.
Like
too.
what I
He always
already knew he wasn't going to do that, but
he'll always make plans and then just not show up. Like you say, okay, here we got a schedule, we got on the, everyone knows you're going to be here. I sent him a link with like a clock that reads internally on Discord where it shows on his time zone how much time is left and it counted down. Still didn't show up.
yeah. So check this out. This is what he posted. What was the last thing he posted to me? So I told him, why don't you get your old ass in here, man? Let's hash it out. Why you running? You know where to find us. He's not banned from here, so he can come in there anytime he wants.
He's not banned from anywhere. He just leaves servers, and because he's dumb as shit. So when like instead of just disconnecting the call or whatever, he clicks like leave server. And you're like, dude, you gotta stop doing that. Okay? When you leave server, you just don't leave the call you're in. You leave the fucking server, dude.
Yeah, exactly. He can't find the exit button.
Yeah, it's like I've like tried to give like adult, computer or Discord, computer classes for adult learning, and he just doesn't get it. He like, okay, you got to push a button, push the green button. There's only a red one. Yeah, push the green one next to the red one.
Oh no, the other green one.
Yeah, it's
Like-
only red. I'm like, okay, well, not the red one. Push the green one. The green one looks red too. Are you colorblind? No, I'm not. I'm like, oh, okay, well, turn your phone landscape. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay. Like, holy shit, dude. Really?
Oh, AI is coming through with a meme. That's what Kiwi requested.
Derpentine.
Oh man. It's usually a low period right about now. From now to about 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, then the clown car pulls up, unloads.
Yeah, that's outside my fucking pay range.
Yeah, we start getting the early morning Derpapians.
Yeah, that's the Derpapians show up like about 3:30, 4 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, the sun is rising over Derptopia, Ian.
Well, it is true, man. The freaks come out at night, so you got some weird people come through here. You got Flat Lloyd to chuckle. Probably CA pop.
Right.
Pretty much.
Oops, didn't mean to post that one.
Did you mean to post that?
No, that was a different. I was gonna post a different one.
Fucking crit. See what's going on here. True colors and whatnot.
Yeah, the thing was, I posted it on another server, and I saw a funny meme on the server I just posted it on. So I'm like, here, let me grab that one. But I guess I didn't hit the copy button correctly. So
Hey, no attention to the man behind the curtain. Yeah, that was crit just right now.
There we go. This is the one I was talking about. That's what I meant to post.
Starseed, huh? That Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, where their part of their mission is that to kill the mutant, the heretic, and the alien.
I forgot you're into that lore, huh?
Yeah, I kind of
meaning
like
to talk
it.
about that later.
Yeah, Memore, Memore really liked it too. And sometimes we would nerd out like in the back channels, and because I had played it when I like a young adult, and I had didn't kind of left it alone for decades. So my kind of lore was like all Warhammer 30K, and he's a little bit younger than me, or not, more, like 20 years or whatever. So he had played Warhammer 40K when he was a teenager. So it was kind of fun to kind of compare and contrast the two, how all things have changed and where they came from, and sort of like, oh yeah, that is interesting. That 10,000 years where they kind of advanced the storyline.
Yeah, cool shit, man. We got Jedi just joined us right now.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Morning, sir.
He's ready, the Vanguard.
Have you said your morning prayers yet?
No.
Over the loudspeaker?
But the border's better off because I'm having a coffee. Huh?
Did you get a good mic?
Oh, yeah, no, give it another 20 minutes. Yeah, give it another 20 minutes and I will do, yeah.
Yeah, right before you logged in, I said it's about time for all the Derpapians to log in.
I was taking a jab at him about something else. Current events or whatnot.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Jedi's a Derpapian. He's like the Vanguard. He's there he got up early. He's at stand 2 right now.
Oh, Crit you don't get it, do you? It's
no,
kind of like an inside. It's kind of like an inside joke, but I'll put it to you this way: his country has the same problem that Americans do with the whole Trump thing at the border.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got it a little bit worse at the moment.
He's got to take those headphones off. He's got to take those headphones off so he can hear the call to prayer.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, they say London has fallen. It's like,
oh shit.
It's like occupied territory.
Yeah, I seen that last night on the news here, actually. I just had Sky News on for a few hours and they were talking about it. And yeah, apparently London's fallen.
I have a friend who lives in the cities. He's a Glober, but don't hold it against him. He was talking about the lakes inside, because Minnesota, they land in 10,000 lakes. Like you can't, you just throw a rock and it'll land in the lake. They're saying that they had to close it because like people were going in there and pooping. They're like pooping in the water, and they're like, "What the fuck?" You gotta tell them. You gotta go into a community like, "Hey, this is a water source, and this water source is a closed water source. There's no river going in and out of it. All the poop will remain. Okay, like it's not going to go anywhere."
Dude, I drank out of a poop lake. Now, mind you, we had our big trailer that had a big filter system, and it ended up tasting like chlorine at the end. It definitely was a poop lake. Straight up in the oh man, what was that called? It's in Baghdad, Republican Guard Palace. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, in the middle, right in the middle of the Republican Guard Palace. It's full of apartments. Yeah.
So you were literally up the shit creek, huh?
Yeah. When we moved in to the apartments, right? Like we got one of the toilets working. Like, oh yeah, this is great. This toilet works. I think we had to bring water from outside or something to fill the back to flush it. I was outside one day and I was like, I can't remember if I was smelling something or whatever, but I saw this grate on the ground and I was like, all right, I'm going to pick this grate up. In that grate was all the turds, and they're floating down the channel underneath the sidewalk around the house, right into the lake, which our big machine that makes our drinking water was sucking out.
Oh, shit. That's high quality H2O.
Yeah.
I'd be horrified.
The worst part was it was warm water too. It was like warm chlorinated poo water.
By our estimation, if calculations are correct, it should be 5 to 10 years time, Jedi.
Really? That long?
For the whole transition, but
Oh, for the whole transition. Oh, yeah, maybe 10 years, but definitely within the next 10 minutes. I'm joking.
We haven't got that many in Australia, but Sydney's got a few. And it was only last year we were up at the snow resort, because I live where the snow resorts are, and they come in, they fill up the car park, no one skis. They just take all the car parking, and then they bring all their own food and take all the tables at the eatery with their own food. But these dudes were out in the car park eating on the bonnet of their car, and then they just finish all their food and just sweep the rubbish off the bonnet straight into the snow in the car park. And one of my mates said something, said, "Hey, man, what do you think you're doing? Like, you just can't do that shit up here. Pick your rubbish up, yeah?" And then there's like 20 of them that wanted to fight us because they got asked to pick their rubbish up.
Yeah.
Jedi knows this shit all too well. He's like,
We've got a whole city that's fallen apart. Birmingham, they've had refuse strikes over the last couple of months. And all of the trash isn't get taken into landfill by the guys who come and collect it. I even feel bad saying this, but the dirtiest areas are the they're not the English areas. The dirtiest areas are the Muslim areas.
Do they open the back door on the balcony of like a 10-story building and just empty like a latrine bucket straight to the road?
Yeah, it's just shit everywhere, mate.
Oh my goodness! You need me to come conquer your country, bro?
Yeah. Hey, you need to do another round over there. Call in the boys. If you guys can hook a brother up over there in the UK.
Sounds like you might need to get out of the UK, Jedi.
Fuck yeah.
I just don't know where you'd go. It's not much better anyway. Well, it probably is a lot better from what you're saying, but everywhere's heading to shit. Yeah, it's not great here either.
Well, most people are heading to Poland.
Yeah, Poland. Yeah, bro. Poland's got an official political party that wants to repeal women's right to vote, so that's the place to go. This is all but one big test, dude. The test. If your society's run over by those guys, then your society deserves to fail.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it.
Yeah, and it all began when a bunch of retarded dudes got around and said, "Hey, what if we let women run the show? That'll be the greatest solution to all our problems." Then what happened after that is the women decided to not have as many kids, and then your society started demographic decline, which means you had to start import workers. Right? You see where I'm going with this?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
And those workers procreate like rabbits because they don't have the same stupid sensibilities of let's empower women and make them not mothers.
Dude, I replied to someone in a thread on X. I just asked one question. I said, "What is woman's duty to society?" You should see the fucking spiral, dude. And those fucking comments of chicks spiraling. They don't know the difference. They don't know the difference between the word may and must. Like duties, you must do. And they just kept like, well, I could do this, and well, I could. No, that's not a duty. That's a choice, right? It's not a duty. Like, what are women's duties, right? Men's duties, like sign up for the selective service, right? In America, right? When you turn 18, you got to sign up for the selective service, which is the draft, right? Or you don't get any federal benefits. Can't get in federal buildings. Can't get federal IDs. You can't get shit, right? If you don't sign up. So it's a duty that men have. And so I asked, what is women's duty? Fucking just absolute fucking spiral. You're trying to control us. You're insecure. You're fucking this. You're that, dude. That's what it turned into. You must hate your mother. Like, you've probably never been laid. You're fucking incel living in your mom. Like, anything but actually just answering the question.
Straight into character assassination. Yeah.
Women always do, man. They just start the shaming shit. It's like, how did you get all of that, right? That I fucking hate my mother out of like asking what is a woman's duty? Like, how did you get that? Like, well, that's a serious logical leap. But the reason I brought it up is because I was talking about the birth rate, right? So if men have a duty to protect the society from, violent overthrow from the outside, if we have if we can't maintain the society because we can't maintain a positive birth rate, is it a woman's duty to have children? Right? To keep the society going. And all these bitches are like, no. We don't have any duties. No, I'm serious. It's like we don't have any duties. Fuck you guys.
India, surely the duty would be to your friends and family, not to strangers in your nation.
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of government in the state generally. So I'm just saying within that paradigm, the paradigm that they believe in, right? So they all want the protections of the state, right? They want to, like, any problem they have, they want to be able to run over to the phone, type 911, punch in 911, and a bunch of men come and rescue them. They want that stuff, right? They want that society. They want the welfare and the government enforced fucking all the stuff the government does. They want all that stuff. But they don't want to do anything for it. Right? So that whole infrastructure, that society that protects them, if that society's crumbling, they don't want to have to actually ensure that society maintains. They just want to like freeload off of it. And I don't think that's not right. If you want to say, fuck, I don't need all that shit, that's fine. I'm going off on my own. I'm going to do my own thing. Okay, fine. Then you don't have no duty to do anything. You're not. Duties are for there's reciprocal obligations, right? So if you want the protection, right, you need the obedience. It's like a trade.
Right, but surely you should be able to opt out then, but you can't.
Yeah, I agree. But they make it. It's like a roach motel. You check in, but you don't check out.
If you can't opt out, then the whole thing's invalid.
You can opt out, but they make it easier to opt in than opt out. People opt in because it's just easier.
Opting out means, in order to opt out, you have to be able to not pay tax and live where you're currently living. Running away from country to country is not opting out, it's just running. Opting out means I've opted out and leave me alone, and you can't do that. None of them will allow you.
No, so yeah, I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is, you have a child and it's born, right? Now the opt-out would be, I don't want any of the government benefits. I don't want my kid to have a birth certificate. I don't want Social Security numbers. I don't want anything to do with this political body. Now, you can live like that, but they make it easy to opt in, right? They'll fucking...
Yep.
I've seen this myself, right? So, kid's born, mother's all drugged up. Here, sign all this fucking paperwork. Oh, and if they like refuse, hey, I don't want to do that birth certificate shit. They'll do everything in their power to get you to do it.
Yeah.
Right? First they're nice. First they're nice, and then they get like, then they go into the sales pitch. Oh, if you don't get a birth certificate, they won't have a legal identity, and you won't be able to get government benefits and social security numbers and blah 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 blah. Right? But then when that goes too far, right? If that don't work, then they get to the threats. Right? So they make it like they make it easy to opt in, right? So it's just like it's just.
I didn't even have a social security number when I was born. Neither did my younger brother when my mom didn't want it because she felt very against it, right? And lo and behold, a little while after that, my grandmother didn't like that, and she filed and got us social security numbers without my mother's knowledge. So now I have a social security number.
That's bullshit, bro. Isn't it weird though that like a third party, not even related to you, can fucking get a social security number for you?
Oh, she's related. She's my grandmother.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, she's not directly, she wasn't your guardian, was she?
No.
Yeah. I mean...
There's been stories of people who have refused government benefits for caring for their children, and they said, no, I'm going to do it myself. And then the government used that as grounds to say that they were being unfit, and so they seized the kids and put them in foster care.
Well, see, that's the funny thing is that should have never happened. Because getting the birth certificate is the act that allows the government to determine whether a parent is fit or unfit. Right? So, I know people aren't going to like this. You have a property right in your children. Not in the sense of you owning like a fucking car or something like that, but you have a property right. When you fill out the birth certificate, you transfer that to the government in a trust relationship. So you make the government the guardian of your child. So when your government becomes the guardian of your child, right, it has a duty to protect the child over all other things, right? So what do they always do? What do they say? We have to do what's in the best interest of the child. What gives them the right to determine that? Right? What gave them the right, like your kid, what gave them to right, and not you, to determine what's in the best interest of the child? At some point, you had to transfer your right to them.
You can't transfer.
Well, let me finish. Yeah. The only act that could have did that is the birth certificate. That's the only act.
India, you can't transfer human rights to other people. They're not tradable like that. If I sign a document, it doesn't mean I have now signed over my child's right or my right. I can't do that. It's impossible. You can't sign away rights with pieces of paper.
No, can you make someone the guardian of your child? Can you transfer guardianship to somebody else?
Not with a piece of paper. Not with a piece of paper, you can't.
Then what can you do it with? Blood? Like drip blood over each other and then sing kumbaya?
You do it with consent between two individuals.
Dude, the paper is the instrument of the consent, dude.
No, it's not. It's a piece of paper made by the government in a system of slavery.
Whatever.
It's just the truth, baby.
I understand what you're saying, Indio, and I 100% agree, yeah, and I've done a little bit of looking into this, and it all comes back to, I believe, it has something to do with maritime law as well, and the wording that they use, but over in Australia, they can also impound and take cars and stuff like that, and from my understanding, that when you register your car and you pay for registration, again, with that certificate, you're signing your vehicle across to those guys for ownership.
Yeah. Yeah, your child's not a vehicle.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about something completely different, Grizzly. I'm saying that, yes, I do understand what Indio's saying. I do agree with what he's saying.
Yeah, this is a guardianship.
Yeah, but I believe it also happens with your vehicles as well when you register them. Well, at least in Australia.
It's valid for cars. It's not valid for humans.
Yeah, but
Oh,
this
well.
isn't a transfer of ownership. It's a transfer of guardianship. You're
You need to be an
appointing a
owner to
guardian.
guard something.
Well, like if you have kids, you're transferring your right. You can assign anyone to be the guardian of your child, right?
That's
It's
right,
a
that's right.
guardian ward relationship, right?
For example, if you have a child and you give it to your friend, you and your friend could agree for your friend to look after your child. If you have to travel away or something, it's called adoption. You could give your kid away for adoption. You don't need the government to do that. You just need to find a person who can agree to do that. Once you agree,
Right, but you could do but you could do it to the government also. That's the point.
You can't, because the government isn't one person. It's an entity. It's a vacuous entity. There isn't one person, isn't there?
Okay, cool. It doesn't change that that's what happens, dude, and that's how they look at it from the courts. The courts assumes that your interaction with the system is a contract by estoppel that you consented to, and unless you rebut that point adequately, they're going to railroad steam right over you.
You know why? Because ignorance of the law, Grizzly, is no defense. It's not a valid defense. So they assume that you know what the law is and that you acted of your own free will, and that when you signed something like a birth certificate, you knew all the legal implications of it, and that you agreed to it voluntarily.
I know they're doing that. What AJ just said, 100%, they do all that. You're going to get messed up in a court, but the courts are illegitimate, and the reason why they're illegitimate is because they misunderstand what property is, what your rights are, and whether they're transferable or not. The courts are flawed because of these things. I know all this shit happens, but it shouldn't be happening.
Well, humans have an unlimited right to contract, right? So the courts honor contract that they assume you willfully entered, and if you don't rebut that properly, they can do nothing but rule on the paper in front of them that says, I entered into this contract. Not only that, but my behavior since then was enjoying the benefits of the contract, which means by estoppel you're beholden.
Yeah, agreed. That's what they say. That's what the current law, but it's unjustified because you should be allowed to change your mind. My signature on a piece of paper shouldn't commit me, like, my whole life to something. No, I should be able to change my mind.
The only
You can
people
just
that
like breach the contract whenever you want, just like on your own. Then it's not much of a contract, is it?
Well, as long as I don't end up stealing anything from you, as long as I return back what I took from you, I should be able to cancel any contract. Yeah.
I think the problem then you're in breach of contract, and there's penalties for that. But the only people I've read, and I don't know whether this is correct, and maybe you guys can help me out here, is especially in Australia, when we look at all our regulations and etc. laws, they class you as a person. So it'll say if a person or persons does this or that, and in the law dictionary, a person is a dead entity. It's a company.
Yeah.
So what you are required to do is prove that you're the living being, not the actual company. And then there's also certain things you have to do in court where, if the judge calls you over, you've got to deny it, etc. Because as soon as you start complying or answering certain questions, you fall back under that contract law, because just by speaking, you're contracting with them.
Pretty much spot on, AJ. I've got a load of stuff on this if you want to research it more.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested. Yeah, send through what you got, because I know a couple of people now that are driving around with no registration or licenses, and they went through hell for quite some time, but they've won this way by proving apparently that they're not the dead entity that's contracting, and they're left alone in their own town. But the problem is as soon as you want to go on holidays or leave or go somewhere, you're going to be locked up again. They spent years getting locked up over this crap.
Yeah, they don't make it easy for you to get out of the system.
No, not at all.
It's
like they live, man. The steamer, like, we got one that can see. They don't want everybody else to see.
Exactly that, yeah.
So, one thing I've discovered is that, like, if you're disagreeable in court, because typically people just try to be agreeable in court because they think somehow it's going to go better if they disagree with every fucking thing the other party says or the judge says. Yes, I agree with you. If you're disagreeable or you just challenge them, what they'll do is they'll wait. You won't go until the end, till everybody else is gone. They don't want nobody to see you basically telling them to go fuck themselves. Basically challenging their jurisdiction. They don't want anybody seeing that.
I got you.
This is what a lot of people don't realize is that there's the case law, right? I don't know what is in Australia, but the U.S. Supreme Court. You guys got a court too. It's the High Court of the United Kingdom or something, right? So cases that challenge the jurisdiction, they're never going to make it to the top court for the top court to rule. They'll never make it because the government will drop the case way before that because they don't want that to be precedent, right? They don't want any black letter law precedent that everybody can see and go, fuck, I'm going to do that. I'm going to basically go on my own way and just tell them to go fuck themselves. They don't want anybody to see that. So they just drop it. So, like, I'll give you, for instance, the right to travel without a license has never gone to the U.S. Supreme Court. Never. So just think about that. It's something that's very fundamental.
Yeah.
Right? It's like it's never been challenged all the way to Supreme Court because they'll drop it way before that. Like, say they charge you driving without a license, and you're like, you don't have the right to tell me you don't own the roads. I can drive wherever I want. And then they convict you or whatever, and then you appeal, right? But you're not appealing. You're not appealing whether you're guilty or not. You're appealing whether they have a right to tell you that you have a license in the first place. Right? What gave them the right to require you to have a license? Who fucking died and let them in charge, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's what you're challenging. You're not challenging, the underlying charge. You're challenging their right to fucking tell you what to do. And they're never going to let that go higher than, like, if they say they got a conviction, they take it to appeals court, and then you lose, and then you get to the next level court. You think they're going to let that go all the way to Supreme Court? If you win, basically everybody that has a license, if you won, would just be like, fuck, I don't need this thing anymore, right? They'll never let it go that high. They'll just drop the case, right? Then it'll be a moot case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically, it really all lays on the assumption of contract. It's like it's your right to contract with them. It gives them the cooperative ability to punish you according to the promises you made in the contract. Right? And if that got out, that all that law is essentially just a contract, and you're not necessarily even a party to that contract. For example, a lot of things in the Constitution are only between the government's agencies. They're not even between the citizens and the government. Like all that, like almost nobody knows that stuff. And then you got the old government where it's like, well, the government, of course the government's in charge because they're in charge. Well, that was like the old mantra with like the divine right of kings and stuff where it's like, yeah, we're an authority because we're divinely appointed over you.
So a license is permission to do something that illegal, unlawful, a trespass, or a tort. And a tort would be a personal injury. And trespass, that's obvious what that is, right? So I get a driver's license. Are they saying driving is illegal, unlawful, a trespass, or a tort? Like, so what is it, right? So what is the act of driving? Like, what am I doing that requires me to get a license? And what gave them whatever the right it is, the ultimate right to say, hey, this is my right, you're intruding on it, and if you follow these steps, I'll license you to do that. Like, where does that all come from, that foundation, right? So these are like foundational questions. Like, where does it, what gives you the right to require me to have a license in the first place? And that's like an open mystery. Like, it was litigated when cars first came out, and then it kind of like stopped and died down. And the idea was that the state owns the roads, right? That the roads are the state's property. But that's actually not true, right? It's actually, I know back in England they had the King's Roads, and that was like a thing. Yeah, but that was like, but that's different because the king is a person. The state isn't a person. State can't own shit like that because it's like a body politic or whatever. So like nobody actually owns the roads. So like I say, like you could. It's surprising to me that it hasn't been litigated to a final conclusion. People have just like acquiesced to the idea.
Yeah, especially with this mantra, they always say this when they're trying to rebuke somebody for making claims about what they can and can't do on the road. They're like, driving isn't a right, it's a privilege.
Exactly. They're giving the game away.
I know we have this in the UK and nowhere else in the world has this, but we have to, well, we're told to by the government, purchase a license to watch television because the radio waves are, being used. So they have license to radio signals.
That's the craziest shit, dude.
It's fucking stupid.
Here's what blew my mind was when I went to the DMV back when I was in the transferring over. I was trying to transfer over my driver's license thing when I was changing states or something, or coming back home after the military. And so I went there and I wanted to get the driver's license transfer application. And I was looking for it. I was like, okay, what do I do here? Class D, Class E, what the heck? Couldn't find it. I was like, where the heck is this thing? So finally, guess what I actually needed? Because I wanted to have a license to operate a motor vehicle, being a car, like a personal vehicle. Couldn't get a driver's license. Guess what I had to get? You'll never guess. A passenger's license.
What?
Driver's license are for commercial activities like driving truck, driving deliveries. But if you want to just get a license for your vehicle, you need a passenger's license.
Okay. The fuck?
Yeah, that blew my mind, dude. I'm like, what the heck?
But just like Flat Earth, all these people are brainwashed that what the government's telling them is correct. They need their license. You couldn't drive without a rego. As soon as they see someone without a rego, oh, what a fucking idiot that guy must be. He must be one of those sovereign citizen wankers, the brainwashing is insane.
Well, think about it. Why?
They won't even look.
Why does everybody get a license? Like, why do you go get a driver's license?
Well,
like what motivated you to do it? Right? It was word of mouth. Someone said you can't drive without a license. Like, so one of your peers, right? It's like, dude, are you a lawyer? How do you know if I have to get a license? Your teachers tell you, right? Or your parents tell you, or your neighbors tell you. Oh, you can't drive without a license. You wait till you're old enough to get a license to drive, right? It's like so when licenses first came out in America, they were souvenirs. They weren't even like a required thing. People would get them so that they would, because most people didn't have an automobile. So some dude would get one and say, look, baby, I got a driver's license. Right? And like, I'm dead serious, man. Because nobody owned a car, right? So we're talking like in 20s and 30s. You had to be rich to own a car. The average person didn't own a vehicle. So if you want to like woo the girls, right? Like, I got a driver's license. I'm going to get a car someday. Right? So they were like souvenirs and shit. And this is like how they promoted them at first. So it's kind of crazy. Like, but where did people get the idea they had to get a license anyway? Right? Like, where does it come from? It just comes from like word of mouth. All the people around you tell you got to drive. You got to get a license, right?
Yeah, part of it.
Same thing as a birth certificate.
You got to learn how to use the highways, right? You got to learn how to use them correctly. You've got to learn how to use them legally. So you have to have a license to learn how to use it legally, right?
Well, think about it. You got to take a driver's test, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the driver's test ensures fucking that the person can drive a car?
The ones in the UK do, yeah.
Well,
They're
yes
that
and
difficult?
no.
Think of it this way: it was like there was no driver's license. There was like a driver's license thing where it says, "Hey, this person, can operate a motor vehicle, or whatever." But this like state certification board, that was like the '60s when people started having to do that. Like go to your DMV and like take an eye test and a written test and.
Actually, there's a practical reason for it. and it makes sense in this vein. So you get a driver's license, you pass the test, you operate under a licensed operation, and then you're eligible to be insured by general insurance. Versus you operate everything on your own, and then you have to insure yourself through a bond and all that other process, rather than just a general insurance company. So there is
that too.
Benefit.
You can't do that. I know you can do it in Massachusetts. It's like $1 million though.
Yeah. That's the thing. So the benefit of getting the license is you're proving to the insurance company, right, that you're going to allegedly, agree to operate on the road in this manner. You were educated in the manner in which you're supposed to operate, and they can, allegedly trust you beyond their bond rather than have your own. Because and this happens with a lot of things in life, is like a lot of people can't afford what things actually cost. So they need to pool their money together or beg a bank to pay for their house, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, here's the funny thing. Is there any evidence licensed drivers are safer drivers than unlicensed drivers? I don't think there's any fucking evidence for that.
No.
Because people inherently have they want to live, usually.
They
So
do
they're gonna-
give you that the eye test though, and you gotta admit, like, there's probably a few old people that would just keep driving if they didn't. I know, I've seen
Yeah,
them.
but that doesn't matter because people fucking they can see perfectly good and they're fucking around with their radio while they're driving half the time.
Well, yeah, but that's all regulation side too. Like, for example, professional insurance companies that do general insurance, like I'm pretty sure it's illegal for them to insure unlicensed drivers. Right, so it's all one big feedback loop.
Yeah, I was going to say that earlier. Yeah, you're 100% right. It's illegal to be insured if you haven't gone through the
Does
process.
any of you guys have that thing where you, like, I've never gotten it, but people have the thing where, like, your insurance goes up, like, as you drive, like, if you're taking turns too fast and shit, it's like
Yeah.
You seen that shit?
I got that thing, dude. I never plugged it in, and then they just canceled the discount.
Man. Screw that, man. Can't even take a turn at freaking 40 without my shit going up.
Right, but we also got to take into account liability. So if you're out on the road, right, and you're driving, it could be the case that you injure somebody. It also could be the case that your car falls apart and you accidentally kill somebody, hospitalize somebody, right? So you being the person who can't afford $1 million bond in the first place, definitely can't afford that person's hospital bills. So it's actually responsible to get licensed and insured so that you could actually pay for the damages you may cause. Now, you may say, no, I would never cause any damages. So I could just take my poor, happy little ass down the street, and if I run somebody's kid over, I don't have to compensate them. That's not very fair.
Don't want to hear something funny? If you're, like, say you drove without a license and you crashed into somebody and they got injured over, so when they sue you for the injury, whether you had a license or not is irrelevant.
Oh, really?
Does not matter. Well, it doesn't, because they could be responsible for the accident even though they're licensed. It's
Well,
not
the thing is, the
relevant to
lady-
who's the hold on, Bear Fuji. So it's not relevant to who is the proximate cause of the accident. Whether they have a piece of paper or not does not tell you who's responsible for the accident.
Each state has like Maryland's got Maryland uninsured autos thing. Like this lady pull out in front of me, and Maryland uninsured auto fund paid for my car because she didn't have insurance. She didn't have a license. So my Corolla got paid. That was like 1983.
Can I take a step forward and explain something, please?
Here comes nobody.
I think the answer bottoms down to an eye for an eye situation. I think we need to see justice on both ends.
Your liability? I'm for that. I don't think you can handle that shit, dude.
Driver's ed.
I
Well, that would mean no such thing as insurance anymore, right? So strict liability means things. Listen, dude. Strict liability means no third-party liability exists. No insurance, no pensions, no anything like that. You got to be responsible for yourself. There can't be any offloading of your liability to a third party. Yeah, you don't like that idea, do you?
So basically, what you're saying, like people like me who got sexually assaulted, don't get to see their justice fulfilled 100%. I'm left to suffer.
So wait, just to clarify, in a world like that, when you're driving down the road, you'd be trying really hard not to hit the expensive cars, right?
The only sexual assault that's happened is you on yourself, dude. So why are you abusing yourself like that, bro?
I went right.
Yeah, you sexually assaulted yourself. That's it. This stupid LARP, dude.
Driving down the road and your freaking tire flies off and hits a kid, and you didn't want to hurt the kid, but all of a sudden, like, what's that? Eye for an eye, and they kill you because you killed the kid from your freaking tire flying off.
He left.
We're a little bit off topic anyway, aren't we?
A little bit.
Yeah, when it's going into sexual assault, yeah. What a jerk.
Although, dude, that contract, legal, money, state system, and the proxy actors and straw man entities and personal corporations and all that stuff, dude, that's like intrinsic into the world system, which the globe is part of, and which some people get bubble burst out of it by realizing that the globe is fake because the earth is flat, and they're like, wait a minute, what else is fake? And then they're like, yeah, the money system's fake, a lot of the legal system's fake, et cetera, et cetera.
They admit it's fake.
Yeah.
They admit they call things legal fictions. So the person, what he was talking about, is a legal fiction. It's a artificial person. It's not like a real person. It doesn't mean man or woman. Person means mask. So it's like a legal fiction, right? It's like an identity. So this person, it means the capacity to have rights and duties, right? So there's you, that's a man, right? Your physical body, your corpus. But then there's like all the contracts you have ever made, all the relationships you've had, guardian, ward, sovereign subject, slave master, like all these husband, wife, and all these relationships have rights and duties, right? The combination of all the rights and duties and obligations, that's a person. And whether it assigns to a human body, that's another question altogether. So the common law, the writ system, dealt with men and women, right? So it's just men and women, that's it. When they got into like equity and like admiralty law and maritime law and the civil law, then they come up with these legal fictions. So the globe is like the same thing. It's like a layer of abstraction. We start with something real, and then we abstract it away into like almost a simulation of reality that is completely abstract. But it's not like there's nothing. There's no substance to it.
That's what I was trying to say earlier, Indio. I looked up the law dictionary here, and the word person meant dead entity or company, and then they gave an example as like the state of New South Wales. So yeah, your person is the company.
That's what they call a juridical person. Whatever. So it's like it's a legal fiction person. But the thing about juridical persons like a state or a government, they actually can like do no wrong, right? Because they don't actually do things. A juridical person can't do anything. There's actors that act on behalf of like New South Wales, right? So like I'm sure they have like a prime minister or something, right? Or a fucking governor.
Yeah, premier.
And something like that. A premier, right? So he has an office. His office is a premier, and it's a human being in that office. And that office can do no wrong. But the person that's in the office, he can do wrong, right? So there's a separation, right? So if he does something pretending to be the premier of New South Wales, but he goes outside and like hits somebody in the head with a pipe wrench, can't go, well, I'm the prime minister of New South Wales. New South Wales can do no wrong. He's acting outside of his office, right? He's just doing that as just like a person that has nothing to do with, fucking Wales, right? So it has nothing to do with it. So there's like this separation, but as like a entity, this legal fiction, it's perfect and actually can't do bad things. The system's very fucked up. Let me put it this way. If you're like a government official, you're assumed that you did everything you were supposed to do. Right? So people they'll go to court and they'll go, oh, the fucking officer, how do you know that evidence is fucking real or accurate? Well, they're assumed that they did everything right. It's just a presumption that the law takes. That an official or anybody, and it doesn't even have to be a government official, it's any official. Everybody is presumed to have done their duty. Right? So whatever your duty is, you're assumed to have done it. Okay? And it's up to the other party to demonstrate that you didn't do whatever duty you had. The burden of proof is always on the other party claiming you didn't do something you were required to do. It's on the other party to show that you didn't do it. So people go in and they allege corruption or this, that, and the other thing. You actually have to show evidence of whatever it is you think they're doing. You can't just say they did it. Because they have this presumption that everything was done regularly. And that's literally how they put it. They said regular and proper. Everything was done regular and proper. They crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's. They stamped everything right. They just did everything perfectly. It's just assumed that that's the way it happened. And they do this because it's just like judicial economy is what they call it, because otherwise you'd be litigating every fucking tiny goddamn issue and definition forever. And nothing will ever get done. It's more of a pragmatic reason than anything else.
Oh man, you should pull that on a Glober when they're dithering. Be like, dude, are you trying to force me into your judicial economy?
Well, looks like we do have someone new that's jumped in the room. Separation 3056. We've got Roger.
Hello.
How you going? What brings you to the room?
I was just checking it out, see what you guys are up talking about. Makes me want to become a lobbyist so far. I want to go to Washington, make a lot of money, and avoid the law. Why not?
Oh, good luck, yeah. Yeah, but you have to sleep at night, man. How you going to sleep at night? I guess you sleep good on a big freaking bet of money, right?
Yeah, of course. It's all about the money. Well, it looks like your new guy dropped out.
Yeah, he did.
That's fast.
We've now got Trans Cheeto. I think we've seen Trans Cheeto before.
Some of these
I want to point out what you were saying, India, reminded me of a long time ago hearing Cuddles, Cuddle the Cowboy Cuddles. He was talking about how you don't need a passport and an airliner to like travel to other countries. Like he's like going on this spiel of like, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the country you're talking about, but he was basically saying like, we just contact the country independently and then, situate your way of traveling there independently. Who needs a passport?
Yeah, Cuddles is really retarded.
I mean, you could do that and maybe it'll work, but I seriously doubt it.
Well, yeah, that's why I was saying it depends on the country. I think that would work with some countries, but not others.
I mean, maybe if you're like rich and famous or something, but I don't think some rando like writing a letter to like, the Ministry of the Interior and saying, hey man, I'm not hip on that passport thing. How about you just give me just let me in when I get there? Like, I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah. Well, he was trying to make a breeding farm, like, with like 17 wives in his harem and 3,000 babies.
Why?
We got anybody in here that's a Glober?
All right,
Cheeto, maybe.
Cuddles is straight up retarded, man. That dude's just.
He used to be a Dorito, or maybe he was a cheese doodle, and now he's Trans Cheeto.
He said he's a flat earther. Is that
Cuddles? No, Cuddles is just an idiot.
No, Trans Cheeto, man. We're talking.
Oh, okay.
He used to be a cheese puff.
We got Roger in the chat. What up, Roger?
Not much. How about yourself?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. So, what brings you into the forum? Flat Earth forum here.
I'm just seeing if there were anybody in here making a decent argument for a globe.
Well, might have to wait a while, unless you want to do it.
Nah, I don't want to play the advocate.
Oh, you're
I've done it
you're
before.
FE?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, welcome to the group.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're awaiting some arguments from the Globe side. It doesn't seem like they have the capability to do so. Not in the last couple of days that I've been here listening. So
The last couple of years, you mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to soften the blow so that he can have his hopes up. So I don't know. I mean, the best they got is conjuring up some convoluted answer for the answers to the questions we give them. So it's a bit difficult for them to actually pinpoint any hyper specificity on any of the questions we ask. All we get are the answers are like classroom globe. That's how I know the Earth's a globe, and pictures from space and stuff like that. Just the normal stuff.
That's where we'll always go. At that, like, we'll, talk to them, debate them, and it always ends up being, well, we got pictures from space. It's like their gambit, their last. When they've reached the end of their rope and they have nothing left, that's where it always goes. That's why they actually do. That's why they do believe it, and they just don't want to admit it because it's so cheesy and lame. They don't want to admit that. Like, the only reason I think the Earth's a globe is because I watch TV. That's it, and they know that's what it is. But they try to argue gravity and Coriolis and all these other things. But when you start talking to them, you realize that they don't know anything about it, and they're like Googling on the fly. It's
in the middle of arguing with you, they start. Yeah. Hold on, let me find out. You're like, dude, wasn't this what you were saying? Your claim was, and you're just now gonna look for it. Well, what do you expect me to know all the information? Like, no, just a single point that you came in with. Like, that's the one thing I wanted you to know, but you don't know it because you got to go look it up. That's pretty strange.
Well, gentlemen, with the way NASA's going, you're going to have a lot less Globers. If they
Well, Blue Origin, I don't think
Blue
NASA
Origin,
has.
yeah.
That's
NASA's a little
fine.
more organized.
Oh, I don't think so. They have as much problems, if not more, than Blue Origin.
Well, the good thing about Blue Origin is not really that they fucked up. I mean, yeah, that's good. But the thing is, now people will look at their video, like the videos, skeptically, right? They're not going to take them at face value. So when dude drops a screw in outer space and it falls to the frickin' bottom, falls to the floor, they might go, "Oh, dude, that ain't that's not right." Instead of just, they don't even process it, right? Yeah, no, they don't even see it. Like, literally, like the fanboys, they don't even see it. They don't even realize what they're seeing. So, there's so when they were allegedly building the ISS, the shuttle was putting in something called the alpha magnetometer, right? In the middle of them doing this, it cuts to like a 3D fucking screen of everything they're showing, right? The robot arm, the fucking thing they're holding, the space shuttle. But it cuts in the middle of the video to a computer-generated freaking graphic that's identical to what's supposed to be the real shuttle, the real ISS, the real parts, right? But it's a 3D generated version of all of that. And nobody, it's still up on YouTube. And it's like nobody even noticed that this happened. They don't even see it. Right? They're real-time rendering a 3D graphic environment of something that's supposed to be happening live in space. And everything is exactly the same as what the camera view shows. The real-time rendering? How would they even do that? Back in the fucking, the early 90s? They can't even do that now.
Yeah, their attempt at doing that stuff is pretty cheesy, man. Well, that's what happened with Blue Origin.
Yeah, remember how they were back in the day, right? When they were making video games and they were doing they're trying to do motion capture, and they would have to put all these sensors on a human body, and then they'd record it, and then they'd import it into a 3D environment, and then they'd have so they did it to football players. They wanted to make Madden or something. They'd take an actor, they'd stick all these sensors on them and fucking lasers, and then they'd be able to import them into a 3D environment. Motherfuckers are doing this in the 90s with the space shuttle without all the fucking sensors. Because that would, well, they weren't really doing that. That thing is, it just cut to the wrong screen. It cut to the 3D environment that they were doing their fake shit in, and all the textures freaking vanished, and they just showed the wrong screen. I'll actually post that in the chat. It's pretty crazy.
Back in Skyline days, they didn't have the technology, I guess, to do that. They had to do it with high sets and stuff when they did their videos. I'm old enough to remember this.
Alpha, look in the chat.
Was that the ISS?
Yeah, in a 3D environment. But this is like, if you look at the video, right? So this is what it was showing, right? Supposedly it's a camera on the space shuttle, filming the robot arm, attach this thing to the ISS. And then in the middle of it, it just cut to this 3D rendering environment where everything, the robot arm, everything is right in the same position. And this is done back in the 80s or 90s, right? So how did they even do that? Because this is what they were actually doing. They had a 3D environment where they were doing this shit. And then this other one is just the texture layer. So it's just, they had it composited, all the other shit, the visual effects on top of the 3D fucking render. But they accidentally cut to this. But nobody notices, right? They just like, someone sees that because it's in this video. This video is up on YouTube. There's a couple other ones, a couple from NASA showing this same sequence, and nobody notices because they've never thought that any of this shit could be fake. But now that people have seen the Blue Origin shit, they're gonna be like, now we're gonna have more eyes on looking for fakery. And believe me, I bet you a lot more stuff is gonna come out of just fake bullshit that people are gonna catch.
Like I was looking through some of the Red Pill guys, on InfoWars and Benny Johnson and all them guys. They're basically, Benny Johnson was saying that this thing that Blue Origin done it blackpilled him, asking questions. But normally those guys don't really ask those questions if they don't already think that it's going to have kind of a generalized effect that the audience that they're already saying it to is already agreeing with them. They're not just going to put something out that's totally, shocking, and they're going to have to press the audience to kind of see their point of view. They're already doing it with something that's inserted in mainstream, and what they see as a reaction to that is the reason why they throw up these videos, because they're trying to ride the wave, So they're trying to capitalize in the moment, and in the process of doing so, it leaves them wide open to having a conversation about what else could there be that they're faking, right? So that's an avenue that we could actually use to have a conversation, and which is what I was talking about earlier. I'm like, dude, if we had the ability to contact some of these guys and just have a small little, venue with them, and we'll be able to talk to them about these things, I bet you we could at least argue the case for, there could probably be more, because it's right now it's a prime time for this. It's so wide open at the moment. If we could just contact one of these guys in these bigger channels and just get a group of us, right? Me, you, AI, or someone, you just go over there and just have a small little sit down with them. I bet since the momentum is moving forward, we could help bring that awareness. That's what I see.
So So here's the funny thing. Witsit talked to that guy from InfoWars, right? He was on there talking about flat Earth with, I can't remember the fucking guy's name. We just talked about this the other day. And he was telling this guy when he debated him that, where is it, Harrison something? Something Harrison? I don't know. So
yeah, it's him.
Yeah, so he was telling him space is fake, and he was like incredulous. Oh no, space ain't fake. All that shit is real. Blah blah blah. Now he's like, space is fake because of the Blue Origin shit, which is crazy on one hand, but on the other hand, this is what I've noticed, at least on X, right? That there's people that are so fucking brainwashed. Guy posted, and it's a pretty, I think it's Ian Chong or something. He said, people don't believe outer space is real, and these people vote. So what you're telling me is, if you don't believe, like, this guy obviously has no knowledge of outer space whatsoever, but he thinks not believing in outer space makes you so stupid that you shouldn't be allowed to vote. No amount of evidence is going to convince one of these people that space is fake. Like that's what I mean. It's like it made this huge dividing line of people that like, oh, well, they just faked that part, but the rest of it's still real, right? So because they can't accept the idea that space is fake, like that whole shit is just bullshit. They can't accept it. It's too big of a lie. It'll cause their brain to melt.
Well, that's the thing, though. There's a crack in the door, right? There's a little crack. They just open the door just a little bit. So there's an opportunity and a challenge for those of us who can actually manage that. Because can you imagine if there was a small little crack in the door for you to, okay, let me just kind of hear what you're saying. Maybe I might not have you on the show, but perhaps it would be really provocative to have a different perspective that could challenge the narrative based on current events. And if you had the ability to, the voice to go up and say, yeah, let's just talk a little bit, see what happens. Not promising that we're going to give you a really wow show, but it might be something that your audience would appeal to them. But if we keep it just right at the edge, kind of like with the conversation, not so much teetering into like, well, tell me how the second law of thermodynamics, you know what I mean? Just talking to them about why it could be the case that they have to do these things, right? Like the theatrics, like the whole purpose of it. And then just go at that angle and work that angle. Just keep working it. And eventually they'll soften up enough to where they could have a conversation about it. Maybe they want to have you back and, let's talk about more. It's all about, seizing the moment right now. So that's what I'm looking at it at. Like, because it's like, if they're awoken in some aspect, because when I was hearing, some of these guys talk, they're like, I'm not saying, that this is, complete bogus, but there's something up. Like they want to have that conversation. You could hear it, dude. They want to have the conversation. There's just nobody to bounce it off of because everybody's a normie. And everybody's saying the same thing. But if they talk to one of us, it would be like, I don't know, like you would blow the doors wide open if you did it correctly and not just like harp on like these talking points that usually they would turn them off. You know what I'm saying?
Like
I don't know if you get what I mean. You have to work the angle, not.
Okay. I posted a video in the side chat, the John 4 latest video. It's got Candice Owen on there, who definitely believes that space is fake and gay, and another interview with Matt Walsh, if you know who any of these people are. So Matt Walsh going through the Blue Origin thing and calling it, fake and gay, and then Candice Owen as well. There's lots of people out there having this conversation at the moment who are just pointing at NASA and just going, this is all bullshit.
And was it Matt Walsh opposed to the fact that any of the flat Earth topics, I guess prior, because I think I heard him speaking about it on some, I don't know what interview was that he was having some conversation. I think it was Matt Walsh, wasn't it him? That he was very staunch and opposed to.
Well, in this video, Candice Owen is actually calling Matt Walsh out because Matt Walsh kind of like defends and believes in the moon landings and stuff.
Yes.
Candice Owen, yeah. So she's calling him out and respecting his opinion when he's, pulling the Blue Origin apart and Katy Perry and all this shit, but calling him out to admit that space is fake and gay in her quotes. So there's even people within the community calling for a wider conversation where people are on different sides of the fence that are out in the public eye on YouTube and all of these platforms, X and so on.
I'm telling you, bros, like it's so softened. The field is softened up right now. Like the time for planting seeds has begun. Like it's almost as if the Creator had given us the right moment, to seize the opportunity. I don't know. It's just what it seems like to me. Like because why have we been preparing the field like the way we have, and there isn't any group that I can see that could bring it about the way we have, with the type of decorum. Shall I put it that way? The decorum that we have, at least adhering to for the most part, where it could be a bit palpable for the audience. That's all I'm saying. Like I was thinking about this. I'm like, yeah, I mean, we're a bit rough around the edges when it comes to like ballers coming in there, but when it's crunch time, we know how to put our game face on. Like we know exactly what time it is if we're in front of a huge audience. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think we've been slumming it for too long, but it's been a while since we had our moment to actually go in there and actually show them what we're made of. Like actually really apply all the knowledge that we have and the skills that we have to have the conversation, to any type of situation, just to have it, to a bigger audience. That's what I'm saying, because I'm just kind of on a little rant here, but we often at times complain that individuals such as like Witsit and such, that they have this platform and it's going out to millions of people, and we're over here listening on the sidelines, and we're like, man, if I could have done such and such, I would have done. What I'm saying is, well, isn't this the time, right? Isn't the field ready? Can't we see if there's some connections we can make, or at least try to see if we can reach out to some people ourselves, like whatever we're doing. And
it's been an interesting 4 or 5 months for Flat Earth since final experiment, and ended up with this. And when I saw this on YouTube the other day, I was just sitting there shaking my head, thinking they've really, really fucked this up. This is so blatantly fucking obvious. People are going to ask questions. I didn't realise how much it was going to blow up, though. I just know that because of this, we're going to get more people coming through this channel and asking questions. And because of this, we can use this for our advantage within those conversations, because this is right out there and everybody knows about this, right? So there's a definite positive to this. How far, like you're pointing out, we take this, I mean, that's down to us, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, couldn't it be that we could just contact someone that knows somebody that, you know what I mean? There's obviously ways to do it, but I mean, it's just everything's ripe for the pickings right now. I'm looking at it that way. I don't know what you guys see. Maybe you guys say, the doors are still closed. Like, I don't see it that way. These guys are really having the conversation now, whereas before they were really closed off. There was like no way that you could. I don't know.
I think you're right.
Unless you think that 24/7 is just going to be regulated to do things the way we've been doing it. I don't know. I'm more of the bigger picture, right? If you could possibly get out there on a bigger space, and just talk about it, and just kind of like an open chat, but still remain true to the same principles that you have here, wouldn't you do it? Like, why not?
Well, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Without placating is what I'm saying. Well, the Earth could be that big, but if it was
it could just be a bigger ball. Yeah, none of that.
Yeah, none of the compromising, but all of the same, points that we could talk about. That
it don't matter, dude. If you have a bigger ball, you destroy the cosmology. No matter what, like there's no way out. You destroy everything. It's like, think about it. Living on a giant globe destroys all the angles to the celestials in relationship to a globe. Right?
Yeah.
That means that all their claims about space are immediately thrown in the dumpster.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, man, now is the time, for us to really think about any of these platforms that have been talking about this, and it just seems like there's an opportunity here. I don't know. That's why I've been asking you guys. What do you think?
I can't wait to hear the cope, right? They could be faking space and it's still a globe. People are very attached to this idea. I mean, I think, I don't know about everybody in here, but I think some flat earthers underestimate how attached to this worldview they are. It's like part of them. It's pretty crazy if you really think about it. Like I said, it was like, if you don't believe in space, now we're talking about someone saying that has no primary knowledge that outer space exists. None. Zero. Like outer space is just as real as Narnia or something else. He's saying, if you don't believe in that, you're so stupid you shouldn't vote. Think about that for a second, dude. You're fully fucking brainwashed, bro. You're like so far gone, like I don't even know what to tell you.
It's about challenging that perspective.
Yeah, exactly. But it needs to be pointed out that, like, this is what needs to be pointed out. A, you have no primary knowledge that outer space exists or is real. The people that do claim they have primary knowledge, you can't test, replicate, verify, or anything, any of their claims. You have to just trust them. Period.
Yeah, I think that's too provocative for the mind to take in, because they're going to be like, that's just you saying that, but then what about the space agencies? They're the ones who have like searched
they verified
outside
each other.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is the way around for them would be, because they're listening to you say that, and to them they could say, of course I don't know, but those guys do, and you're trying to tell me that you're bigger than an organization, blah blah blah. And so you know what I mean? It's they try to,
but it ain't even us, dude. Like, the way I look at it, you got to get them to just like, it's them versus them. You got to get them to debate themselves. It's not us saying it. I want them to admit that they don't know. And you're the same way. I'm trying to get them to admit you don't actually know. You just believe this shit. So like, why are you so bought and you want to convince everybody else to believe the same thing you believe when you don't even know it's true?
Yeah,
like, I want that internal reflection, right? To go, why am I doing this? What the fuck is wrong with me?
I think a kind of the process would be examining the thought process that goes behind the reason why, right? So just going through that with someone and just tell them, okay, let's just walk through this, see if you can find out if you know anything. And they might get really offended and just be like, well, I don't know anything. That's the whole point. I'm giving it up to those who do, because that's most of the answers that you're going to get are going to sound like that. And, work it off of that angle, be just like, okay, so those guys, how are you so confident that they have it already figured out? Like, what in what they've done gives you that inclination that you can rest assured that they have taken care of business? Like, because you hear things? I mean, hearing things is one thing, but it's also understanding if they did anything to have a solution for the issue of what you think could be the problem. Like, well, how do we get to space? Well, they figured it out. Like, there needs to be kind of a way that you can process this. If not, it's just a story. So you can just trust any story. You just hear a story and you can just believe it. But there's another thing to investigate whether or not the claims of the story hold any merit. So
you're talking about like the serendipity of like, so is Jedi of like the last few months, right? We get this freaking golden gem of freaking them obviously faking their nonsense. And just all the stuff that's happened. So here's another serendipitous thing. You know how we deal with the 99%ers? So I caught this video today, and this chick basically, she's got a PhD in philosophy. She's basically refuted that whole super skeptic mind. Dude, she's talking about like all the she's talking in this video, right, about all the shit we deal with in this fucking chat, right? The super skeptic, the guy that only asks questions, like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
You mean the Bevites?
Yeah, the Bevites, right? Yeah, exactly, dude. And she's like dealing with like, but she's like going through like how this operates in the world of philosophy, the skepticism. And it's like, it's because they're kind of asking the wrong question, right? So when you deal with like, how can you know anything, right? Well, what does it mean to know something in the first place? What does it mean to not know something? So if you ask them, hey, okay, you're sitting there saying, I don't know something for sure. What does it mean not to know something? So when you say, what does it mean?
It means you just don't know it. Like, what
does that mean? You just defined it with the same thing?
I'll give you an example. Like, what's 6 to the power of 7 times 73?
Yeah, that's not definition.
Well, I'm just saying you don't know it. But, like, you can figure it out, probably.
It's right, like, you know how I can figure it out? You could define it for me.
I'm just saying it's the same principle. You don't know it, maybe, but you
What principle?
figure it
You
out.
haven't stated a principle.
You were saying that there was something that you were unable to understand, right?
No. I'm saying, like, there's people that are skeptics, right? That say, I can't know anything for sure. Everything can be a hallucination. We could be all brains in a jar. I don't know anything. I'm only 99.9% sure of anything, right? I can never be 100% sure of anything, right? So, what does it mean?
I'm 1,000% sure of that.
Yeah, exactly. So, they say, I can't be sure that I know anything. Well, what does it mean? Well, you'd have to know that you can't know something. You'd have to know what it is to not know something. So what is that, right? What does it mean to not know something?
It means you have humility in your knowledge. You understand that there are things you can't comprehend at your present state. Man, I don't fucking.
Well, her argument is the answer to this like skeptic question is actually at the boundary between not knowing and knowing. Because we all know what it is to know something, right? I know what I ate for breakfast. I know I have 2 parents. I know, I know all these things. I know what my favorite color is.
What is it?
I don't fucking know.
You said you knew it, dog. Come on.
I know my favorite food is fucking
What's
French
your
fries.
favorite color? Let's go. Come on.
Teal.
What is it? Give it to us.
Teal.
Roy G. Biff. Red's mine.
How do you know that you're real parent? From the point, dude. The point is that the answer to the super skepticism, the skeptic, that goes back to Descartes. Is
red.
It's the boundary between knowing and not knowing. Everybody knows what that is.
But how do you know your real parents?
Coca-Cola. I don't know what that is. It's fucking red, dog. Red's the best color out there. It's the supreme. All right. Anyways, I'll be quiet.
What were you saying, Indio?
I can't believe the dude just asking how I know my real parents. Well, I mean, there's familial similarities. How about that?
Hey, man, nobody knows their parents, man. Yeah, it is what it is.
I actually have a birthmark that runs in my family, so it's like in the same slot. That's how I know it's my parents.
Oh, yeah. This sounds like a prophecy, kind of. Can you? Yeah.
It's a mole on my finger. So like everyone in my family has a mole like on their ring finger, like on the first pat. Like on the first pat.
How can you prove that though? How can you?
I can look at my fucking mother, dude.
Yeah. Spare me, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
What? So if you see somebody who lives in a different country, so like if somebody who's from Russia and then immigrates into the U.S. and they have a mole on their finger, you're like, oh yeah, that's my great nephew.
It's in a very particular spot, dude.
Speciation.
Is he trying to go somewhere with this?
Yeah, I don't know.
You go everywhere, dog. Anywhere.
So I'll ask you guys, since you guys go and play the role of skeptic, so what does it mean not to know something?
Ignorance.
What is that?
Means you don't know.
Not knowing
Means
something.
You just said it's so funny. You guys define not knowing something by saying you don't know it. Like that's fucking hilarious.
All right. I'll try harder. Sorry.
Hey, what's your definition for dog? Things that are dogs.
All right. Yeah, I get it. Let's do this. You don't know something, it means you have a certain amount of knowledge, but not enough to make a decision upon that knowledge.
You just define knowing with knowledge. Dude, use the same word to define it. You just did it again.
Would you say, henchman? Would you say that you know anything to be true, like 100%?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you could give me a color, and I would say, no, is it black or white?
Well, it's good that you. Yeah, it's good that you agree on that. But how about Cheeto? Cheeto, can you say that you can know anything 100%?
I don't think so. No.
No. Yeah. Can you give me the counter example to that, please? Because I feel like you have a thing, and I want to be part of your thing. Yeah.
So what are you doing right now, henchman?
I'm drinking and smoking. It's Friday night. It's Good Friday, actually. It's a Good Friday. Today was a good day, as Craig Jones says.
All right. Do you know that you're doing what you just said you're doing 100%?
Fuck. Maybe I am. What that means? I'm biased or something?
No. What you just told me you're doing. Could you say 100% I'm doing that thing?
I am 1,000% doing that thing.
Well,
both of
there's
those
no
things.
such thing as 1,000. 1 to 100. I mean 0 to 100.
100%. I am doing those things that I said.
All right, 100%.
Yeah.
How about you, Cheeto? Whatever you're doing right now, are you doing that? Could you say 100% that you're doing that?
I couldn't say 100%. No.
And you're sitting down, lying down. What you mean?
Yeah, I couldn't say 100% that I could be doing that.
Yeah, I am.
But you're stating it's a state of being right now that you're telling me
I could be hallucinating. It could be a simulation. I don't know 100%. No.
So wouldn't that be a different state though? So have you ever been under the influence in some way, whether it be at a doctor's office or you took a medication or something, and you were
100% sure you were under the influence? Maybe you were stone cold sober, and that was just hallucination.
Totally sober over here.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying though is that the differentiation between the states and the kind of way that you understand when you're under the influence and when you're not, you're trying to ascribe that to a sober mentality. And the sober mentality, you can have a distinction between not being sober and being sober at the same time. So the distinction and the discernment is that you have the ability or the capability to be able to say, I was under the influence at some time. I remember being under the influence of a specific type of drug, whatever, from the doctor. And during that time, I was feeling like I didn't really know if I was, in or out of my dream state. Well, right now, you're trying to say that my sober mind is acting in the same manner as when you were under the influence. Do you get what I'm saying? You're trying to make reality this very difficult process thing that you can't even understand it. So it kind of, you're rendering any type of logical thinking kind of like moot. So you can't be able to talk about anything because it's just you're not sure of anything. But that's the problem. But that's
how much money I wasted on mushrooms, dude.
Yeah,
I just hallucinated eating mushrooms, and I didn't need to take the mushrooms because I was already hallucinating.
Yeah, in the under the influence state, when you're, you're not sober, you're going to be understanding that you want, like, people actually strive to get into that, into that place, right? They want to feel that buzz. But that's the thing, when you're under the influence, right? Now, you're in a sober mind state talking to us on Discord. See, this is the problem. And so you're trying to put it all in that same basket where you don't know if you could be under the influence. It's basically what you're saying. I could be hallucinating.
I don't know that I'm 100% sober.
Right. So how do you like that? You've made the distinction before. Hold on, henchman. Just relax. So you were under the influence before, and now you're not. But then at the same time, you want to say that you could be. So how did you make the distinction when you were under the influence and now that you're not?
Because you can tell.
Okay, that's my point. You can tell. That's discernment.
But you can't always tell.
No, wait a minute.
There's a
No,
varying degree. There's a varying degree of it.
Yeah. So if you can't always tell, then what makes the distinction between
It's
a
like the
sober mind
difference
state?
between having like 1 beer and 10 beers. Like,
Okay, so you're saying that right now you could have been buzzing like you had 1 beer.
if someone gave me a drink right now,
Hmm?
and it was like tasted exactly like water, and I wouldn't
can make
know
that
if I was
happen.
drunk or not.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's binary though. Being drunk is you're ascribing, a state of mind where you're not as sober as you understand. See, when you get into like 1 beer or whatever, like you're saying, even just a little bit, there's a slight change in your state. Right?
Yeah,
the state
but
of
I
being.
wouldn't realize that though. Is what I'm trying to say.
I guarantee you, if you feel some sort of like, state where you're under the influence, you would notice it. Because you could say, I remember when
But
I had
wouldn't know
1
for
beer.
sure, though.
I remember when I had
wouldn't
1
know for
beer. I
sure.
wasn't drunk, but I felt a little bit buzzed. Like it was a little something that I was off. It wasn't like I normally was. You could tell people that because you were taking something that gave that impression.
But I
that
wouldn't know that 100%. Is what I'm trying to say.
No, that's not the thing. You're trying to make it undiscernible. What I'm telling you is you did discern it already because you're categorizing it. You put it in categories yourself. You're telling me. You're like, yeah, it's like 1 beer. It's like, yeah, because how do
Wait,
you
sorry,
know?
what was the original
How do you know?
argument? I'm getting confused.
How do you?
What was
What I'm trying to say is,
what's the original argument?
yeah, it is the fact that you can identify 100% something that has true meaning. So if you say, I know for
Yeah, no,
certain,
I don't believe that. That's not
100%.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we
know
don't
that's
believe
what-
that you don't believe that.
So the problem is you can't qualify that by saying that because then I would ask you, how do you know that you can know that you don't know that?
Pardon? How do I know that I? Sorry, can you repeat
How do you know that you can know that you don't know that statement?
Wait, Can you type that? I'm getting.
No, it's really simple. Check this out. How can you have knowledge of the thing that you're very certain of that you don't know?
No, I'm just having a brain fart right now, and I'm trying to
No, he's asking you.
Yeah,
How
can you
claim you have knowledge of not being able to have 100%?
to understand it?
Okay, why
audibly.
are you interrupting me, dude? Yes. So why are you claiming that you have knowledge that you don't have 100% knowledge? How do you
I'm
know
simply asking if you could type it in chat so that I could read it.
Okay.
Compared to.
I can say it again really slow. It's 1 sentence.
It's not hard.
No, it's just I have trouble perceiving it through audio. I'd rather
How do you know that you don't know? How is that hard?
Bruh.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second because.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I thought.
It just boils down to what he said. I was just kind of giving it an extra layer so that you can. It's just really it's the argument itself. It falls on its face when you start to realize that if you make that statement that you can't know reality is what you're experiencing in any.
What's the rate?
What? Yeah, if
I'm
you
gonna
can't notice.
just being a douche.
If you can't notice reality in any real way that you could identify it in a way that you can be concrete about the things you're talking about, then you can't know that you don't know.
It's like, how do you know that you're not in a simulation though?
Well, that's the thing. The state of being in a simulation, you would have to experience first the state of being in a simulation to discern whether or not you are in one or not.
How do you know that though? How do you know you're not?
Because you'd have to transition into the state of being in a simulation.
But how do you know
So
you weren't going into that?
Well, because if this is what you think a simulation is, then you couldn't discern it from the physical natural world being real or reality being real. You couldn't have that. You couldn't say with all assurance that it's a possible scenario that you are in a simulation, because you would have to experience it it would be a state change. Like the state of mind that you have would be different. You'd be like, I remember when I was in a simulation and this reality
It wouldn't
seems.
be. If you're born
Yeah,
into
hold
it,
on,
you wouldn't know.
Trans Cheeto, just listen to me.
Sorry.
You're saying there's no distinction.
You could equate that to you saying, okay, I remember when I was in a simulation and this is not like that. So it's similar to it. So I could say it's like, bro, what you said is exactly what I'm saying. You could say it's like a simulation. That's what you could liken it to. You could liken it to a simulation because you experienced a state change where you felt that the simulation feeling, right?
Yeah, you guys are just
for them to be
retarded. Niggas, fuck you, retards.
That doesn't work in this channel, dude.
Fuck you, retards. You're all a bunch of retards.
I'm gonna make sure you get banned since I was.
Like, you guys are actually all a bunch of fucking retards. You realize that, right? Like, you're in here.
Did I break him?
Very funny that you can't answer a question. This question's stupid.
Did I break this guy?
Oh, totally, dude. You fucking busted his circuits.
That's all I got.
I blew his mind.
My lord.
Cheeto, it doesn't work in here, man. Like, not like the way you think it does.
Why? Look at him spiral. It's so funny. Dude, that was a crazy spiral. Dude, you fucking broke his ass, dude.
Dude, I really triggered him, man. That's kind of crazy.
Dude, that Matrix.
Yeah. I know that sometimes when you have these discussions with people like that are so inured with that with that identity, it's like causing that system failure. And it just like, yeah, it just breaks them. I don't know why. It just seems to. It's like when we talk about space not being real in a way that kind of puts it to their mind that there's no way that they could possibly manifest that in reality. They do that. They wig out, dude. It's like, I don't know. It's just a reaction, I guess.
I was trying to say, dude, this shit is so deeply embedded, dude. They like literally go into like a mental disorder because like our arguments are logical, and logical arguments, if properly laid out, they can only have one conclusion. And nobody, no matter how much you disagree with the conclusion or don't like the conclusion, you can't disagree with it, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a proper syllogism, premise, true premise, conclusion, doesn't matter how much you don't like it, that conclusion is true, period. No matter how much they don't like it. So they hear the logic, they don't like the fucking conclusion, and they just fucking their brain busts.
Oh man, that's a crazy spiral.
Dude, because like he's saying, well, what if you're in a simulation? Well, you're telling them, like, well, then it would be something else, right? Then there'd have to be a distinction. Because if it's equal in all respects, that means it's the same thing, right? If you're equal, so it's the law of identity. It's the same thing as simulation is reality and reality is simulation.
Yeah.
That means you just, like, the word simulation and reality, they become meaningless because there's no distinction between them. And, like, that argument probably worked in all the other fucking stupid chats in here because they're fucking, pea-brain fucking morons and all the other fucking VCs.
Wow.
And I bet you the stick works everywhere else. Then he came in here and it didn't work, and he was like, N-word, freaking out.
I absolutely love that when somebody gets to that position. Well, it exposes them, right? They think that they're actually doing justice by saying that in our channel and causing a ruckus, and YouTube's catching that, but really the people that are listening to them and they want to take a solipsist position, or at least adhering to it, would make them be like, God, this guy can't advocate for our position well. He's, so it probably frustrates them listening to someone like that guy that just left. So
seriously spiral like that and just repeat the N-word. That's fucking crazy, dude. Like, you need to go talk to someone, yeah? Seriously, there's something seriously wrong going on there.
I haven't even begun to define myself. Dude, I'm just getting my engines revved up, man. It's 1:00 in the morning. Those are the type of conversations I like to have, man, where somebody thinks that they can like outthink themselves out of their position. It's like, I don't think so, bud. Not here. It's like if you're not ready to have the conversation, that's the end result is going to happen. You're going to reach a dead end, and then when you're faced with the facts that you can't outthink yourself out of this, you're probably spiral like that guy. I don't know if that's the thing. That's the kind
That's probably one of the worst I've heard, man. That's one of the worst I've heard. That was crazy. But
It's
good
been a
job.
while
That was
since-
awesome.
Yeah.
It's been a while since somebody spurged out that hard. But yeah, that was interesting. I was making myself a cup of coffee and I was just laughing in the background. That was good.
you went bananas.
Yeah.
I like it. Indio's gotten some of those before. I mean, we all have actually.
Oh yeah.
You've gotten pilots to do that to you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good. When they get frustrated at you and they get so mad because you're refuting their points, and
Yeah, but that was better because that dude just fell off a cliff. I didn't even see it coming. It was just like,
he just turned around and went mental all of a sudden. That was crazy.
yeah. Professor Phil said he wants to come in here.
Well, what is it? Okay.
Yeah, he says, "Come on, I won't call you a retard. Send me a link. I'll join as soon as I can." That guy was a moron with no manners or no brains. Yeah, that's fair, man. But like, we still don't have the type of individual that can come in here and hold a conversation. So, I mean, if you think you can, come on in. I thought he had the link to in here. Why is he asking me for the link to come in here? Look at it.
Probably banned.
I don't. Well, he might be. Which case, I don't think I can unban him. If he's, or can I?
His ban will be run out after 2 days, dude.
Well, shit. He's been trying to come in here for 3 days now, so he should be well over with.
We should be able to unban him.
You need his ID.
Well, why would you want you?
AG.
Yeah, I was just going to go get it, but it would be easier if you already got it.
Well, hold on. Let me look in this thing.
Unban should do it.
Oh, shit. You can just go to Prof Phil, right? PROF.Phil. Let me see if I get his ID.
Yeah, then .unban should do it for you.
Here, I'll drop his ID in the.
I'll do it.
Here it is. It's in the text.
I got it.
Appreciate it, Jedi.
No worries, man. You can delete that if you want to now.
Okay. We got Dead Internet that just joined us. Welcome, Dead Internet. It's the 1 o'clock hour, so people should be coming in.
If he was unbanned, he should be banned now.
Appreciate you, sir.
It's all right.
Dead Internet, what say you, man? Welcome to the forum. Oh, if he doesn't chime in. A bit of an update for you, Indio. I'm going to be shifting to day shifts. After this next 4, I'm going to be working at nights, and then after that, they told me I can get on my day shift, so I'll be in prime time hours. Oh. Not that I'm not like on here all the time, but I'll be.
Start hanging out at some more regular hours, right?
Yeah, for me, definitely.
Is that still 12 hours, though? Is that still 6 till 6?
Yeah, doing the 12. Cool. I really like the way that works out, man, because it gives me like 4 days on, 4 days off, that kind of shit.
Yeah, man, for sure.
It's a nice gig.
It's always more fun when you're around for the long haul, so they're just jumping in on your breaks at work.
Oh, dude, I wish this was I wish I could be a bit more prolific on the internet. That way I could make this kind of like full-time thing, which is what the heart of my aim right now is what I'm looking to do. I want to get established enough to where I really want to take it to like a radio podcasting kind of like, video style FaceTime with you guys involved. Like the house we're moving into, I want to convert the basement area into a studio. There's a room down there that's already finished, so I can work on it, convert it.
That sounds cool, man. Get your own space set up. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. then you can see me. I'll be FaceTiming you guys.
To see that big smile on your face when you're smacking ballers left, right, and centre.
Hell yeah, dude. I'll make sure that I'm not gonna be picking my nose, dude, in the time I'm in front of the camera, like Craig does, man. He's like digging for gold. That's fucking nasty.
He's looking for his brain, man.
Fucking
So, guys still in there?
nasty. I wonder if Helio Skeptic. Have you seen Craig fight the flat Earth? That GIF? I'll post it.
Dude, that wasn't the first time. 'Cause I've seen a GIF of him doing that shit before.
Hey, that one you posted, Crit, is broken already. Damn it.
Dude, they're like, they're savaging him on X-Men. Completely savaging him.
For doing
like,
that?
My timeline, man, it's like every freaking third post.
A booger eater?
Yeah, exactly, man. People keep reposting it,
disgusting,
right?
bro.
So
It
someone
is
posts it and someone retweets
nasty,
it, dude.
bro.
And yeah.
I'm surprised he doesn't just like lose all his fucking followers for that shit, dude. Oh my god, bro.
Dude, have you seen QNF's video about his fight to flat earth amputation? There's like something wrong with his leg, dude, and he was like trying to get up money to like have his leg amputated or some shit, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he like hurt it or something. But he's been like for 2 years now. He's been like, my leg's getting amputated. My leg's getting amputated. And fucking QNF made a video of like all the videos him saying, talking about his leg amputation was like. He's like, now it's not. He's like, no, dude, you're fucking getting it amputated. Like, you owe us an amputation.
He's a cartoon character, man. Like, my god.
Can't back out now, man. You promised us an amputation.
Fucking hell, bro. All right, DJ's here. Everybody be quiet.
Tell me up, talk sports.
Kind of funny that everybody went quiet. Good timing. We weren't talking about you, DJ. I'm just messing about.
What's up, guys?
What up, homie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, dude.
Hey, think
Yo,
you
your
guys
hot mic. No, I'm fucking around. Yo-Yo's in the chat. I had to say that. Whenever Yo-Yo talks to me, we'll be like, Yo, you're hot micing.
He gets upset. No, I'm not, motherfucker.
I haven't said that for ages.
As soon as he rejoins his chat, that's the first thing I say to him.
Yeah.
Fucking nasty ass. Fucking. God damn, dude. I can't believe that shit.
I went ahead and added it to the home server, so that way it won't delete this stuff.
I know.
Gross.
That's what I was thinking, DJ. I fucking just say, you know what? I want to debate this guy. Let me please debate this guy. I just go in there and fucking troll the shit out of the room. All right. I got my argument. It's loaded up. Can you guys screen share?
Loop in the background. Get the green screen behind you. Dude, it's fucking us looping.
behind your avatar. Why you debate him? You're like, dude, I want to hear all. Listen, I'll give you 10 minutes. You can say whatever you want. I'll just sit here, listen, then I'll wait for my turn. I just fucking had a video playing in the background. Oh my god. He'd probably lose his shit, dude. What am I saying? He already lost boogers. Might as well.
Dude, this is what I mean when I say we need better opponents, because we ain't gonna get no respect fucking around with people like this. That's the thing, though, right?
You got a point.
It's this low tier people that'll deal with us. The high tier people don't want to. Will get embarrassed by us, so they don't want to fuck with us because they don't want to lose to a flat earther. So it's like
you got to deal with this, Phil.
Dude.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this is what I was saying earlier, Indio. We've been slumming it, bro. We've been slumming it.
Well, do you imagine if Professor Dave came in this chat? What the fuck would happen to him?
Yeah.
He'd lose half his subs by the next day.
A forum or a platform that he can't control, that he has to answer questions to. Get the fuck out of here, man. He would just, he'd bellyache, complain about the forum, the rest of the shit that everybody else does. He'd be like these other guys. Same shit.
Well, he'd be called out. He gets away with making a lot of nonsense claims in like forums he's on so far. If he was here, that just would not happen.
He wouldn't get very far, would he? If he tried to have a conversation before he started talking.
I mean, like all flat Earth does evidence. Like if someone brings it up, he'll just say, "Nuh-uh."
Yeah.
He doesn't. I guarantee, even still, if you ask him what's the horizon distance for a 6-foot observer, he don't know. He has no fucking clue what that is. I guarantee it. I guarantee he doesn't even know what that is. He also said, I think it was with a debate with Dave Weiss, he said, you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth.
Wait, what?
I think in a debate with Dave Weiss, he said you can't measure. It was either Dave Weiss. I'm pretty sure it's Dave Weiss, but it could have been Witsit. He said you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth.
Fucking hell.
Well, that's odd. You should be able to.
How did you fucking measure the surface curvature of the Earth then? Did you go very far away? Brilliant.
Well, you know him. He appeals to authority, and
that's all he does.
He likes saying things like, "We've known for a very long time that blah 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 blah." That's like his argument for everything.
Yeah. Funny.
First of all, there's no we. So let's just get that out of your head.
You didn't do shit. But yeah.
You're a fucking failed musician and a YouTuber.
Yeah, we need a higher tier of opponent instead of people like dogs or gods or eggshells.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, but like I said, like the people that I guess have the cred, the street cred, they're not going to deal with us just because, you know, the people with street cred, they're making a living off of certain things, right? Yeah. Being an intellectual, whatever. You think some PhD is going to like Michael Sartain? He debated Zerka about flat Earth and got cooked by Zerka, dude. Zerka.
Fucking hell.
He's got a PhD in physics. Okay? And he made that video that said, listen, I don't care if you're a PhD, you debate a flat earther, you're going to lose. Because, like, you don't know. You know, they've been researching and you haven't. You're just going to lose. And he also said, I don't think the earth is flat, but they know the topic better than you do. So, that fact alone, you think some random, like say some fucking CERN physicist is going to come in here and like, we got Franco, who's the ex-CERN physicist. He's gone in X spaces and debated and gotten fucking destroyed.
Wow.
Dude, there's so much audio of him getting fucking cooked. Like on Flat Earth Fridays, he's gone in there like every single one. And he's rage quit in probably 75% of his fucking joints.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's fun.
Yeah. Because it's reputational for them, right? It's like their peers. Like, say I'm a physicist PhD, and I have to go back to my fucking physics department, knowing I just lost to a flat earther and fucking face my peers. You know what I mean? Fucking. Not that they would do any better, right? But it's just the social thing where they think, you lost a debate to a flat earther. You're a shitty scientist.
Exactly.
Because in their head, right, this is just like a foregone conclusion, dude. Proven 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Dude, why are you posting dumb shit, dude? Booshed, or whatever your name is. Boosh.
What's he posting?
Posting dumb shit.
Could be anything.
Just posting memes, dude. Come on, man.
Cartoon.
You got anything other than dead memes from like 2016?
Oh,
you got from 2019, but okay.
Dude, I saw that meme in 2016.
Oh, I doubt it. Pixar didn't.
No.
Okay, now that's an old one.
Well, yeah, like I said, Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah, because we don't believe in that.
Is that what you said?
Well,
we don't believe in a solar system.
Anytime somebody provides pictures to you, it's all what CGI nonsense.
We got another big brain.
You mean like Santa Claus?
It's a cartoon.
Oh, do you believe in Santa Claus?
No, dude. There's lots of photos of Santa that can't be all.
Hey man, if your parents,
there's lots of photos of Santa that can't all be fake,
bro.
No. Photos of Santa prove Santa's real, dude. They can't all be fake, right?
So what you're saying is your parents never told you Santa's not real?
Oh my god.
No, this is your logic. So we're testing your logic. There's a bunch of photos of somebody claiming this. Therefore, this is true.
I think you need to research what the term testing means.
Boosh, is this the greatest evidence you have to put forward?
So talking about me is not a refutation, dude. Tell me what I need to research is not a refutation.
You sound upset.
Are you going to address what I said?
Is there a grown man that can respond?
Are you going to address what I said? Or are you going to talk about me some more?
I'm waiting for a grown man to talk.
Yeah, so you're going to talk about me some more?
I was literally talking to anybody.
You're talking about me when you say, is there a grown man? You're talking about me. So is that what you're going to talk about? You can talk about me or the topic?
This guy's got some...
Yeah, this guy? Yeah, talking about me again. Yeah, your shtick sucks, dude.
Jeez, I know it's
your shtick sucks. Your shtick sucks, dude. This shit don't work in this room.
Says the person who has to hide in the same.
Says the person talking about me
else
again.
You would sound like a pants.
Talking about me again. It's so funny. Why are you talking about me again?
You can't stop riding my dick, but I'm talking about you. Jesus.
Riding your dick, dude.
Talking about me again.
The only dick you've had is in
talking about me again. Oh, that's weird. Talking about me again.
Yeah, because everything that comes out of your mouth is a statement about me.
Oh, that's crazy how that thing that just came out of your mouth was talking about me,
dude.
Oh, it's crazy.
Instead of the
man.
topic.
Holy shit. Oh, it's like a paradox. It's like a paradox you can't understand. What makes it that much more funny?
It's like a paradox you can't understand. Talking about me again.
What's so you just gonna say whatever I say?
Oh, no, I'm not there.
Boosh is like, listen. Is that all you're gonna do? Is make comments about me? Do you got anything about the topic? Do you got
what's your
anything
next
about
argument?
the topic?
I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you.
Anything about the topic? Okay, now you're muted. Now you're muted, dude. Do you have anything about the topic? Anything about the topic?
Can you provide any evidence that the Earth is a globe, Boosh?
Yes.
Please put forward the best evidence you have. Either in verbally or in the text. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, calm down, guys. I don't spend 24/7 on Flat Earth Discord, so I don't have this shit readily on hand for whenever someone asks for it. So just take a chill pill.
Okay.
Can't access his brain, apparently.
It's fine.
What, you don't have this shit right next to you? You're like, no.
You gotta search for the evidence.
I haven't socialized. My only thing thinking about all day long isn't just, Flat Earth. And
okay, just put your evidence.
More social commentary, more nonsense, dude.
This color commentary we don't need, dude. Just put forward if you have any evidence or not, and just take your time.
Says the guys that won't stop talking and just let me put my
Says the
evidence.
guy. He said,
You're the one that's talking, dumbass.
Well, that's weird. Says the person just talking.
You're still talking, dumbass.
Says the person that just stopped talking.
Well, shut your big Cheeto hole, and perhaps maybe we'll get through it.
No, you did, but I haven't.
It's such a lame shtick, dude.
There. Well, now I helped him out with it. You can stay on mute, post your evidence in the side chat, then I'll unmute you and you can open your pie hole again.
Oh, shit. Pissed off.
Dude.
He's a politics scholar, so he should be able to post things. If he has any.
Then what?
Boosh. His name is Spaceman_S. You can just tell where this is going to go. I wonder.
Oh, I know. He's not going to be happy about it, though.
He's got a Star Wars avatar. Oh, this guy is all about space. He completely identifies with the paradigm. He's going to go straight into like cognitive dissonance, dude, the moment he realizes he doesn't have an argument. Guarantee it. If not, he's already lacing up his track shoes because he's about to bolt.
Come on, Bush. Where's the evidence for that thing you already believe in?
I don't have it laying around.
Well, why would you come into the chat without knowing where your evidence is?
Spacemen don't need evidence, it seems.
I guess the meme was the evidence.
You literally post one. He could post a picture of anything and I would have unmuted him by now.
Well, he posted an image of, what he considers flat Earth to be just a meme. So, and then he says, "Where's your flat Earth now?" And it's some chick dressed in these like spandex, whatever. It looks like like a map or something. That's the level that we're dealing with these guys. I'm just like, God. No conversation to be had. Just
Douche,
like
you're gonna stay on mute until you provide the evidence.
low tier trolls.
At the moment, it's like Jedi fighting droids. One Jedi, 1,000 droids. It's just fucking simple shit.
He did the whole fucking Pee Wee Herman. I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah. So
I know you are, but what am I?
Fuck's sake. Complaints.
Oh no! Anyways, I don't have evidence. I put in the chat. Oh.
You don't post
Come on,
evidence.
Boosh.
I'm gonna delete any message you post until it's evidence.
You were all Mr. Big and Bad. Now you're like a little mouse, dude. No evidence. He's typing again.
Not even a story.
Since he can't verbally speak his color commentary, he's gonna now put it in the text chat. Way to go, dude. He's like that annoying friend that nobody wants to be around. Like when he shows up, everybody's just like, "Oh, dude, this guy's here again." He's just so fucking annoying, dude.
Just trying to politely ignore him, not like looking him in any direction, but talk about him amongst ourselves because we don't want to talk to him.
Sad state of affairs, Boosh. No evidence for your globe that you just gotta do this little shtick. You'll be gone in a little bit. Ain't worried about it.
And then he'll be back later, really upset, pissed off.
Yeah. We got Ashoka that just came in. Ashoka, whatever your name is. Welcome. Goes by Tioga 2001, Femboy Dude, or something.
What is with this fucking server? Anyway, fuck, dude.
We got the uninformed thinker that joined us as well. Welcome, uninformed thinker. Welcome to the forum. See ya, uninformed thinker. We got Bush again. Good old Bush.
Bush, man, you can avoid the suffering if you just post the evidence. Don't you think it's obvious years ago? Surely the evidence should be easy to come by. The good evidence.
You think you could? Let's put it that way.
What a loser.
Scraping the bottom, Indio. This is what we have to work with.
Yeah, it should be, but it isn't.
Don't call me Shirley.
Oh my god, this dude is just a other fucking clown, dude. He's literally doing like 3-year-old level mock, just fucking copying.
I'm rubber, you're glue. Everything you say bounces back and sticks to you.
Fuck, dude. Single fucking parent detected, dude. There's no way you had a strong male influence, fatherly figure in your household. No fucking way.
I'm saving that GIF. I didn't know you made a GIF like that.
Oh, I think I hit the fucking mark.
Ioka, nobody was talking to you.
Yeah, man. Dude, I wasn't talking to him. Why is he saying that shit? Like,
He wants to insert himself as the main character because
now I have my doubts that what he said is even true.
he thinks he's the main character. Maybe.
Or when you say fatherless household, he's like, they're fucking talking about me. You know why I deleted it? Okay, I told you I'm going to delete all your messages until you post the evidence.
I don't think anybody's rooting for you, Bush. We already know nothing's going to come out of you. You're just going to do a little shtick and get tired of it, then leave the channel. Then we'll be on another subject. You do it a couple more times.
Ash, nobody's fucking talking to you, you insecure ass. Fuck, dude. When you throw a rock into a pack of dogs, the one that yelps is the one that you hit.
Professor Phil's unbanned and he's still not in here. What the hell?
Buddhists were the original Jedi. Quit stealing our whole flow.
What does that mean,
Buddhists
Indio?
are Jedis. Oh, God. Fucking cringe as fuck, dude.
I don't even know where to begin with this idiot, so I'm just not going to start.
Did you?
Okay, Bush, your time is up. Thanks for the W, easy W.
Yeah, Boosh.
No, come back.
Perfect.
You got to do the with the follow up. Dun, 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 you know.
Game
The
over.
game over.
Dude, why you chat skanking?
You know, it's funny if nobody engages with Tioga, there wouldn't be anybody that could say anything about what he's saying in the chat. He's desperately wanting
true.
somebody to engage.
Fucking bio is a goddamn nightmare.
Throwing that bait out so then somebody can say something like, you see the way people are. Oh God. I've had enough of that. Nobody gives a shit what you think about yourself. Just do what you do.
Well, the whole thing is that, like, they think their behavior is like some original thing.
See?
They were doing it.
I
They were
fucking
doing
told you, bro. I knew it. God damn it, I know these people. Like, exactly. That's what they want to say.
You get homophobes. What?
Exactly. That's what they just want a reason. Just give me a reason. Come on.
How did
Let me
you,
put
how did you
myself
get
out there.
that? Where
Let me put
did
myself out
that
there.
come from, man?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. Where'd you get that from? And we just said no one gives a shit what you do.
Tioga's
Do whatever the fuck you want in your own life. We're here to
I don't
talk
give a
about
good
flat Earth.
goddamn what you do, man.
Dude, you baited him, dude. You fucking just Uno reversed his ass.
Dude, nobody
These
gives a
people- we're
fuck.
talking
Do
about
whatever
black
the fuck you
people.
want to do, bro.
We're talking about black people. We say these people. We're talking about Mexicans. We're talking about Chinese people. We're talking about fake professors with Australian accents.
That's their whole shtick, man. They say some shit so that you can say something about it. Yeah, see, they're talking about me. Nobody gives a fuck, dude.
Our whole personality's being offended.
It's old, dude.
Ugh.
And this, we're in a
Nothing
weird
one
part of the
goes on,
timeline,
man.
bro.
Oh
That's
yeah,
all I'm
dude. We're fucking.
The timeline we're in right now.
We're off, dude.
It's not a line, it's a fucking loop.
Mobius strip.
Yeah, with a double twist in the
Oh,
middle.
what the fuck, dude? Don't post that shit in here, dude.
What is that? What was that?
Something about Witsit, dude. Stop that.
Oh, what the fuck?
The fuck is that, Stace?
What was that supposed to do? Like, I mean,
I don't even know, dude. I didn't even watch the video. I just see it. Be careful what you ask for Witsit. Like, fucking, dude, this ain't the gossip channel, dude.
oof.
If you always win, maybe you can come in and present some evidence here for us, Stace.
I think
What's
that's
this never
Stacy.
been in here? What's this person talking about?
That's Stacy, dude. We know Stacy from back in the day.
Nobody cares what you think, Stace. Literally, nobody.
That's
Screenshot.
Stacy from
I
24/7?
screenshotted it. Yeah, and so what?
Oh my god.
Kiss my ass, dude. My lips couldn't cover your fat fucking behind.
Oh shit. That was to like one of the nicest people we have on the fucking server.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude.
Fucking hell, bro.
Didn't
That
like.
shit went to old dude. Oh, bitch.
Yeah. I don't think she liked his picture he's got there. Earth is flat. Don't make it weird.
Yeah, that triggered her.
But he's.
She decided to make it weird.
The most neutral person on the server fucking gets attacked. Wow. Okay. I'll be like the guy from that Home Alone.
I wouldn't
What's
say
next?
he's neutral.
Rabies shot for the Easter Bunny?
Old dude ain't neutral. He's probably the most diplomatic.
Diplomatic. Yeah, I chose a different word. Yeah, you're right.
He's definitely FE.
Well, I meant diplomatic, and I use neutral. But
Yeah, dude. Like, why would you pick on an old dude? That's like fucking. That's like smacking a baby or something. Dude's fucking like.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you got the rowdy group over here, and you go over there and smack the baby. Like, that's the wrong thing to do.
That's not smacking a baby. That's kicking a hornet's nest. There's a difference.
Yeah, true.
How about baby hornets? Oh,
As they say, let a sleeping dog lie, man. It's like going to the club, man, and getting a fight with the valet instead of the bouncer.
yeah, this is the wrong one. Had a good conversation with Brendan today. I liked it. He's talking a little bit about his profession and giving us.
Obed Brendan?
Yeah.
The meteorologist.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you talking about?
Gave us the inside scoop on the measurements of air pressure and like what they're really concerned with. You know, the academics. Like, not really anything to do with measuring anything in the mesosphere and on up. And satellites don't measure per se, they derive information and calculate. So no measurements of like what they consider to be their pressure, like up where they consider the Kármán line to be, to give these low pressure readings and such. Like, you know what I mean? So the argument for that has to be founded on whether or not they understand that pressure can be measured at those altitudes. That seems to be something that's lacking within this argument. I've been bringing it up lately, but it still seems to be like a real contentious point. They don't have an answer to. And it's more over solidified when Brendan's really talking about how they measure it. And he was going through like the different types of things they use and the satellites that they consider the ones that they rely on at the high altitude positions, but they don't use them to actually correctly identify weather patterns because they use infrared.
Yeah.
And so they get within a tolerance range of like getting measurements from the cloud tops versus like the lower readings that they get from weather balloons and such, which can a bit more closely monitor the weather at the troposphere level. So
that's what I'm really interested in, right?
yeah, and anything beyond that, I think the question was raised by T-Dub. T-Dub, if you're here, were you asking him like, or no, it wasn't you. Who was it? Somebody was asking him. Oh, Sasha. Sasha asked him the question. Like, what would happen if you try to measure, and I translated it because, you know, Sasha's thick accent. I kind of translated for Sasha. I was like, well, what he means is like, why wouldn't it read in the mesosphere? Like, what is the problem with the device that he mentioned the name of the device, that it doesn't read in the mesosphere because it can't read that pressure reading. It has like a specific tolerance that it doesn't go beyond. So it gets to a point where it just doesn't work.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's like, they've used a rocket to kind of, and he calls it I think it's an acronym or a way that he's describing a type of measurement called in situ. So I think that's a short for something. But yeah, he's saying that's the more accurate way to describe a measurement from the troposphere. And he's like, far beyond that, like we're gonna have where they say they measured in the mesosphere, but it was a rocket blast that they say that happened. That was the measurement, but it wasn't actually a measurement because it wasn't, as he put it, in situ. So he keeps using that term, which I guess is derived from, a place that he's understanding that something can be measured directly.
Yeah,
Not
directly. Yeah, you got it. So directly or indirectly. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, there's not, and so we got fairy tale, the vacuum of space, even beyond the mesosphere. So how can anybody derive that they actually know what that? So the gas pressure without a container argument is still valid because we have pressure, right? Yeah. But at the same time, it's not known what the pressure values are to give them, a sound foundation or a valid foundation for it being what they claim it is at the place that they say that it's the Kármán line. Because, they're saying the vacuum of space is attributed to it being super low pressure, but yet there's no way to measure it, so how would they know? You get me? Like,
Yeah. Just go around in circles, don't you?
Yeah, it goes around in circles. So,
quick question.
What up, TV?
Chat, are we live?
No.
Well, I guess I'm out of here, dude.
What's up, bro?
What's going on, guys? What's going on? Are we cooking or?
Not at the moment, dude. We're just kind of kicking back, talking about the day's ongoing.
Dude, there's nothing to cook, man. It's all fucking roadkill everywhere.
Who is Claw? What about Claw?
What do you want?
That guy's been on the fence since 1973, bro.
No, I just out of respect for you guys. That's it.
Yeah,
doesn't that hurt?
I don't know. He doesn't have any. He doesn't lean one way or the other. He's always been that way. He's neutral.
Yeah. Lame, otherwise, you just get fucking eaten like a fucking pack of dogs, just sticking on somebody. You're just like, rah, rah, rah.
Yes.
I know how the game is played.
I've got my pitchfork
Not a
and
game,
my torch
dude.
already lit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's lit, bro.
Why are you being soft, Claw?
He's soft.
Clay Claw. What?
Yeah, well, look at the image he has on his profile, dude. That kind of exclaims.
Literally, it's kind of is that zesty?
Oh, that's not supposed to be that. I gotta change that.
A bit zesty, bro.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Oh wait, Claw of the Concil. Wait, you've been around before, huh?
Forever.
So you're a flat earther then, right?
No,
bro. Are you a concaver?
My butt's about to concave in this conversation.
Yo, pause, bro.
What the hell?
You know why it's concave? Because you've been on the fence for too long, man.
Oh, it's real pokey,
Ew. What about this Ashaka or 304 or whatever that is?
Oh my hell no, dude. That's a femboy.
What?
Yeah, look at his profile. It says it right there.
Tioga 2001.
But the moment you make him a thing, it starts to become the main character. So don't.
A 5'6", 122-pound male femboy follower of Buddhism, bro. What the fuck?
Oh boy, you triggered his trap card.
It's crazy how
no pun intended.
It's crazy how you'll say just let you do you, we don't care, and then
all right, now he's the main character. All right,
wait, you shouldn't do you, bro. With those stats, don't do you.
Hey, Alpha. You like beating up women, but if you comment against me and disagree with me, guess what? You're main character. Oh,
wait, he likes beating up women? No, I'm the misogynist. That's me.
Yeah, true. I already know.
He was talking about your 5'6", 120-pound physique, bro. You need to get to the gym. You need to get to the gym, man. You need to get to the gym.
Who's the gym?
Get your numbers up.
Gym, dude. Gym. Work out. Lose some fucking weight.
Only weak people get influenced by strangers on the internet.
Ouch.
So, who influenced you then?
Yeah, because it's strangers on the internet that tell you need to get in shape, right? Sure.
Isn't that what you
like nobody in your real life tells you get those spaghetti arms, fucking get some muscle on them. Be a 5'6"
watch them all be jacked and whatnot. Be like some
Nah, he
roided
says he's
out.
120 pounds at 5'6", dude. Dude's a fucking. Dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
you know.
Whatever.
That's
You
not
can continue
old.
talking about me. I'm gonna go back to playing my game.
Oh.
Oh, we're not talking about the right attribute in your bio, so you can get a pseudo offended.
It's in your bio. Like, you wouldn't put something in your bio you don't want any
Are you
people
even in
to
here?
know.
Get the fuck out of here.
Uh-oh.
Damn. Shit.
Bam.
Fucking play your game somewhere else.
Oh,
wow.
Hey,
Angel
what's up,
said,
Claw?
Fuck
So,
that.
Claw, tell us why you really think there's a globe. Tell the truth.
No,
No,
it
the
doesn't
absolute truth. Don't
matter.
give
It
us the
doesn't matter
answer.
what the shape of the planet is. It's like, I think that we have
shape of the
deep-seated
planet?
psychological problems we need to fix first before it. Kind of, we
Yeah,
can jump
which
to
is
that.
your mental state. Your mental
Wait,
state. Yeah.
newsflash.
Oh, sorry, you're doing the group think thing now. We're gonna dogpile every
No.
board. Is that
Yeah,
what's
the
going
mental
on?
state.
How come I ask you a question and you just go into instant verbal diarrhea mode?
Well, no, because everybody's talking at the same time.
Yeah. No, I asked you a question and you went into verbal fucking diarrhea, dude. You went into like speech.
Oh, sorry.
You got a
The answer
soapbox.
didn't- Okay, so what? You're not listening, or what?
Yeah.
So
you didn't answer the
basically,
question.
what I'm saying is that I don't think it matters what the shape of the planet is. I think what matters is we have deep-seated psychological collective
Does that answer my
things,
question?
issues we need to fix first.
Okay,
Like
great.
what?
Thank you for the
Like
side.
But I think flat Earth though is
Thank you
at
for
the same time the flat.
But
Hold
that
on.
does not answer my question.
Well, I do think
What was
flat
my
Earth is a
question?
good. What is your question?
What was
Say it
my
again, then.
question?
What's your
What
question
was my
now?
question? What was my question?
I don't know. Say it again.
Really? Really? We just got to hear that spiel and you didn't even listen to what I said.
You said why is the Earth flat?
No?
Bro.
What do you want to know? I'm doing like 8 things at once right now. What do you want?
I said, why do you really think the Earth is a globe? Like, really? Look,
I can't prove it. I can't prove it. I don't know.
No, that's not what dude.
Dude,
I don't
you're
know.
bad.
Not the answer that you think would be correct on a test. Like, why you really think it. Like, why, like, what was the convincing thing?
You guys.
To think the Earth was a globe was us?
I don't know. I
You
can't
thought
tell
the
one
Earth
way or
was
the other.
you thought that it might be flat, then you came into the Flat Earth Discord, and then now you're like, it's a globe?
It's a globe.
It's not a globe. It's something.
We know that.
Hey, you sound like a Bevite. Those guys say the same thing. I
What's
don't
a
know what the
Bevite?
Earth is.
I don't know.
A guy who's
Standing on it.
undecided.
Okay, since
I'm
you
trying to
seem like
figure
a
it out.
bleeding heart fucking social justice warrior,
Nah. I hate that shit.
well, you're looking for some sort of social justice. Maybe not for the alphabet soup, but
What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
you said there's more important problems in the world, right?
Well, yeah, and I think the flat Earth is a really good stepping stone to fucking maybe start questioning certain narratives and like figuring shit out for yourself as well. Which is really good because there's always been like really good conversations in these servers like that aren't quite related to flat Earth all the time, but you know what I'm saying? I miss Reconor a lot.
Okay, so this is the thing I
Reconor?
kind of talk about. It's like, what good is it having information if people don't know how to determine what the truth is?
Just takes time.
What do you mean? What do you mean takes time?
The truth comes
If
out eventually.
Yeah,
already
but
has.
if you don't have the tools to evaluate what the truth is,
Yeah,
coming
that's what
out
I'm saying.
doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. Like conversations like this are also good for is refining those tool sets.
Have you
I'm
refined
not
your
talking
tool
about the
sets?
people in this chat. I'm talking about people. So it said there's bigger problems in the world, right?
Yeah.
So those
There's big.
to solve those problems, you need the people in the world to say, "Hey, I see this problem. Well, hey, here's the situation. Here's my information. How do I figure out what the truth is? Oh, the truth is this. Maybe I want to fix it. Okay, so maybe this will be the train of events that solves all the problems you see in the world. But if the people don't know how to figure out what's true or not in the first place, you're never going to
Yeah.
get to that part.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, well, like, what if it turns out the Earth is flat, and then everybody finds out? What do you think is going to change anything?
Yes.
Really? Like, given people's track record and stuff like that too, like, I don't think it would make much of a difference for people because they're just going around doing their own shit. You know, like,
Yeah, but that's your generalization of like what would happen based on your perspective. That's not like every individual listening right now. we've heard testimony of people that have heard us speak, came into this channel and say, I've been listening for a while, and you guys have really changed my mind when I was wrestling with these ideas. So that generalized statement doesn't apply always.
You guys think flat Earth versus globe is just like the flip sides of a coin.
Yeah.
Like one side's heads, one side's tails. It's not like that. It's not a dichotomy like that.
So you're mischaracterizing
There's
what
other
actually
implications,
happens,
right? There's other implications.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Earth is flat, what are the implications?
Means that we'd be lied to.
That's all you can think about is the social fucking implication of fucking people. That's what you're thinking about? Why are you here, son? What's the meaning of life? Where am I? Where am I going?
Scatter your enemies.
Why am I alive? Those questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those questions have different answers under a flat Earth paradigm than a globe Earth paradigm. They're completely different, right? Hey, you're on a flat Earth in a contained system that was obviously created.
Yep.
Oh, what am I going to do the rest of my life? Oh, I'm going to pray I go to fucking space and be a moral fucking degenerate and beat off to fucking Pornhub all day.
God damn.
It doesn't matter because it's all going to blow up in 4.5 million years when the sun fucking explodes. So it doesn't matter anyway. I'm just a worthless speck of dust. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I don't have to care about anyway. We're just a bunch of fucking animals. I'm the descendant of a fucking ape. Like, it doesn't really matter what we do. We just have these legal systems that tell us this is right and this is wrong, but there is no objective morality. So this entire worldview, this is the global worldview, right? The flat Earth can't support that worldview. Okay, like if the Earth is flat is contained, that nihilistic worldview can't exist. They're incompatible with each other.
So that's going to go away, like once they figured out that the Earth is like flat.
There's still going to be sociopaths and psychopaths.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's still going to be people that want to do evil.
Yeah.
So bad people aren't going to go away.
Mm-hmm. You're supposed to find your happy spot regardless of what's going on in this world, I think.
Really? The goal meaning of life is happiness?
No, it's just like finding your niche and like finding their safe spot with the people around you, and like regardless of what's going on in the world.
You have a very narrow worldview, bro.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Edifying.
I love the dogpiling shit. It's fucking great.
No, dogpiling shit. No, but think about it, man. You think that this?
I don't care. You don't fucking define me. Fucking relax.
See, I don't care. That just sums it all up right there.
I can't say anything, but you can. Is that the worldview you'd like to live in? Where you dominate
this is pathetic, bro. Nobody's dominating anything except for you guys trying to fucking
loud on the mic, bro.
Horning in on a fucking bone.
You're getting loud on the mic.
You guys do this every few months. You do this. It's fucking pathetic. Fuck off.
How do you know?
Why are you so emotional? We're having this.
I don't have the patience for it. I really don't. Today I don't. I got too much going on. I don't need this shit. I don't need it.
Then change your tampon,
bro.
Bro.
How old are you people?
Like,
how old are you? You just had a spurg out for no reason.
For no reason. It's like I don't need to fucking sit here and take fucking stupid shit from fucking retards who are currently online.
There's a big red button you can press.
You know we're online. Oh, he left. What a fucking soft ass bitch.
Oh, emotional, man.
There you go. Thank you for that. Yeah, 2 for 2. Let's go. That's the one. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
My dog.
Damn.
I'm just gonna leave it like this in the air, man, hanging. That's 3. That's a 3-pointer, nothing but net.
Yo, you blew himself up with his own grenade.
Even old dude's cooking him in the chat. Oh man!
You play a video game where you throw the grenade and it bounces off the wall and you blow yourself up. That's he is dead.
I felt I was feeling around for it. I was like, I know where that button is. It's around here somewhere. Where the hell is it? I pressed that bitch. He's like, oh.
Dude, man, you're having a hell of an effect on people tonight, dude. This is fucking. You talk to them, there's like,
Mickey, are you on demon time, bro?
I'm fucking feeling my oats.
He's being nice too, dude. You're not even being rude to anybody.
I'm not even being rude, dude. I'm just coming at him like, so let's talk about it. He's like, fuck that. I got too much shit going on. I'm like, bro, god damn, dude, what the fuck?
He started off all chill too. When he first kicked off, he was going all right. Have you guys seen when people feed puppies and they go absolutely? They call it going goblin mode, and it looks like they're trying to bite their own ears off. That's what that dude to me felt like. He just flipped out.
Two flip outs. I love it.
I was just trying to get him to have a normal conversation, starting with something he's interested in, apparently world peace or whatever fucking noble fucking thing he thinks flat Earth think over. It's a waste of time. I was just trying to the flat Earth doesn't matter argument is so stupid to me.
Yeah.
They go tell all your friends and family if it don't matter.
It doesn't matter. So I'm going to go and sit in a flat Earth channel and annoy him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Matrix. I'm like, if it doesn't matter so much, then what are you doing here?
I think I got too much shit going on. I was like, dude, there's a big red button right there. You can just press that shit and just beat the fuck out of here. What are you stressing,
tell
bro?
us how much it don't matter, man.
You headed back over there?
Oh yeah.
I think I'm gonna come grab a drink.
Yeah, come on by.
Cool.
I'm at the first well.
All right, sweet.
What the?
Sorry about that.
Hey, CB, save me some.
You know, I got you, bro.
Listen to this on.
Have they erased that McClown meme that when it goes?
Oh, dude, we need to add it to the soundboard.
Yeah, because that's what it sounded like he did. I was trying to look for the GIF, but I can't find it.
Yeah, what did you search last time? What is it called? Like McDonald crash out or something like that?
Yeah, like McDonald's clown swinging or something.
How does it go again? What does he say? He's like,
he goes. He's fucking swinging at people, like knocking a kid out.
What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's funny.
Oh, we got 2 Spurgouts and a partridge in a pear tree.
Dude, I'm not happy about those Spurgouts, dude. That was too easy for you. It should be more difficult than that.
Yeah, well,
you don't get any credit.
Let's try
to get getting too good at this, or they're getting weaker. I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure it out.
I call hacker. Alpha's got some fucking.
Yeah, you
I got the cheat codes.
Background.
I got the Game Shark plugged in, bro.
The Game
left, right, left, right, down, up, A, B, start.
Dude, I know how to get 30 lives in Contra all the time, bro. And if you wanted rapid fire, you get a spoon and you just go back and forth from A and B, like on the controller pad, like really fast. That's before they invented all the hacks and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it.
You are live. Nobody here?
Yeah, we're here. We're just.
You should have been on it earlier, man. Alpha got this other dude to just like go right off the cliff, dude. He's just talking normally and just went into the N-word, freaking crazy. Just went crazy, like no warning.
Yeah, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, dude. N-word, 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 N-word. Like, dude, what the fuck?
He didn't even hit a button or anything. There was no button pushing. The dude just spurred out for no reason at all.
Like, out of the blue, bro. Like,
interesting.
Yeah, we're talking about epistemology, right? Like, what do they think? You know, how can they know something? And we just got into that whole conversation. How do you know what you know if you don't know? Like, and he just like went bananas, dude. Just N-word, 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 N-word. Like, whoa.
Wow.
The last time I seen that was actually in one of those street epistemology discussions that we had here. The dudes came in and held the event, and I think Crit was there as well. But the dude was on camera screaming the same thing, but he also had his thing out pulling that as well in the bathtub.
He did what?
he was screaming the N word over and over again. And he's sitting in the bathtub with his camera on, basically pulling himself. And man, I got him, like, booted him pretty quick. But yeah, that was the craziest one I've seen. I think Crit was there for that one.
Insane asylum. It sounds like some insane asylum crap.
But again, it was epistemology.
Yeah, people like when we talk about there being like an identity crisis, like we couldn't elucidate that fact more than what we have and the people are in here and they have a breakdown. That's when you know it's something like, I'd say it's spiritual, bro. Like it's something that people are just so ingrained, so inured with that there's like the moment you talk about it, it's like you're offending their very being. They can't refute you, so the only thing they can do is like curse you or curse you, flat earthers. Like shaking their
they're
fist.
having a core malfunction. CB, you got some.
Damn, CB, you got the party going on or something, man.
Yeah.
Nah, you're breaking up, bro. We can't hear you. Hey, yo, CB.
That mic's sizzling, CB.
Yeah, hard, bro. Epistemology, T-Dub. For sure, bro. You know how I do what I do.
But it's definitely demonic. Yeah, I agree with you, Alpha. The demons come out to play when they're getting beaten.
You gotta club them over the head like a baby seal.
There's some, if you see these people in person though, there's like their face, it's like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Like they almost shape shift into a completely different person. It's honestly weird as shit.
You know what else is weird?
Your sister.
The fact that you can't prove the Earth's a globe? That's pretty strange.
Can you prove the Earth is not a globe?
Hell yeah, 100%. But first we got to hear you proving that it's a globe.
Can you prove that the Earth is not a block of cheese?
Yes. No, not a block of cheese, but it's not a globe. What you think it is?
I never said it was a globe.
I think you think it's a globe.
No, I think it's
all right, prove me wrong. Then prove me wrong.
Slice of cheese.
Prove me wrong. Slice of cheese don't count. Prove me wrong that it's not a globe.
Yes,
Go ahead. Give your best evidence why you think it's a globe. Let's hear it.
I don't think it's a globe.
So you're just giving up the ghost already? That's
I don't
odd.
think it's a globe.
So you're really abandoning the claim that it's a globe. Is this true?
I never made that claim in the first place.
So you're just going to distance yourself from the fact that it's a globe that you think you live on, right?
I never said it was a globe.
So can you or can you not defend it being a globe?
Why would I defend it if I don't believe in it?
Okay, so you don't believe that the Earth is a globe. So therefore, this channel still remains that anytime somebody new comes in here, they don't have evidence for the Earth being a globe. Which is why we're number one, dude, because nobody has evidence for it. Isn't that weird? You don't find that strange?
Not really.
I find it weird and embarrassing that a grown person comes into this chat room in regards to the nature of Earth and wants to start talking about the Earth being a piece of cheese, yeah? Don't you find that really embarrassing for yourself?
I'd say. For a grown adult to make a mockery of the thing they think they live on as a piece of cheese. Wow. Is that how far we come, Z? Where intelligence is scrubbing the bottom of a barrel, where you can't even muster up the fortitude to tell us that it's a globe? Do you distance yourself away from such claims because you don't have any evidence? It's pretty weak sauce, bro. It's pretty weak sauce, the way I see it.
Sahur.
I'm spiraling already.
I love it.
Bombardiro crocodilo.
Fuck, he's going on.
Broke me another one.
He's
another
broken
one
already.
I'm like DJ
Alpha,
Khaled
that
tonight.
one doesn't count. That was
Why
broken.
not?
Come in here.
Dude, you gotta
It
give
was
me
already
this one.
broken. No, you're not having that. That was
shit.
already pre-broken.
Well, I was trying for him to start and advocate for the globe, but he didn't want to. All right. We can scrub this one, but I still got two. This one, I mean, Unless he
I'm letting you
musters
keep the
up
other
the
two.
strength.
I'm good with that. You can keep the other two, but you are not having this one.
Ah,
I was
okay.
going to let you have it, but he called it, and that's a fair point.
I was trying for him to come back from, the trollish graveyard, but he didn't want to, so I suppose
Now,
you guys are
if he'd had
correct.
changed his name to Mickey Mouse and said the world is made of cheese, I might have given it to you. But no.
What, Z? Never mind. I guess you guys are right.
Sorry,
I'm really trying to get that third
now.
one.
I'm fighting an emu.
Yeah. We know you got no evidence of the globe.
I think
Your voice is still being heard, but it's just, it's not.
Kangaroo.
Yes. You're all important. Your troll is doing something. It's enlightening people, making them laugh. Ha ha ha. Everybody's laughing. Yeah. There you go. You feel important now. Yeah? Zero intellect, brother. Mr. Z. Nothing to offer humanity except for this, bottom of the shelf antic. Good job. I'm sure your peers are very proud of you. Is that all, sir? Oh, that's okay. Don't worry, you're in good company. A lot of people come in here, they stay quiet after they're proven guilty of not providing evidence of the globe. The old Stonewall routine, huh? Okay. What else we got in here?
Why would you want to talk anymore when you realised how badly you just embarrassed yourself in the first instance?
Talk about cheese and I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's it's 2:00, 2:20. Oh, somebody will come along. Brighten our day. Professor Phil said he'll be by later on, but he keeps saying that, dude. He's gonna stand us up again. I don't believe him anymore. Professor Phil, I don't believe you anymore. No, I sure don't.
Well, not hanging around for him. Done that before. He just doesn't turn up. So, yeah, no.
And that's because you put on that Old Spice, dude. And that's, you got to reserve that for certain people. And, wasted a good splashing of that. Just, we're not going to do that again.
Hey, AJ, isn't Professor Phil your uncle?
Oh, shit, dude. Shots fired. If he doesn't respond in 3 seconds, we're going to have to just say that it is his uncle. 2001, 2002, 2003. Oh, shit.
LZ.
By the 3-second rule, it is his uncle.
You're going to have to stop posting the random crap in the side chat, or you're going to end up getting booted out of here, man.
All right, Z. The jig is up. No more side posting unless you're going to participate in the discussion. This isn't one of those little channels you go to, man.
The right one's supposed to have a reading, according to Cavendish.
Katy Perry in space. Damn.
That's just evil, mate.
Yeah, T-Dub is. All the way from Australia, man. Big old smackdown.
We'll just move on from that then, again.
Dude really posted that strawman nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Dude,
Go for it, Indio. Do it. Don't hold back, bro. Don't disappoint us, man. Give it to him. Let him have it.
Dumb as shit, dude. So dumb.
He's been posting that stupid crap. I didn't even want to dignify it with a response.
But it's still the server image, so. What is the name of the designer that designed those things? Oscar De La Renta? Something like that? Probably saying it wrong. De La Renta? Who knows? They're very stylish in those suits.
I get sick of banning people for being stupid, man. But that's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. The ball bearing.
Oh, the ball bearing?
Oh, the ball. The steel ball that.
It's so stupid that I kind of want to buy a cheap scale just to take it apart so that I can eviscerate this dumbass meme. But
So
it's not
you know that when he set this on its side, he had to tear that to make it say 000. He wouldn't have read that.
He doesn't know that though, does he? Crit's worst nightmare. He's a Slice
Calling it
Arcane
stupid
fan.
because it is stupid. The first sentence is a straw man. The next part is stupid because he had to tear that sideways one to get it to read 000 because it would read a negative number.
Yeah, that's what makes it worse. You have to go out of your way to make this stupid straw man. So the person who took this picture knows damn well how stupid it is.
It's like this dude's going on the internet looking for the dumbest ones and posting them. You're not making the goal go good, dude.
It's not stupid because we don't like it. It's stupid because it's stupid.
Flat Earthers thinks mass is weight minus the force. Who ever said that? I don't remember saying that. I don't remember hearing it.
Gravitas is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing, and I have no issue with that existing. Next. And he's gone. My friend Z got bored and decided to leave finally.
Oh, we just started becoming friends.
That fucking EXO. Isn't XO blood sticker? MG42 pillbox?
No, no, Bloodsticker is another person. It's a Bevite.
Oh, damn. I miss MG42, man. Even though he goes off the rails sometimes, dude, he's still funny as motherfuck, dude. I love having him rip Cobras apart. Jody always calls it. He's like, "Watch this. I'm gonna have you. You're gonna be denying your own claim in 30 seconds." And they fucking always do. It's like, well, where's the curvature? Well, you can't see the curvature. You're denying your own claim that it's curving by saying you can't freaking detect the curvature. Imagine that was your worldview, right? Is that it's curving, but you can't detect it, and it's moving, and you can't detect it. It's downright insane on some level.
But it's so big it looks flat, Indio. Haven't you gone outside? I like the ones that say that, and then within 30 seconds, yeah, I see ships disappearing over the horizon. It's like, did you even think about that? Just for 1 second.
Imagine saying it's so flat it looks like it's curving. Like, imagine that was our position, and that's what we had to do is say, oh, it looks flat, but it's actually curving. And that was what we had to defend. I'm so glad I'm not a Glover. Like, I couldn't imagine defending that position.
That's an interesting claim, Starlife. Alpha Veritas, I'd like to direct your attention to the side chat.
What happened? Oh,
Check out the chat.
Just this guy.
yeah, go ahead. Open up your mic. Let's see what you got.
Damn.
Not even in here.
Z is grilling him.
Oh, he's getting burnt by his own side.
I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. Been looking for that all night. Come on now.
I hear
Threaten
he's
me with a
real
good time. I think he's fast. I love me them quotes.
I've actually got a couple from that movie.
Have you seen that movie, Banhammer?
Your Daisy, if you do.
Yeah,
It's one of my top 5.
it is top 5. Yeah.
Yeah. Of all the country and western style movies, it's number 1. I'm yet to see something better.
Yep. We have AIX or ALX, either one.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
You're a study of the gnosis. What does that mean? Student of the gnosis.
Well, gnosis means knowing, so you just look at every single piece of document you can, preferably the oldest one, and then you know stuff.
Oh, okay. What position do you take as far as this topic of the room? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I mean, there's the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? So, yeah, of course it is. It's over. Flat Earth is over, you know. It was the final experiment for a reason.
All right, final experiment. Could you form in a logical syllogism using a premise conclusion as to how the sun proves that the Earth is a globe? You could state it in a logical form. So, if you could do that, I'll buy it. I mean, if you need an example, pretty sure we can provide one.
Well, yeah, see, that's what turned me over. Like, I was aware about the 24-hour sun in the north, but then it's like, to me, it was impossible in the south, right? That's it. That was a big argument for us, but then it happened in the south, all right?
No, it wasn't a big argument for us. Yeah, it may be for those who tried to claim some sort of map without verification, but again, I think I need to direct you back to what Alpha just asked for. We need a logical syllogism.
Right.
Well, no. If it happens at A and it also happens at B, therefore C. You know, it just.
Well, what do you mean by that? That's a bit ambiguous. What if you could draw it out for us? If you need an example, I'm pretty sure we can oblige. I'm not sure if you need one or not, but it sounds like you don't. Do you need one? Oh, we're willing to help, I guess, is what I'm saying. So in a logic form, if the Earth is a globe, provided that the final experiment proved it with the sun being up 24 hours, then I would like that demonstrated in logic form.
I mean, I can show you evidence in the north of the sun, you know, the midnight sun, and I can show you what we recently acquired with the final experiment.
Okay. So would you say, and I'll put it to you a different way. Yeah, I don't mind. We'll keep the party going. I'll put it to you a different way. Would you say that the sun not setting proves that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me give it to you another way. If you would say that the sun setting proves that the Earth is a globe, would you say that's also correct?
Well, yeah, it just depends on your location relative to that big plasma ball. You know.
The plasma ball. You think we're on a plasma ball?
No, the sun is that.
No. Okay, so the Earth, right? Because the sun moving around, really, it's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is what the sun does provides evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape, like a sphere. So, the sun setting and the sun not setting, according to you, provides evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape. Now, I want you to make a correlation to how that's true. How is it true, the correlation, that the sun not setting or setting provides evidence of a geometric shape? Please, sir.
Yes. Because as we rotate on Earth, we have an apparent sun that sets, but it's not really setting.
Well, that's weird. It sets, but it's not really setting? How does that work?
Because it's Earth rotating, right? So the sun's not really setting; it's just the Earth rotating.
Okay, but we see it setting, though, right?
Yeah, locally.
Locally, we see it setting.
You guys can't get past the local part.
No,
You guys can't think big, you know.
No, you think big all you want. I'm just following your logic, right? So you're saying that the sun setting is not really setting.
Right.
So in other words, if I'm in America and I see the sun setting, and allegedly the sun goes all the way around the ball underneath my feet and then back around again, what you're saying is the sun's not setting. So is it setting or not setting?
It's not setting.
But I see it setting. So are you arguing with logic that if we see the sunset, it's not really setting?
Well, yeah, exactly. There's something called the equation of time. So basically, there's a mean cycle, and what we see is just the Earth's rotation, due to Earth's rotation.
Okay. So we're on a rotating Earth. It's rotating, and it's also a sphere, correct?
Correct.
So two bold claims that are already made by you, because the sun's setting, but not really.
They're not made by me. They're made by science.
Right, but you're advocating for them, yes?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, you're advocating for the claim. You're advocating for the claim that the sun is not setting when it looks like it is setting.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we derive a geometric shape? And after we derive the geometric shape of a sphere from the sun not setting, but it is setting, but it's not. How do we derive a geometric shape from that? And how do we know that it's actually the Earth that's moving and not the sun that's moving?
I mean, how we derive from that, we can do Aristophanes' shadow, shadow like measurement of the angles of the shadows.
Okay.
And then we can multiply that and find out the circumference of that ball Earth.
Well, that sounds like a very easy thing to do. So what do you think was done with Eratosthenes to get the geometric shape?
Well, he was in Alexandria at one point, and then he went to the other place.
Same.
And then from there, it was a certain amount of kilometers that he multiplied. But
well, how much were the kilometers, sir, that he multiplied?
I think it was like, 800, 500, 800? I don't know.
I don't know. You're telling me the story. What you're verifying is the Earth's rotundity, right? You're trying to give me how you know that the Earth is exactly the oblate spheroid, or the sphere that it is, according to the measurements of Eratosthenes. But it sounds like there's a bit of gap of knowledge that you have. You're not really sure about the numbers. Is this correct?
I heard you say oblate. You surprised me there.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't like. I don't want to surprise you. My bad.
With science, and that you don't know it yet.
No, I'm actually going along with the narrative. That's all I'm stating, according to the narrative, because I don't. For me, it's of no consequence, but to you, it means all the world, pun intended. So you have to identify what it is based on the numbers, right? The values, the figures. So if you're doing that via Eratosthenes, then you either know or you don't know.
Well, I mean, I have a folder that tells me every single bit of it.
Okay, well, if you can pull that folder up, because right now what it seems like is that you're not really sure. And in this discussion, we focus on hyperspecificity, whether you know the thing that you're claiming is true or not. It's up to you. I mean, you can drop the claim and say, you know what, I don't got time for this. And you can walk away. Everything's all good. But if you want to prove that the Earth is a globe, then we would require to be specific on the values.
Wasn't that what the final experiment was for? Like, why we even?
No, the final experiment wasn't for what we're discussing right now. The Earth.
You guys are too much experiments right now. You know that you have all this proof in front of you, and you still.
So this is a classic. This is a classic obfuscation tactic by most folk that come in here and can't provide the evidence that they claim, which is what you're doing right now. You don't want to provide the evidence that you just said you had with Eratosthenes and the distance and the way he measured the Earth, because I think that you don't have the information. And this is a stalling tactic. Is it a stalling tactic, sir?
I'd just like to clarify, Alpha, with this guy.
Okay.
You basically addressed in the beginning, Alex, that you're a flat earther. Is that correct? You changed your mind once you seen the final experiment because you said we had no choice. You're addressing it as we. So were you a flat earther until this point?
Man, by saying like, you know, I don't want to be a liar.
Just a yes or no answer, man. It's really simple, yeah, because you said we had no choice but to believe it's a globe after we seen the final experiment. So to me, I'm taking.
Well, I mean, wasn't it solid evidence that if what happens in the south happens in the north, it's clearly a ball? Because that's the only explanation.
No, that's fine, but he's asking you.
That's not my question, dude.
He's asking you a specific question.
Yeah.
Focus on his question. He wants to know if you were a flat earther before the final experiment or not. Just simply. Is that too hard for you?
Once you go flat, you never go back. I'm still a flat earther. We're just having fun.
Still a flat earther, but still having fun.
I don't know what that means.
So
that translates to I'm a troll.
Well, I'd like to answer your what you'd stated in the first place, yeah, because if you switch from flat Earth to a globe just because of the 24-hour sun, you didn't prove the globe at all, man. All you did is accepted the claim and the explanation that the globe model gives in comparison to what you believe the flat Earth model is without any type of verification. It's all in your mind, my friend. It's circular reasoning.
Well, don't you guys agree, though, that having a 3D model, because we see in 3D and everything, like, everything we perceive as like 3D.
Let me just carry on back to the point, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go back to the point. I wanted AJ to ask his question, but I did want to get back to the point that we were on, providing the evidence that the Earth is a globe via the Eratosthenes method. Now, did you conjure up the method, sir, or have you stalled enough to where you found it?
Well, see, to provide you with every single bit
of the Eratosthenes
of information, yeah, like accurate information, I would have to plug my computer in and.
So you don't have it right now.
All the information out.
So you don't have it right now.
No, but we all know. But I'm sure you know as well.
Sir, you don't have it right now.
Model measurements.
Sir, you don't have it right now. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, therefore, your whole premise is completely kiboshed by the fact that you can't provide the evidence to substantiate the claim that with the final experiment, or sunsets, or not sunsets, can provide evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape. Because we went all the way down to the core of your argument, which was Eratosthenes, and it broke down there. So therefore, everything you hinged everything on, which was Eratosthenes providing this evidence, it just washed away. So it was a good attempt, but we still didn't get to the fact that you can provide evidence of the Earth being a globe. Logically or evidentially?
It is a correlation. You know, it's not proof, but it's evidence.
No, it's not evidence, sir. Evidence would be something that you can provide, and you didn't provide any. That simple.
I told you I can, though. It's just that you're taking advantage now.
You can is you saying appealing to the future, and you haven't done so. So I will say you can't because there isn't any at hand. Until you do, then you will. But at the moment, you don't, so you can't.
I believe the question at hand too, Alpha, wasn't just what Eratosthenes done, but what did Eratosthenes do to prove a geometric shape?
Correct. Yes. And it seems like Mr. AIX doesn't have that.
A certain degree of latitude that the sun will be like above head, or it will give you a certain shadow. Let's say 7 degrees, and then you multiply that by the amount of kilometers or whatnot.
Sir, you're not coming forth with the complete information, so we're going to come in half-hearted attempt to have a kind of like a reason with you, understanding whether or not you know what Eratosthenes did or not. We're going to fall back to the same conclusion. You don't have all the information, which is a fruitless attempt at us digging into what you know about Eratosthenes because you provided no verification that you have any knowledge of it.
Will you give me 2 seconds? I'll Google it on my phone, right? Because
no, Googling it on your phone, sir, is not going to give us the information that what we require. Because you didn't.
All the information is right out there for you guys. I can do it for you, but just give me a second.
You can do it. I'm not saying you can't, but I mean we'll talk about it when you're done doing it. Because saying you're going to do it is just really not helpful. So we'll put a pin on the argument on Eratosthenes and providing evidence of the Earth as a geometric shape. To be continued, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to add. Make sure you Google how did Eratosthenes prove the Earth to be a geometric shape. Don't worry about what he done. How did he show it?
We await your arrival, AIX. We're here 24/7, bud.
I never said he proved it. I said it was evidence towards.
No, it's not evidence towards. But once you figure it out, once you find the information, we can prove that to you. It's not evidence. But fair enough. You can dig it up and we'll find out. Everybody's at the edge of their seat right now. Like, will AIX find the solution to the globe paradigm? Tune in next week on Globers in Trouble.
Yeah, I'm going to link the video in the chat here a second.
Yeah. You got a video in the chat? You're just going to hurl an elephant at us?
Yeah, it was a pretty specific question.
We don't need to see a video, dude. It's an articulation point. Talking point, yeah? Can you articulate the point of whatever you want to post in such a way that you can verify that it brings the evidence of the geometric shape of the Earth? Pretty simple. It does or it doesn't. It'll be useless chucking a video into the text if it doesn't provide what we're asking. But I think you're still going to do it anyway. Finding the Earth's circumference with a stick. Wow.
Hey, it's in the chat. Don't pay
It's in the chat. Yeah, we see it. All right. So what did this video provide?
It provides science and direct evidence against your Ludicrous.
Science.
Can't.
Okay.
You're claiming that Earth
Science.
is 2D. Like, what the fuck?
Can
There's
does
obviously,
is
there's obviously
yeah is natural science concerned with shape, sir? Mr. AI?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, well, what do you mean exactly by natural science?
No, well, I mean, the Earth is something in nature, yeah? So if natural science is concerned with shapes, like the one you think you're standing on,
Like oranges, like apples, like pears, like fucking
spheres.
avocado
Yeah, like
seeds,
spheres.
like, yeah, all spheres, bro.
So how do you science a shape, sir?
Like boobies.
Yeah, how do you science a shape? Walk us through the method. What's the cause and effect relationship for a shape?
The cause and effect relationship for a shape.
Mm-hmm.
I can take it somewhere, but I'm not sure if I want to go there.
Well, you should take it to where you called it science, and it's not science. The shape of something is a what is question. It's not a how why question. What is the Earth?
God caused boobies, and the effect is me getting hard.
That's fine. See, your troll doesn't extend into giving you more airtime to keep trolling. What it does is it shows an example of that you don't have the answer that's necessary to back up information to say that you understand the topic of science. You don't.
I am testifying right now with my spherical testicles under gravity. Okay, you don't respect that.
Spherical testicles. Your lowbrow content. All right, so how the ancient Greeks proved the Earth wasn't flat 2,200 years ago. What does this video say about the Earth being a geometric shape? Hello?
Okay.
What does this video show that the Earth is a geometric shape?
Well,
These are
basically,
words.
yeah, the angle. It's just evidence to words. He came up with the circumference with that. He used the angle, like let's say 7 degrees, and he times that by the amount of kilometers between Alexandria and wherever the other place was.
You don't even know the other place.
Math, right? I know.
I gave you the other place. I gave you the other place, and you don't even know the math. So how do you know it's a sphere? There's no geometric shape evidence that you're giving. You said you had evidence, and you don't even know what this video is about, which clearly shows that you didn't even look at it, and you want us to look at it. What's that all about?
I didn't look at the video, to be honest. It said science, and it said
I know.
I know. It's not flat.
So you gave us a video that you didn't even see and expect us to see it, but you don't even know what it's about. And furthermore, you don't even know what math was involved for the Earth's shape to be evidence of it being a geometric shape. What's that say about what you're trying to do? Are you proving any evidence, sir?
I told you it was the angle, right? The angle.
You don't know that, do you? Did you see the video? But you're saying words, sir. Did you see the video to verify those words you're saying now?
No, but I've seen it before.
Okay. But no, you didn't. If you've seen it before, sir.
Flat Earth 101, guy.
Yeah, Flat Earth 101. If you've seen it before, you'd be able to tell me what it's about, but you're not doing that. You put a video in here for everybody to look at, but you haven't even seen it yourself. It's a very poor example if you haven't even seen the video yourself. Well then, is this all you have? No evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Well, I just seen in chat somebody linked one of my videos, and they said it was a banger, so he probably caught on by now. But once you go flat, you never go back.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I actually
That
think
doesn't have any.
I actually think Aristophanes proved that the Earth was actually like.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have evidence of the Earth being a globe via Eratosthenes, and if you are a flat earther, that's still not a cover for your ignorance of not knowing a subject that you should have already known if you're involved in this discussion. Not an excuse, dude. You can't hide behind a flat earther shield. It doesn't work in this forum. That still wouldn't give you an excuse not to know what you're talking about. You have to at least know the talking points. And you making videos makes it even worse. Like, why would you make videos of something?
I'm falling back right now. Okay.
On what? On a bad argument?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I guess.
Well, that's
so.
all it seems like.
I'm not a Glober. I just.
What?
Like, I just want to say that the final experiment was not a good look for us. You know what I mean? That's all I want to say.
Yeah, but nobody cares about what they did in Antarctica. It has no meaning to any talking point or argument for flat Earth whatsoever. Does that make any sense? Doesn't matter. So you're flip-flopping, playing the Glober, playing the flat earther. Nobody can take you seriously, AI.
Well, because if it's up to me, right? Like the dome to the flat Earth would be like an event horizon of a black hole, you know, that comports mathematically, and then.
Bro, you're talking utter nonsense,
theory
bro.
is what's accepted by most advanced people.
You're talking utter nonsense, bro. What are you even saying? This is not anything coherent. We can't work with this. This is the ramblings of a madman. There's nothing logical. There's nothing coherent. I don't know what audience you're appealing to. I really don't. Because it's not, well, any flat earther that clicks on your video is going to raise more questions than they do answers. Being a flat earther doesn't mean speaking incoherent gibberish, dude. It's being well articulate in a points that would bring up, conclusions. Which you should be focusing on and not this nonsense that you're focusing on. I don't know what is diss track, Jaren Safe Space diss track. Dude, who gives a good flying fuck about Jaren? No one cares. Like, he's not the main character. The bad arguments for Globe are. Should be highlighting that and focusing on, getting a little bit better at like making your points more sound. Because this is a feeble attempt at best. You should already, if you are truly a flat earther, you should be looking more into what Eratosthenes did, going over that, and having conversations with people about what it actually means.
Yeah. I'm willing to come back in here, and once I plug in my computer and just share what I acquired from this Eratosthenes experiment, to me, it proves the opposite of what they claim it proves. It proves a ball. The only thing that's curving the sky is the sun relative to a horizontal ground.
So, I mean, why were you, I guess, putting yourself in a position as a Glober would? I don't get it. What was that whole thing about?
The room was kind of dead.
Who gives a fuck?
Exactly. I don't know. I just wanted to spice it up. Okay.
We don't need fucking advocates for the Globe, dude. We have plenty of those guys that come in here. If we had dead space, we just talk amongst ourselves, dude. But moreover than that, like, we don't need somebody to LARP as a Glober. That's stupid.
I heard you guys used to do that every day.
Well, if that was the case, then I don't see it happening anymore. We moved away from that. We should, anyways. Why the fuck would any one of us act like a Glober? We have plenty of those guys coming in here. We can talk about their antics, the bad arguments they have. That's far better than acting like one. There's no need for that.
Fair enough.
Cool. But you've already, basically the thing that you say you're going to come back in with, we already have that. 24/7 is already, these guys in here, man, they're super advanced in that. They don't need to be taught anything that they don't already have researched on, especially that.
If you guys have it all figured out, then, what's the next move?
The next move? Yeah, the next move is to straighten out folks. The next move is to straighten out folks such as yourself who are lost in the sauce with flat earth nonsense.
So
that's what we've been doing.
A random person like me to just join your server
Oh, dude, we do it on all levels. We educate people from the flat earth esoteric believer to the Glober who believes in space. Everybody, all are welcome. But we're setting the record straight. We're getting everybody on the right path and not just on some inane nonsense. Yeah. This room has a pretty high standard and a high record of having people in here debating topics on a very different level. People aren't used to this, so we welcome you here. You can be welcome to stay here, but we do definitely want to have people that are with the flat earth arguments to sharpen their swords. Because this is definitely a battlefield of the mind, so we kind of share with each other, our styles and such, but definitely don't need to LARP as a Glober, man. You don't need to do that.
Okay. It's only the second time I've done this.
That's fine. Let's see. I think we can move forward from this point. We're being live streamed on YouTube, so there's an audience that we're also talking to. And we definitely have some people in here that can continue the conversation. There is a bit of lull at times with the conversation, but needless to say, we can talk about other stuff.
I'm still confused with Alex's answer. He said he was still a flat earther.
Yeah, he was just LARPing as a Glober because he felt there was some dead air.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I had to dip out for a minute.
Yeah, he was LARPing as a Glober because nobody else was in here, so he was spicing up content, as he put it.
Oh.
Devil's advocate, if you will.
I hope that wasn't his A game. I reckon that CB does a better Glober.
That's the thing, though, man. It's like, we get these numpties that coming in here. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of esoteric flat earthers that they put themselves in the same basket as some of the individuals in here, and you're just like, dude, we are a whole different breed altogether. All right, when you put us up against those guys, you're like, man, we don't sound anything like these guys. Their arguments are like just so bad. And no wonder it's a debate. They couldn't hold a debate with a sophist. The archetypes that come in here that are just really hard-nosed, they would run circles around these guys. It's a hard process, man. Especially when you're head-to-head with some of these clever types, So that's why when you see the people in here, when they go into like Facebook or Twitter or anything, they're absolutely destroying globe heads and setting some of the esoteric flat earthers straight. It is what it is. All we're missing is Timbo, man, for the full Aussie team to be in full effect.
He might have went away over Easter with his family. Don't know.
That could be the case. What are you doing for Easter, AJ?
Nothing, man.
Just hanging out?
Just hanging out. Just another day.
I'm going to be working.
Well, I don't really work, yeah. I'm still trading, and I've got things I've got to do throughout the day. I've still got animals and sheep and all that sort of crap, alpacas, whatever, but I'm busy, but I'm not really working.
Market's dipped a little, though, huh?
Yeah. I think we might do all right this week. We'll see. Trump's just announced that he's been having discussions with China, and it's going very well.
Man, I need to get my hands on some of that cheap gear that they got going on. They're exposing the industry, man. They're talking about like, hey, man, you know that Nike shoes that you paid like $100 for? Get them for like $8 over here.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
I was like, damn, dude, I need to get me some New Balance. Favorite shoes, by the way.
We got a lot of Chinese cars in Australia now. They're just pumping them in, yeah. Thousands of them.
You get them on the cheap, huh?
Yeah, they're still not that cheap.
Not really.
No,
That's the problem.
Well, man, what did all these tariffs do for you guys? Nothing really, huh?
Fucked my crypto.
Ah, well, that's the only thing it did.
We were already expensive.
No shit. Yeah.
Give the media something to yap about.
America's trying to
Politicians. Our politicians all fluffing their feathers, trying to tell us how tough they are. Oh, if I was in power, I'd have told Trump to kick rocks. Oh,
Yeah.
piss off, mate. You wouldn't even tell your missus to kick rocks.
You won't even tell your missus to kick rocks, much less the president. Fuck.
Oh, it was funny. There was one on the TV one day, some ex-politician rattling on about how we would have told Trump to go and do this and go and do that. It's like, get off. You're wasting oxygen.
Yeah, but what about Clive Palmer's party? There was a politician here, Clive Palmer, and what was his? I think it was Australian Party. He's now changed his party name to the Trumpet of Patriots.
Oh, is that his party, is it?
Yeah, he's got to get in on the Trump thing. Yeah, Trumpet of Patriots.
Hey, let me ask you guys. So the term "yank" is that a derogatory term for Americans or anybody that's not?
I don't think it's derogatory. Again, it depends on the context that it's used. I mean, we use the C word quite a bit, but you can be a good C, a bad C. You call your mate a C, if you know the word I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I've heard of yank being something used like a slur.
No, yeah, it can be used as a slur. Like if you're walking down the street, I can say, "You fucking Yankee."
Yeah.
Well, that'd be a slur. But hey, look at this. Here's me fucking old China. This fucking Yankee cunt. Yeah, he's a good.
Yeah.
So it can be used two ways.
So it doesn't really matter. Like, oh, it just depends on the tone. It's the tone.
It's the tone and the context. Because we've used individual words multiple ways. It's the Australian language is super weird for that. Because I've got quite a few Yankee mates, and I don't use it as a derogatory term. To me, it's just guys from America. That's it. So that's what I find is really odd. But I know other people who do use it as a derogatory thing. Oh, bloody Yanks! And it's just the tone and what they're talking about at the time. So context. Yeah. But I don't use it. So I hear it coming from me.
Yanks.
See, I knew there was two different kind of yanks.
Yeah, but then we also use it a third way where you'd come in the room here and I'd be saying, "Yo, fuck, Alpha, what are you doing, you fucking yank, man?" And it'd be in a friendly term, like, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a cool yank and a really messed up yank. Like,
yeah, it's just, again, it's the context, the wording.
But isn't there Aussies and Yanks, right? Everybody's a Yank?
Nah. No, I'd just say American.
Only Americans are Yank?
Well, yeah, Yanks, but we just say Americans,
Fucking hell.
most people, but yeah.
So what's Jedi?
He's a pom.
Oh, what?
A pom.
Pommy.
P-O-M?
A pommy bastard.
Yep, P-O-M, yeah.
Do we like pommies?
Some of them?
Oh, they're all right. Yeah.
The sentiment in Australia is generally not.
No, oh, shit. And one more thing. What is fair income?
Like, good. Yeah, right on.
Is that right on? Is that what that means?
Or honest.
Or honest, yeah.
Honest?
Again, a couple of different ways you can use it, I suppose.
Well, how did Phil Bellum use it with you guys? Because he was talking to
Like
T
if
the
someone
other
says,
time.
"Are you fair income?" That basically means, "Are you talking shit?"
No, he used it
Or are
this
you
way.
telling the truth?
I'm going to tell you like this. He said, "I want to talk to my fair income." I was like, what the fuck is he saying, dude? What?
He's basically saying he doesn't want to listen to all the Americans on here because he thinks they're full of shit.
So, let me talk to my fair income is Aussies?
Yeah,
that's what he's referring to. For him, it would have been, yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. You guys have the, and then he's more Australian than the terminology he uses. Like it's. Would you like to put a bit of bob on it? You want to put some bob on it? I'm like, what the fuck is putting bob on it? Like, it's like me saying, let's put a couple of dollars on this. Like, you want to put your money where your mouth is? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, so a bob is a 20-cent piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
So years ago in Boy Scouts, it used to be bob a job week. So you'd go out do jobs in your little scout uniform, get 20 cents a job. And that's slowly changed over the years. But yeah, bob's a 20-cent piece. So if he goes, you want to put a couple of bob on it, it just shows how out of date with things he really is.
He's a boomer.
Now as the Boy Scout, you turn up with your iPhone and your cash app.
They ain't putting bob on it either. They're putting more than a bob. Kids these days.
But Aussies generally insult their mates. Yeah, it's usually a term of endearment.
Here's what I kind of picked up, and you guys can quote me if I'm wrong, but you guys are. This isn't derogatory to you guys, but are you guys generally racist?
Depends where you're from in the country.
You know what I mean? Not in a bad way, but just you prefer the company of Aussies.
Not all the time.
I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to soften it, but it's not.
No. Let me explain. No, not 100%. Yeah. I don't mind the company of anybody as long as they're a good person. Yeah. If I talk to them, they're good. No worries. I don't care whether you're black, white, blue, whatever. But then, where I grew up and where I lived, there was a lot of issues with a certain race of people, and I suppose, well, they're disliked, and people are racist against them. Again, me personally, if you're I can't even say the words in here, so don't even worry about it. But if if you're Indigenous and you're a good person, you're good. If you're Indigenous and you're a bad person, you're bad. Fuck off. Don't come near me. Yeah. If you're Chinese and you're good, no worries. If you're Chinese and you're bad, fuck off. That
seems to be kind of a fair statement, but the generalized view, it seems like from the feel, I feel it. It's kind of like an energy. I don't know how to put it, man. It's like you guys tend to, you know what I mean? Like it's not. America's a melting pot.
Piss out of everything.
Well, no,
we don't have it like you do, Alpha. Like where I grew up in North Queensland, we're in town with about 200,000 people.
All Aussie.
There was and there was one Asian kid at our school, and man, we're in high school. Of course, that poor Asian kid.
Poor Asian kid, dude.
I could just think of everybody, but that was like he was the only one. But it is slowly changing here. Yeah, it's definitely changing.
Yeah,
maybe in some of those areas, but the big cities, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, probably not as much. Yeah, but if you go out west and you go into smaller towns, communities up north, then you're probably going to see it a little bit more.
Well, in the late 80s or early 90s, we had this chick called Pauline Hanson stand up for fair dinkum Aussies, right? and she brought to attention to the political stage of the issue of immigration, particularly illegal immigration, right? And a lot of people of differing ethnicity coming into the country, right? And how it was a concern economically, politically, socially, etc., right? She was just raising concerns. She got painted something shocking as a racist, right? And she because she was actually getting a lot of support, right? And they had to paint her because she was a threat to the bi-party system because she was coming in as a third party, and now people are going, holy shit, yeah, I like this, And she suffered a bit. Now she's back, and she's actually, I think she's a senator now, isn't she? And she's fucking rocking some fucking shells, man.
They witch hunted the shit out of her. What was really interesting is she said years ago, probably 10, 15 years ago, that we should pull up immigration in the country for 1 year. That's all she wanted to do. There wasn't anything nasty about it. Just pull up immigration for 1 year, sort our own country shit out first, and then start bringing people back in. Well, they chopped the fucking shit out of her. Absolutely destroyed her. And all of a sudden, now all the politicians, I think it might be a good idea if we back off with the immigration.
Damn it.
But it's definitely not like over there. I went to Canada, man. I went to Toronto, and it was like Spot the Canadian, man. I seriously thought I was in India. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends where you go, man. It seems like there's a dense population of a specific ethnicity in a certain location. It just depends where you go. And I don't know. I just got this vibe. Like, I was always thinking that, but I'm asking you guys straight up because, I mean, pretty straight up dude anyway. So it looks to me like there is some kind of like, it's a code. Can I say that? It's like a code. You guys don't speak about it. It's not like something open that you guys are like, yeah, I feel like I value Aussies over any other ethnicity. Like, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is it's like a vibe. Like, you're just like, yeah, but I prefer Aussies, kind of thing. I don't mind hanging with these guys, but
depends
let me
on
hang
the
with
content of the conversation, man. That's if I'm listening to someone dribble on and I'm like, yeah, dude, I want to talk to someone else, but it's not necessarily to do with their ethnicity. Okay. And look, yes, you're going to get those people just like you have those extremes, I'm sure, in the US as well.
Oh, yeah.
But
it's just a weird point. I thought, I was like, I asked because, there's a bunch of you guys in there, so you guys would catch the vibe, you're densely populated with Aussies where you guys are. It's just a different way of seeing life, like you said, Huh?
Sorry, go on. I was just saying they really sold a culture, like they sold us a culture basically, and and it was exclusive to certain people, right?
Yes.
But I will say that the real typical Aussie type, they generally try to speak like that. Dogs are gods. Yeah, he's a faker for sure. But
really,
but that real sort of aggressive sort of just, I call them wankers really. But you get a few like that. Especially, I worked in the security industry for a long time, and I worked on nightclub doors, and you get a lot of that shit.
He'd be the type of weasel that would be hiding behind his 270-pound, 6'6" bodybuilder mate.
Oh, shit, dude.
And I'd knock his mate, then him. But you know what I'm saying? You'd agree, Ben Hammer, there's a lot of them that speak like that, that sort of aggressive, think they're something, I don't know. Even, we just went to Queensland and we were fishing, and we were shark fishing, and this bloke pulls up in his ute, and, what are you fucking doing here, mate? Fucking, I'm like, fucking, you're from round here. Yeah, mate, what are you fucking using that reel for, cunt? What are you fucking...
Damn,
it's all just like...
Guys, you're talking about bogans.
And he's like...
Is that a bogan?
There's a lot of... he's just a fucking... Well, he is, but... And he's like, I'm a fucking concreter, mate. And I'm like, oh, yeah, fuck, good on you, yeah. And he's like, you're from New South Wales. What are you doing in Queensland? Like... And I'm like, dude, I was fucking born in Queensland. I was in Townsville, mate. Oh, you're from Queensland. Oh, fuck. Okay, no worries. And then he was okay again. So, yeah.
Oh, fuck, dude. You got
driving his Holden.
You got locals rule. You got locals rule over there? Yeah,
he's the local mayor, mate. We were laughing. I'm like, oh, fuck, that was the local mayor. Come down.
They're shaking you down, brother. Like, yeah. Where the fuck you from? Now, you from around here? You ain't from around these parts?
And my wife's whispering to me, just fucking smack the cunt. And I'm saying, stop.
Damn, she actually advocates for that?
Oh, yeah, man. She tells me...
What the hell, bro?
Back in the day, I used to be pretty... Like, I owned a big security company. Like, I worked in nightclub doors. We had shopping centres, patrols. We had big events, concerts. Like, it was crazy times, man. And I used to like have a lot.
You were the shit.
There's a lot of violence, yeah. And now I'm really laid back and chilled out, and we'll be going shopping or something, and someone will say something. She'd be like, "Smack that fucker," and I'm like, "No, man, why?" And she's like,
"What? You were the opposite and advocating for peace."
It's like, Oh, he needs it though. He needs it, and I'm like,
Dude,
yeah, but fuck, I'm not doing it anymore. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to go home, be busted up, waiting for the knock on the door from the police. If he thinks I'm a
Fair enough.
dickhead, whatever. I don't care who he is anymore. You know. She's like, you fucking turned into a pussy.
Oh shit, dude! You got a real one with you, man. That's a ride or die right there. Fucking
yeah,
hell,
she's,
bro.
Yeah. Oh, look, she
That's
was
a ride or
involved in
die,
all of that
bro.
she was involved in all that as well, man. Like she was quite.
But that's one that's got your back no matter what, man. Like it's
Oh, yeah,
me and
man, I
you,
got-
like all the way, like all the way. Like it's
We're
it's
out
someone
with
to
our
count on, man.
How's this? We're out with our mates one night, and we're in this club, and these guys, we just finished at this big kickboxing event, and some of my mates there are kickboxers and whatever. We sponsored their event and sponsored some fighters, and we went out afterwards, and I'm just sitting on this chair in this nightclub, and she's pretty. I always cop problems when she's there, yeah. But this guy just comes and puts his fist in my face, and I was like, oh, here we go. I just push it down, and I said, damn, come on, let's go. We'll go walk to the next room, and these three blokes came in, and I ended up into it with one of them, and it was me missus, man. She was into these other two, yeah. She was the one
Let's
that backed me
fucking
up.
go.
My mates, yeah. She had a big bruise on her leg. They kicked a coffee table into her, but she used to come and train with us, yeah. So I used to spar with her as well, and I taught her how to box, yeah. And she's not bad. I've seen her smack a few blokes.
That's a real one, man.
But if
I
you
want to
ever
tell you,
wanna
like the
come to
Aussies, the Aussies must tell you already. Good on ya, because
well, she's
dude,
Greek
man.
actually.
Ah, okay.
But
Well,
man,
it's
you
like-
ever want to come to Australia, you're quite welcome, man. I'll put you up, and I'll take you around. And
No, I told the missus,
Tell you
right?
what
And
it
I
is.
was like, I got some friends in Australia. I was like, I wouldn't mind going over there and just hanging with, a vacation and come back just to see what it's like over there. And
What is
to hang out with you
very
guys?
off-putting, Alpha, is you'll go to a major city like Sydney or Brisbane or Perth or Adelaide, doesn't matter. The dodgy roads between the cities, like there's a couple of them, like up the east coast, Sydney, most of the way up to Brisbane's pretty good. But as soon as you get away from the east coast, you'll be driving along thinking, "Fuck, man, am I on some nasty back road where they're going to be playing banjos and shit?" You'll
If you don't want to see fucking Hispanic rolling through there, but like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, who the hell is this out of place, dude? Hey, mate, get a load of this guy over here. Like, fucking AJ, where are you, man?
Yeah, so just be warned, if you do come out here, like, especially if you come out my way, you'll be cruising along what is technically the main road, and it is dog shit. Like, you'll be driving along going, man, we have got fucking dirt roads that are in better condition than this. And it's that level of weird. And that's what I noticed after going to the States, cruising between cities and just even small towns. The roads were just awesome. I come back over here, and your shit roads over there are like our main highways.
God dang, dude.
So, so it's a bit of an eye-opener.
The difference is 100 k's an hour here and lose a wheel. Or your car.
Or your car if you park in the wrong place.
Yeah, but if you, like, I don't know if you guys notice this, but if you guys were to come over here, doesn't matter who you are, open your mouth and say a few words, it's game over, man. They'd be following you around everywhere over here.
Oh, everyone.
I'm telling you that, man.
In America, man, everyone was so friendly to. I had one issue in Denver Mall at about 1 a.m. I was on the bus and some dude came up behind me and said, "Oh, you're going to buy me alcohol at this next shop?" And I said, "Fuck off, man. I'm not buying your shit, yeah." And then I got off and he followed me, but nothing happened. But other than that, everybody loved us. Yeah, "Oh, you're from Australia. Oh, you're Aussies." Yeah,
Probably bought you drinks and everything.
Oh, yeah, man, drinks, all sorts of shit. I was up at Copper Mountain, man, and my wife and kids had to carry me out of the bar. I was probably the
God
drunkest
dang,
I've ever
dude.
been.
Can you imagine? Everybody was like, dude, he's fucking Australian. Let's fucking everybody's buying you drinks and shit. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
that's
that
the
was
way
the
it is, dude.
bartender. He was just like, and you need some more in that, and yeah, you need some more in that, and I'm like, oh, okay.
You're like, no. Okay, I don't.
Probably
giving me
Tombstone
something
was
I'd
the
never.
best for me. Getting absolutely smashed. I pulled up there. I was actually driving along, going somewhere else, and there's this sign on the side of the road, 1/4 mile, Tombstone, Arizona. And I nearly put me neck out of fuck turning. Anyways, I finally get up there, cruise down the main street, have a bit of a look, and I find this great big pub on the corner, Grand Hotel. And I thought, I better suss this out. I'm a bit dry. And I sit down in there. G'day, mate. I grab a beer. And there's only about 4 people in the bar, and this great big beautiful long timber bar. And the ones even right down the other end near snap their neck out of shit turning around because my accent sort of stands out a little bit. You are from Australia? Well, there's only one of me, and yes, I'm from Australia. All right. Next day, I'm sitting there having a quiet one up the end by myself, and these 4 gents come in. Howdy. G'day, mate. And he stops. Looks. You're from Australia? Yeah, mate, I'm from Australia. I gotta buy you a beer.
Yeah.
All right, this is what I'm drinking. And, quite a few beers later, I tell you, I'm a shooter. I'd always wanted to go to Australia and shoot me a kangaroo. Why not, mate? We shoot the fucking things. And fair dinkum, when I said that, you could have heard a pin drop. Fuck me dead. And I go, I'll tell you how much we love it. We even put square wheels on the front of our cars so it's easier to shoot the bastards.
The fuck, dude. But I'm telling you, you guys, like, you're treated like gold, man, when you come over here. As soon as you open your mouth, it's,
Yeah, and then when I went to
That's the way it
Vegas, every taxi I got in, they're like, "Oh, dude, you're Australian. You want some of that white?"
Oh, shit.
I think that. So, yeah, we're known for that over there as well, apparently.
Yeah. It's crazy, yeah. But that's the way it is, you know. I don't make the rules. I'm just reporting back.
So after pumping quite a few drinks into me, all of a sudden, one of them goes, oh shit, I've got to go. And he just ups and piss bolts out the door. Like, we're probably about, I don't know, 8 or 9 beers deep and a few JDs after that. And he's just bolted out the door. And it's like, mate, what happened? And he goes, oh, no, he'll be right, he'll be back soon. And probably about 40 minutes later, he comes back with all these pamphlets. What was all that about? And he goes, oh, I'm the local town, was it mayor, Lord Mayor or some shit? And he brings me back all these pamphlets. He had to go to a town meeting, and he goes, oh, this is me doing my civic duty. Here you go, mate. Oh, yeah, I'll have another JD for our Aussie mate. Oh, my God, I was wrecked.
That's funny.
But, yeah, they did buy me a few drinks. Like, sort of everywhere I went. It was great.
Well, I was looking at houses over there because I was trying to move there, and the real estate agent ended up taking me and my wife out to lunch with her husband, and I still talk to him today.
Yeah, everybody, I'm telling you, man, everybody, like, the Honorable Shlomo actually put it into context there. Everybody looks at you guys like Paul Logan from the Crocodile Dundee. So every time you guys speak that iconic figure in the movies back in the 80s, dude, that sticks out. Like, he was a very lovable character. So, you know what I mean? He stood for like honesty and integrity, and you know what I mean? Like, people really like that about him because he didn't take no shit. And you know, like, that's not a knife. Like, you know, it's just showing people up, like, people from Australia, like, painting them to be like real manly men, you know, kind of thing. I don't know.
It used to be like that. It's getting far from it, yeah, I suppose. Maybe if you go again out into the country, which would be the same in the US, but you go into the big cities, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, yeah, you're going to have some dude painting his nails, serving you on the register.
Oh, man.
Yeah, in the city, it's all gang stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the country folk really know, like, they got their, like, they have their old ways, right? And you guys were really stand up, like, I can't say you guys, but like just the culture of the guys, you know, they're really stand up kind of dudes.
It depends on where you're brought up. If you're brought up in the country, then most of them are pretty hard. But yeah, the city guys are as soft as puppy shit.
Oh, that's a good characterization. Mostly.
Yeah, man.
Mostly.
I've always, you know, we got a lot of bull riders here, probably the same as you guys. So those are the country type dudes and all that, man. You don't punch on with people who ride bulls for a living, yeah? You're not going to come out real well. Tough as nails, those bastards.
Damn.
All these old country guys on their farms, yeah.
and everything that we like read from over here is like, dude, Australia's got the deadliest jellyfish, the box jellyfish. They got the deadliest spider, the funnel web. Dude, they got the fucking deadliest tree in their forest. Like all this shit over there that can kill you like in 4 minutes.
Deadliest snake in the world.
Deadliest snake in the world, dude.
You've got the same thing, man. You've got like mountain lions and bears and all that sort of crap.
Yeah, but I guess the picture we have in our head is that our shit is regulated out in the country. Yours is like everywhere. so,
No, it's not.
And yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm like, dude, I don't want to fucking go over there and get bit by the fucking worst.
For a lot of us.
I'll be dead in 4 minutes when I get off the plane.
I'm not going to last 4 minutes. For
well,
us,
we believe the other way. We think we're going to get off the plane in the US and be dead in 4 minutes because someone's going to shoot us.
Shot.
Touche, dude. Well, it's
you
true,
get
man.
hire a car and you turns up there and it's on stands, no wheels.
Well, the thing about that is though, like, you know, I don't know what you guys do. Like, you guys, like for home protection, can you guys carry non-lethal stuff, like less than lethal weapons?
No weapons.
What? No. I'm not talking about
no
guns.
Pepper spray,
Like
no pepper spray, no tasers.
AJ, come on, bro.
Even if
we're not talking about.
No, but
killing
even
somebody.
if you were to come in, even if you were to come in my house, yeah, and I was to smack you with my phone, I'm going to get done for assault using a weapon because I've used the phone as a weapon, not for what its intended use is.
Yep.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah. And your hands too, if you're trained in martial arts.
So your hands
Yeah, so what I used to have to do with security, I always used open palms, yeah? And then that way I could say I wasn't aggressive, I had my hands up, open palms, and then if I had to actually hit him, it was always a solid palm strike, and then they'd say, why did you do that? You've hit him. No, I didn't. I used a reactionary gap technique to make sure he wasn't in my personal space. I felt very threatened. But otherwise, yeah, you're fucked. You got to word it the right way, you've got to be seen to do the right thing. There's little tricks to it, but... yeah, basically, the rules here are you're allowed to use an equivalent force, yeah?
Equal
to control
force.
equal force, sorry. I'm half asleep. Equivalent.
No, you're right. It's just ridiculous.
Well, it's just, you can use for equal force, actually, but it's just to get the situation back under control. And then anything after that, if you smack them or do something, then you're going to be charged with excessive force. So... you know,
but
if
equal means you'll be just at a standoff. You know?
Well, you could say words like "I escorted him to the ground," kind of thing.
Yeah,
right.
Like if someone say was to break in and they had a knife, yeah, then I'd be within my rights to pull out a baton and smack him with it. But then after he dropped the knife, I just have to restrain him. But if someone gets injured, the first thing they look at, even if you're working in this industry, is did you have the ability to leave the area? If you go into a building and someone's broken in, it's your job to go and check it, and someone's in the building and they pop out with a knife, yeah, and then you smack them and they get hurt, the first thing the police are going to say is, why didn't you leave the situation? Yeah, you had the ability to leave the situation. You chose to stay and fight. So therefore, even though this old mate's broken in, he's got a weapon or a knife or whatever he's got, he's injured, you've injured him, you're still the one in trouble because you could have got out of the situation.
Damn, dude, that's rough.
Crazy. I had one cop say to us, look, if we get an anonymous phone tip saying that there's some, bloke drunk and out the front of your house, curled up in a ball, crying, we'll come take care of it. Yeah, he actually said that. Like, you get a couple of cops say things like that, Like,
yeah, it's few and far between now. It used to be really like that back in the day, but it's sort of definitely changed, yeah. When I got out of it all, I had to get out of it because it was just, it was crazy. I can tell you now, previously, like when I worked in nightclubs, you had someone locked up on the ground, the police would come and put handcuffs on them and take them away, no questions asked. By the time I finished working there, 20 years later, if someone had someone restrained on the ground, the guard was locked up first, and then the person was set aside, and then it was the guard that was in trouble, even though what they did was lawful. Yeah.
That's intense.
But it just does show how backwards the law truly is. I remember when I started as an exhaust mechanic back in 2001. The shop across from us had been broken into one weekend. Now, they didn't work on the weekends. Everything was locked up. The would-be thief decided to jump in through the skylight and got inside, didn't realise it was a mechanic's pit there, fell into the pit and smashed his face on the opposite side of it. He turned around and sued that company for not having fencing around the pit, even though he was the one that broke in there through the roof and injured himself. So it's his own stupidity, and he ended up getting something like $1.5 million out of them because there was no safety fencing around a mechanic's pit, even though the doors were locked. Someone actually had to let him out. That
It's
just
like
shows
the
how
dude that tried to
backwards the
scratch
law
his
is.
nose with a drill bit. And then after that, they had to put safety stickers on the drill. Do not insert into orifice.
My sister's an
Crazy.
actual AMBO officer, and it was inserted, they tripped over, or it was pushed or something. It's never they inserted anything into an orifice. You can't put that there. So she was telling me a while ago they've actually had quite a few of them where they've had to go and pick them up with objects suspended from the back of them. Take them to hospital to get things removed.
We got Tiger that just jumped in the chat. What's up, Tiger?
What up, peeps?
Not much. What you up to, man?
Just chilling. Just commenting that Australia has a little bit more freedom and American values than most European places do.
Yeah.
A little more wild in the outback.
Is that your best Aussie accent?
I don't know. If you have a fine Sheila on the other end of that competition, I might be able to do a little better, cunt.
It's getting better. Keep going.
I just got to call my buddy Lats to give me a little bit more coaching. We're going to go see Skeggs in the summer. And did you know what it was saying there, bloke?
I fell off right there.
Yeah, my bad. I was multitasking.
Do you speak any English?
I literally just watched Rush Hour for the first time in like 10 years the other day.
Yeah, good shit. We got Captain Ginyu in the house. What's up, Captain Ginyu? I think I see. Oh, Captain Ginyu. Sorry about that.
It's Cap'n.
Stop the cap. What's up, Captain?
I'm at work at the moment, so it's a little hard for me to talk.
Stop the cap.
Oh, stop.
Why don't you tell your coworkers that the Earth is a flat biodome and NASA's a lie?
The Earth is a flat.
I'm an overnight nurse. I don't have any other coworkers currently here.
Fair enough.
Where are your patients at?
Some of them are roaming. Most of them are asleep currently.
Yeah, he's like Ben Stiller and Happy Gilmore. You will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
So what brings you by the forum, Captain? Are you capping about the globe?
I'm working 13 hours, and I just need something to keep me awake.
Fair enough. Let's see if we can scare up an argument. What else we got in here? Hmm.
Yeah, where are the ball lickers?
No idea. We had a couple of them in here. Dude, I already have 2 that spiraled on me. I'm going for number 3. That's my quota.
You gotta get the turkey, McGruber.
Yeah, check this out. I'm gonna show you why. There's an effective gift that I have for it. I have 3 pairs of clown shoes that are all been smoked, so the third one has to be filled.
We got one more turkey left to smoke.
That's right. It's always a triple play, never just a double.
Last week, fucked around and got a triple double.
That's right. Freaking every brother in every way like MJ.
Can't believe today was a good day. Ooh ah.
We're fucking that up big time, dude.
But don't get me caught on my San Andreas nostalgia trips, bro.
So 2 have spurged out so far, so we're waiting for number 3. And Captain's waiting. He's falling asleep, man. We need to get some content going here. I don't think there's anybody else but just your regular folk. Is Mick in the house? How about, let's see, Flat Earth Ranger, Elbow TV. I know DJ's here, I think. Crit, are you with us? Hey, yo, Crit. He might be with us. Who knows? Quetzalcoatl, I know, is here. He was doing the soundboard. Over Fences has joined us. Miss Doves. Who else? Migo Wigo. Mick.
Yeah, Alpha, my phone died on you guys last night. I was listening last night, but I'm here this morning. Good morning.
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's fucking go.
Welcome. What's up, Dovesy?
You would think, us being like the top channel in this server, that they would have added like Globe Earther, Flat Earther role, whatever, to, some Earther roles to the choices for people to pick.
I think they have a suggestion box.
No, but then you see that would only like clarify the numbers that a lot of more people than they want to consider the topic, might be considering it.
Fuck that, dude. That's what I want. I want a clear division between... No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter. Come as you are. I don't give a fuck. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
We gotta separate the sheeps from the goats.
Yeah, I want to make some goat stew. I like that. You weren't here for the spiral, weren't you? Like there was 2 that spiraled out.
No, I wasn't. No. What happened?
It was juicy, dude. That guy that goes by Trans Cheeto.
Oh yeah, I know.
We're talking about epistemology and like the reasoning behind why you can't know something to be 100% true. Dude, he went absolutely bananas, dude. Just like, because he takes a position you can't know anything to be 100%, and to say that you can't know anything to be 100% true, and then I asked him the question, well, it's important to think about, like, how do you know that you don't know something to be 100%? Isn't that 100% to say that? Like, in a roundabout way. I didn't say it exactly that way, but he understood what I was saying. And dude, like, it took him a minute, but then he was just like, N-bomb, 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 N-bomb. Like, yeah, he just went out of control. It was fucking funny, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Everybody, even India, was like, God damn.
He malfunctioned? What?
He wasn't even trying to push any buttons.
N-word.
Very matter of fact, like simply. And the dude flipped the hell out.
Yeah, it's recorded, man. You go back in the live stream.
Nah, I think I'm
good. It was somebody else that did that too, man.
Yeah.
Claw the Consolidator, whatever the hell he called himself. Consolidator. Remember that guy? He's like always impartial.
Claw is kind of based when it comes to some conspiracy theories or skepticism, but it's ironic how that falls short woefully when it comes to this topic.
Nah, dude, the guy was the second pair of clown shoes and the one that went up in smoke because he was like doing, I guess he was multitasking or some bullshit. And we're just like chatting around, And yeah, I'm just, I don't take a position and that. And people were kind of giving him questions. And then, here I come with my fucking snarky comments. It always like gets their goat, man, every time. And he just like, he went off the rails. Fuck, I know you want me. You guys always do this shit every time. I'm like, God damn, dude, I'm just talking. I just really want to know if you have like the reason why. Like, what's
Just show us.
Are you all
the
right, bro?
place on- just show us the place on the doll where the flat earthers touched you.
He was fucking hurt, dude. Like, he was hurting. Even old dude was like, dude, are you okay?
I think you did push the button. It was like the smallest.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry, man.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Nah, you're good. I was just kind of yes-anding what he was saying.
He was talking. Yeah. It was like, my job, it's job. I'm moving this house.
I will say, as a resident here for 5 years, being the flat Earth homie, I will say you guys piss a lot of people off. There's so many people coming into other mods, other chats, and they just want to bitch about being modded here, being banned from here. Like, I really want. I got banned from the 24/7 room. I really wish they'd let me the fuck back in there. Like, bro, why the fuck are you bitching about that in another chat? And secondarily, like, I'm a flat earther, so they'll hear that and like, oh, well, you must think this and that and this is what everybody's like. Bro, I don't know why you're so touched by your past flat earth conversations. Why don't you grow the fuck up a little bit?
That's kind of funny.
Just redirect them back up to us. Sorry, this is
I
the wrong channel for that. Fuck off back up to Flat Earth.
I literally do. I'm like, excuse me, sir. This is a Wendy's. We're discussing veganism or communism right now. If you want to bitch about flat Earth, there's a whole room dedicated to it, homie.
Yes, invite them in here. Send them my way.
I always do, brother.
Love it.
Whether or not they have the gusto or the gall to do so is another topic.
Yeah, well, we got Scaramucci in the chat. Nillis Chris.
There we go. All right, so what are we talking about? I just got done my first med pass and the safety check, so I should be good to talk for a little bit.
Okay. Well, the conversation is always about if the people that come in brand new are advocating for the position for the Earth being a globe. Is that you?
I really haven't put a lot of thought into it, to be real with you.
Well, I mean, maybe you want to think about it and get back to me. But that's going to be the question. Because everybody thinks that it's a globe, but I don't think anyone has any evidence. And that's my contention. I don't think anybody has evidence. What I think is that people have a belief system. They think it's evidence, but it's not.
Oh my god.
Upon further investigation, we'll find out.
Astronauts? I spoke to an astronaut. I'm in Canada. There's one astronaut I've spoken with who's actually been up in space. Spoke to him. And he wasn't lying about being in space. Okay?
Really? What was it? What was the standard of evidence? What was the standard of evidence that you found that he wasn't lying?
Mark Arnault.
Who?
Mark Arnault.
What?
Is he speaking English?
Mark Arnault is an astronaut that went into space in Canada.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, don't know the fucker. But anyways,
there was a high school named after him, and I went to that high school actually. That's where I spoke to him because he came to the high school.
That's great, dude. That's a great story.
That's adorable celebrity worship. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, no, and I don't want to hear more. What I want to hear is
when he went in front of the auditorium and saying he went to space, unless he was lying. Okay, I would say that he actually did went up there.
Really?
And how about like all the other astronauts that went up in there, and on the cameras on the Falcon 9 and all the rockets or whatever. When you could see the camera is like there, okay, right from launch all the way up, okay, and then some people would say that as they go up right in the atmosphere, the curvature is because of like the lens or something. But there's a lens that makes the curvature. That
Bro's having a conversation all by himself right now.
Yeah. It went from one question. Now he just
Mobius, you love to monologue about your adventure with this gentleman that you spoke to?
We're talking about Mark Arnault is a famous astronaut.
You are.
this one time.
We're not talking about it. We don't even give.
Really, the
Listen,
only
man.
question he asked was it flat or was it round? And you went like on some total tangent.
You're talking about this guy that you.
One time I was sitting in. One time I was in high school. I was sitting in an auditorium. Who gives a fuck?
Mobius, check it out. This is just for you.
Oh, and this one time at band camp?
Yeah.
No, astronauts. In Canada, Canadian astronaut.
Yes, dude. Great for the Canadian astronaut. High five him. Maybe take some picture with him. Go eat some cake. Whatever you do, right?
There's a school named after him, and I went to the
great. How about a hospital?
Mark Collegiate Institute.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna start a clothing line. Oh, that's great. But that's not what we're asking.
I spoke to him.
Did you?
And
really? Tell us more.
Yes, because he came to our high school. A lot of us spoke to him in the high school, and he went on the auditorium and he spoke in the auditorium, and about his experience, whatever. And so I mean, obviously, he could have been lying about being in space because I don't know, somebody brainwashed him.
Interesting.
Is that the standard? The only time people lie is because they're brainwashed. Do you want to walk that back?
Nah, let him. I think he's on a roll here. Go ahead, Morbius. What else?
Oh no, I'm saying this person whose high school was named after him, which I went to that high school. Okay, Mark Arnault.
Yeah, you said that twice, but
we know that.
Yeah. Okay. So in Toronto, Canada, and so obviously he's an astronaut, and then he went on stage and spoke about his experiences, blah blah blah. But he's not the only one. A lot of astronauts speak about their experiences. So it's either they're lying or it's the truth, right?
What is their experience? Is it flat or round? Hello?
No, I'm saying they went up in orbit.
What did they tell you? What did they tell you?
Right, I'm saying they could be lying. So it's your contention, or some people in your contention, is that they're lying.
Wait, I'm not the crazy one, right? He's like really going around the question.
He doesn't answer the question. He hasn't answered the question.
He never answered the first question about his standards. What was his standards?
So you're assuming that this guy's lying.
The reason
Bro, I don't know if he's lying. You didn't tell me what he told you. You're literally circumventing my question.
The reason he hasn't answered the question is because he hasn't asked himself
that he was up in the space station because he was, and circumnavigating the Earth at 90 minutes per. One cycle per 90 minutes. Okay, which is what the space station is. Okay, and so like it's either like his story is a complete lie, or he's telling the truth, right?
Or your story's a complete lie.
Or was it circular or was it flat? Like, this is a really easy question. You're just like not answering it.
No, I'm saying that this astronaut.
You are allowed to say he didn't.
God, again?
He's going to say it
again. What was saying about him, telling us about his experience in the space station.
Holy shit, bro.
In the space station.
Now, you know what's funny, though, is that it might be somebody's asking you a question, maybe from a different perspective other than a flat earther. I'm thinking that Captain's probably a glober, but somebody just wants to ask you a question whether or not you can answer the question. And it doesn't seem like you're giving that straight answer. But this will probably be the fourth attempt by my count. I could be wrong.
What question?
My God, dude.
Is he serious right now?
He's so serious. He's serious. He didn't
answer. Ask me the question again.
So you said that this astronaut gave you his personal experience, or his, so what did he tell you? Was the Earth flat? Was it round? What was his experience that he imparted onto you?
His experience on the space station.
Yeah?
I can't be in I can't.
Well, I mean,
he said he was on the space station, his experience inside the space station, and the fact that it was around the Earth 90 minutes it would take him to go around the Earth, and how he liked the view out the window, or whatever, like all these different things. His experience.
Man, are you saying that it's round? Is that your way of answering my question? Are you saying that it's round?
It's his roundabout way of answering the question. Got him.
Well, it seems as if that based on what he said and every other astronaut I've heard speak in my life, not just somebody who came to my high school, but every single one on TV or whatever, it's the same thing. Is that they went on the space station and they there's even video of them, going around the Earth.
Okay,
or whatever.
I'm sorry. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. This is like the sixth time I've asked you the
All you
question.
had to do is answer one or two ways.
It usually takes
What
7
question
times.
do you want me to ask?
Bro,
No, not you.
Okay.
There's a question being asked to you, not you.
This
No,
is
I'm
the
just
seventh
asking.
time I'm going to try
Answer.
this, man.
What
This is the
question do you want me to
seventh time.
answer?
The
Seventh
simple
time.
question is it flat or is it round? Did he tell you that it was flat or round? What information on that?
But there's
Only
no
that
way
did he give
he
you.
would even. Why would he say? Answer a question. Was it flat or is it round? Why would he say that? Obviously, it's round, but there's no way he would say that because it's a
No,
redundant
stop.
question.
Did he say it or not?
No.
There you go. That's your answer.
There
you
we go.
Oh my God! It took
Oh my
8
God.
Took a while.
Oh, he has to say it's round. It's like, oh, does gravity fall? It's the same thing. Like, why would he say, "Oh, is it round"? Who would ask him such a stupid question? Is the Earth round? You'd be a fucking kindergartner.
Well, it's a question that's being asked in this room, so why would it be a question that would be far for him to ask?
Well,
answer?
I mean, if somebody asked him, "Is the Earth round?" they'd be like ridiculed. That's why nobody would ask him the question.
Chris Hadfield said it looks flat, so I don't know.
Well, think about
Chris
this,
Hadfield?
Mobius. You said he went to the space station, yes?
Chris Haas.
No. Your man, the one you were talking about. He went to the space station, right?
Well, it was.
He did go to the space station, yes?
Okay.
Well, you said that he spun around the Earth every 90 minutes, bro.
That's what he
Sure.
said. It seems like he's
Okay.
having a hard
Okay,
time
Chris
saying
Hadfield,
it.
yes. Chris Hadfield.
Indonesia?
Okay.
I wasn't talking about Chris Hadfield. Your guy, man, Mark or whatever the fuck his name was.
Sure. Yeah.
He did go to the space station, right?
Sure.
You're not fucking.
He
Oh my
said,
God.
I told you this is by far one of the most confusing conversations I've ever had with like a human being.
Yes. IAV, yes.
Okay. So, and you said it would be stupid for us to ask him the question from the ISS if the Earth looked round or flat. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a GIF that we got from the Chinese space station. Can you take a look at the chat, please?
Gift from the Chinese. Okay. Right. And
Yeah. So you have two camera angles, right? One showing like a globular Earth, the other one looks flat. Do you see it? There's a contradiction.
And the one that's globular looks like an Instagram model with fucking editing and filters. That shit's so warped, bro.
it looks flat because it's probably from
What?
Because
a
it
very
is.
tiny.
What?
Tiny.
So that was the question that you said that if you were to ask your guy, or the one that made a name for the school that you went to, that you would say it was a silly thing to ask. But in this Chinese space station, the different camera angles they had, it looks flat. Why wouldn't it be something
not
that
flat? We're talking if it's a tiny part of the Earth, it looks flat. But if you have to bring it back out, if there's a tiny bit of curvature there, and when you bring it back out,
right now, or is he speculating and has no idea?
Look, it looks flat. Obviously, something looks flat if it's from a tiny part of an entire big, gigantic globe.
So how small of a picture is that?
It's very, very tiny in terms of the entire curvature.
Okay, so the question would be, the question would be that he didn't see the Earth as a globe from the ISS, and it would be a fair question to ask: did it look like a globe from the ISS?
Exactly.
It would be a fair question. That's all it would be. Just a fair question.
Yeah, no one's trying to assert that he would have to say that the Earth is flat or round. It's just that could one reasonably be skeptical when a picture from the ISS itself appears to be flat? Can you not follow that?
Okay, well, nobody asked him the question, and nobody asked him. He just said his experience of being on the space station. Nobody asked him.
Okay.
Whether it's flat. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of this room, is to ask the question whether or not somebody who allegedly claims to go there would have an experience of the Earth being a globe or flat. And that's why we're telling you that it's not a ridiculous question like you make it sound. Right?
Well, I mean, there's pictures outside the space station window where there's curvature.
And there's one where it's flat. I just showed it to you.
His standards are all over the place.
And you even said it. You even said so yourself. You're like, well, if it looks flat, that's probably because.
Okay, how about the second picture? The second picture,
bro. Listen to me when I say this. What difference does it? What difference does it make if you have an example of it looking flat and 2 or 3 of the cameras? Then that automatically proves that it could be flat or it could be a globe, but you couldn't tell.
Okay, so one of them it seems flat.
Okay.
And then another one, it from the outside. It depends on the scope. If you pull back enough, you see a curvature.
How do you know that?
Okay, well, this one here.
Asking you a question.
Here. I'm seeing two pictures.
I know that. And asking you a question, how do you know that? You said it would be different if you backed up. How do you know that?
Well, I'm assuming.
I know you are. Just wanted you to say that. It's very clear to the audience that we already know that there's a lot of video footage that we can show that doesn't look like a globe. And it could be backed up by people that are saying the globe at that angle couldn't be looked at as curvature. It would look flat, even according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And there's some other hostile witness that we call upon that would say the math works out that if they're at the height of the ISS, they could not see the roundness of the Earth. You'd have to get much, 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 much farther away from the Earth.
Right.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so
Does
yeah,
he know better than those
at that height, you would not see the curvature. I thought you would.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think you are.
Stuff is flat.
Yeah, because there's no consistent math or metrics that you fucking globies use to determine on where you should start seeing curvature or not. That's why we don't buy your line.
No, it's more so like the camera, like for example on the Falcon rocket going up all, from the ground all the way up. As you get up to the very top, and you see the curvature. That's the thing I'm going by, really.
Yeah, but you're going by contradictory information because what we have is from the ISS, which probably exceeds that rocket. Not unless your rocket is exceeding the ISS. So which one do you think is better?
So the rocket footage, when it gets to the top, that curvature is like manufactured.
I'm not asking. You're the one that needs to come up with the evidence for that. Because what is the altitude at which what is the altitude at which the rocket gets to? What's the height of it?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but
you gotta find that out, Morbius.
I've seen a curvature. I saw the curvature.
Yeah, look up the height of the altitude at which the rocket went to, and then come back and then compare it to the altitude of the ISS. See if they don't compare.
You're saying that if the ISS is higher and it's flat, and then since the Falcon is lower and its curvature, then obviously that footage is like either.
Well, check this out. I'll give you an example, Mobius. I'll give you an example. Neil deGrasse Tyson had he called into question the Red Bull space jump, but at which time they called it the Edge of Space jump. It was at 120 some thousand feet up, and the guy, was the highest jump, from the gondola and such. But when he was doing that jump, he had the image of the Earth looking like a globe from that height. So at 122,000 feet, the Earth looked very curvy. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, with that clip that you just heard them playing right now, where he said, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't. That stuff is flat. So when he says that, he means that at that altitude, 122,000 feet or 120,000 feet, you don't see curvature of the Earth. It was definitely a fisheye lens, and yet you would still believe that there was curvature of the Earth from that altitude, which you would be incorrect. This is the most important part. Even people that are advocating for the Earth being a globe, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, would not side with you on the fact that you could see curvature from that altitude. So what I'm telling you is that your facts are incorrect. You're thinking that you're seeing curvature with these fisheye lenses. So you have to at least listen.
So I'm actually I'm surprised. I didn't know this. That this Chinese footage, being high up, way higher than these for example, how high the Falcon went, or that guy that jumped off the thing or whatever. Obviously they're a lot higher, and all of a sudden this Chinese footage it shows flatness. Okay, and also with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that there's flatness on the ISS, whatever. So it seems maybe that there was a fisheye lens being used.
Yeah, that's considered. But the thing is, what happens is a lot of you guys have a lot of confidence in that what you're seeing is curvature. So what I'm telling you is that the rest of the people, just like you, are just believing that that's curvature. But they don't factor in the size of the Earth in the globe lore, in the mythos. I'm not saying it's still a globe. What I'm telling you is even the story that you think that you know is not correct. You don't even have the updated version, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's like that picture that was posted in side chat of the Red Bull jumper's camera showing a curve even while he's on the ground before he even leaves the ground.
So you need to consider things that you
shouldn't be able to see the curvature from the ground, then, pal.
Yeah, the things that
it seems
you
that like the fisheye lens thing. Obviously, it's very easy to do to have fisheye lens. And it seems this Chinese footage, I can see it. It seems like it's flat.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I've never seen footage.
Well, all I'm saying, Mobius, whatever your name is, if you think about it, then some of the camera angles could be used with that type of lens, and you could be thinking you're watching a globe automatically without even investigating it further.
Of course. So I mean, like, ultimately, I did think, that Falcon footage could easily use a fisheye lens. Obviously, I knew that, but like when it comes to, there's no real reason for me to even believe the curvature based on the footage I've seen on like NASA on the news. Like I ultimately I don't even believe the news, and I believe in like fake news and stuff. So I mean, like ultimately, that's I have no real evidence. You know what my real evidence is? I'll tell you my real evidence.
What is
that? It seems that gravity produces natural spheres in space. So there's no way you would have a natural flatness in the universe because the natural.
So you don't think galaxies are flat in your paradigm?
No, galaxies are flat, but
so that's what you said. That doesn't happen in nature. That's nature, isn't it?
Okay, but that's like a flatness of spheres, like
spherical. It's still flat, though, right?
Sure.
Okay, so it flies in the face. It flies in the face of what you said. Only spheres exist and nothing flat.
Okay, correct.
Okay,
but I can't imagine like a planet having. Like the flat. Okay, because I'm thinking as
we're on a planet, are we?
What?
We're on a planet, are we?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming.
There you go.
You're assuming. You do a lot of assuming.
Okay, at the end of the day, I've never been up in space, so everything I think I know about the how the
Just
Earth
an
is.
assumption, right?
It's all conjecture, right?
Okay.
And the only avenue for me to know this is the news and NASA shit, right? Obviously. Okay, so
and the guy who was named after your high school, I wish you would have said that when you first came in here. It sounds so much better.
I mean, he's an honest glober if there is such a thing.
1,000%. That's why I like him.
Just saying.
No, but this guy at my high school, like, he didn't say anything about the Earth being curvature or whatever. He just talked about his experience.
Yeah, we get that, and I think most of the time people grow up thinking that they have kind of an idea that the Earth is something based on stories that they've been told. But if you investigate the claims a little farther, you're going to figure out that maybe they're just using fisheye lenses. Maybe you're just being told a story to continue perpetuating an idea versus you actually figuring out whether or not the Earth is an actual globe or not. So that's what you're doing. You're believing a story, and you're just like, well, there's no way that you can verify it, right? According to you.
Not me, of course. It's just what I hear. It's like hearsay, obviously, right? So, okay, this footage of the Chinese footage where it shows that it's flat, when was this taken?
You'd have to look at the timestamp for that. I don't have it with me. but I'm pretty sure you can search for it online. There's places
it's pretty
where
recent. It's recent, and I'll post the video in the side chat for you. Right, it's the second Chinese space station. Right, so you're saying that it's like a high focal length lens, and it's showing only a small section of the horizon. That's completely incorrect. Right, you can see all of the instruments, all of the everything in the foreground of the picture. That's not possible if you're using like a high focal length lens. Right, it's just completely silly to even say that, right? And the way fisheye lenses work, right, it matches with the NASA footage, right? Because what fisheye lens does, right, if the line is in the center of the frame, you'll see what the true line looks like, right? And then if the camera pans up or pans down, you'll see it start to distort, concave or convex, right? But with the Chinese footage, we can see different parts of the video. We can see the horizon in the top of the frame and the bottom of the frame and the center of the frame. It's always pretty much flat, depending on, like, no matter where it is in the frame. So that isn't what happens with a fisheye lens, right? If it was curved, there is no type of lens that can keep a line straight from any area within the frame, right? It would only be straight if it was in the center of the frame or in a particular part of the frame that made it straight. Right, as soon as it panned up or down, it would distort if it was a fisheye or a wide-angle lens, right? But with the NASA footage, right, the horizon's always up at the top of the frame where you would expect to see that convexity due to the fisheye or wide-angle lens. Never do you see the horizon in the NASA footage at the bottom of the frame where it would actually be concave looking.
It's always at the top part.
It's always at the top, right? So if you get a straight line and you've got a wide angle or a fisheye lens, right, and you put that straight line up at the top area of the frame, right, it's going to look like it's going to distort. It's going to look like it's convex, right? And then you pan, so the lines at the bottom of the frame, right, it's going to be the opposite, right? It's going to be concave.
So there's no NASA footage of going from like downwards and still having that curvature on the down part of the frame?
No, nothing, right? You always just see the same thing from the ISS footage, right? The horizon's right up near the top of the frame.
Oh,
I'll post the Chinese full footage from the Chinese station. One sec, I got it here.
No, okay, I'll tell you one of the most interesting things I've seen, because I come in here a lot, like, you know, maybe a few times a month. But there's one person put in the side about like an astronaut slamming into the side. Something happened, and he slammed into the side of the wall. Right.
Wall.
No, I see if I can find some. I think I have the GIF or something. But he slammed into into the side
DJ's
of the wall.
got that one. DJ's got it.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, and I was thinking, there's no way that would happen in space unless somebody hit it.
It looks like a zero-G flight ending, right? So if you have a look at this clip that I'm about to post in a second, you'll see that they all fall to the floor, right? One of them has a big smile on his face, and as he hits the ground, he catches something in his hand, right? And he's smiling, and it looks like he's done it 100 times, right? It's almost, and then they compare it to a parabolic flight ending, right? And it's the exact same thing, right? So what you would speculate there is that they have a mock-up of the inside of the ISS in one of these zero-G parabolic flights, right? And they do it over and over again. So these planes can go up and they can do 30-second takes at a time, and they can do 30 in a row during one flight. So it's like, I'll post it in a second.
And like, I actually think that that's probably what was used in the recent flight, like a few days ago with Katy Perry, and there's like 5 of them that went up in this rocket apparently, and they said there were 0G. And first of all, I don't think they would go up, like being so rich, as they are, they would not risk their lives. You know.
Do you know what's important about that, Mobius? That you brought that up, man. Do you know that if you've looked at some of the video, it's being talked about on the internet all over the place as a fake, not by flat earthers, mind you, by people that are looking into this, and they're Globers, but they don't consider what Katy Perry and the crew of that that rocket ride, what they've done was an actual rocket ride. It looks like a lot of people are saying it's just a fake. Like most people are coming together and saying that are not flat earthers. Do you know that?
Yeah. Right. So that would mean if they could fake the 0G thing in that plane, because you can have it, just like I'm sure you know that if you go down, up and down in a plane, you can simulate 0G. So if they could do that, why not footage of the space station do that? Right.
Yeah, correct. Which is another part of the reason why there's a concern for people that look into this and find things like this, like the thing that just happened, with the Blue Origin rocket ride. Like that looks really fake, and how they were going to open the capsule door and that the door just automatically popped open from the inside, and it's like before Jeff Bezos even opened the door, it popped open, and it's like, dude, that would be a safety hazard if they went up and the door was that flimsy that it would just open up like that from the inside.
But is all this a reason to think that the Earth is flat? That's the question.
Yeah. From the inside. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. In my mind, I think that, the fact that these rich people would not actually risk their lives to go up there, okay, which even before I saw the footage of them being in space, I thought there's, them floating, I thought there's no way that would happen, right? And, but then when I saw them actually floating, I'm like, okay, I guess that's fake in terms of the plane going up and down can simulate 0G, obviously, in 10-second increments or whatever. And so, but thing is, and it looked very real, right? And so if that can look real, how about any other type of footage from the space station with 0G people floating? It could be done as well in the same capacity, because they were floating in the same way any space station person would float. But regardless, can't somebody, even if the Earth was flat, you could still have the space station up there with people floating, can you?
That's the problem, though. If they're using all this kind of movie production things to get things looking like it's this parabolic arcs and such that we've already shown that can happen. We know that technology exists. You can take one of those flights and simulate, microgravity. So even if that was the case, that gives you a reason to think, well, why couldn't they just expound on that and make it look like they're in, like, where the ISS is? It doesn't have to make it like where it's real in your mind. You could just think about it like one of those things. There's no distinction in your mind how you could tell the difference whether they were in the ISS or they're using like the parabolic flight as being something that they're filming, that are using, green screen or whatever. Your mind couldn't tell the difference because you think they're there. That's the whole point, man.
Well, I mean, it's proven that you could easily have the 0G footage. It seems like 0G through this parabolic flights and stuff.
Yeah.
So, who's to say that all the footage from supposed ISS?
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. That would be the point. It's like you couldn't make a distinction.
Isn't there 24-hour footage of the ISS?
I mean, I don't think that it's live, but it's not showing them in their inside of it. You know what I mean? Because they have like the outside cameras going. I think that's the live footage.
Cameras, right. And right, not the inside.
Yeah.
And they should have the inside, you would think.
Well, you're onto something, but then again, imagine the amount of like excuses you'd get from that. Well, it's too much to produce. They have to sleep and they're doing their things and they can't be always filmed, and you get the whole runaround and stuff, and that's we don't.
Well,
we need,
at least you should have, like, if it's inside, you should still have some, even if they're sleeping or whatever. You should just have something there, and then show like things floating around, like little objects and stuff.
Better write your congressman, because we're not the guys to tell about that. You have to tell somebody that would, because that's another. It's just, I don't know.
But that would be like the definitive. If there's 24 hours a day, ISS 24 hours a day footage, that would be definitive evidence.
Well, maybe not. No, not really. But I just want to let you know that they do publish that their outside cameras are wide-angle lenses.
Will they say that?
Yeah. Yep. They just recently, in the last couple of years, installed new cameras from a different company that don't require. They're built to withstand the conditions, the environment that they claim that they're in, right? Apparently, but they're 4K wide angle, and you get a view of 180 by 240 kilometers.
Yeah, and some things you probably didn't know, Mobius, but now that you are starting to slowly figure out that it's possible, right? That they could be utilizing.
I thought it was possible even before, like many months, because I just discovered this, last year, and then slowly, once I get these little tidbits, that's why I keep coming back here. Not so much to
Yeah, it takes time, dude. So it's not. Listen, and everybody has their own time to come into this. So you can still be thinking that the Earth is a globe or whatever, and then later on you question things, and certain things maybe fall off, and you're like, yeah, I don't really need to think that that's true anymore. But that's up to you. We can't we can't twist your arm to say, oh, dude, you're gonna have to be a flat earther tomorrow. Like, it's not. We're not here to convince you. You have to question the narrative yourself. It's up to you, End of the day.
That's why. It may seem like I come here to question, and I do to push back, but ultimately, there's a little bit of me that likes this certain information that I get. For example, that one footage of that, which is very surprising to me, of that astronaut. Like, it's footage inside the space station of him slamming to the side. That's impossible.
Yeah,
impossible in space. Because the only way that would happen if something smashed into the space station in space, and if that happened,
they wouldn't be alive if that was the case.
Yeah, it'd be obliterated if that happened, right? If somebody smashed into the space station in space, to the point where they smashed into the side, right? Because it'll be like space debris or something to do that, which, like, there's no way. Even a tiny little thing would obliterate the whole space station. So the only way that person could have smashed into the side like that is if it was in one of those, the plane things, like a Katy Perry perhaps was, where the plane goes up and down or whatever, and there was some malfunction in that where the plane like dived, or the diving was not like because I would assume, like, once you dive, then you have the 0G. Then when you go up, then you don't, or whatever. But if there's some malfunction in that up and down diving to create the 0G, then you could slam to the side easily.
Exactly.
So then it must have been that. Like, it seems way more reasonable to be that versus. So, like, when I saw that footage, I was like, what the fuck?
Not to mention, check out Bubbles in Space. That's a funny one.
There's many. There's like other footage, anomalies, and I've never seen these anomalies other than coming in here and getting like pictures in the side chat about this, right? Well,
the internet's doing a pretty good job of scrubbing most of these videos and the things that we have over time. So we kind of catalog them and put them in a safe place. So they're in like terabytes that have been stored away in certain storage areas. So we have this information available to anybody that's questioning on the 24/7 Discord. So if you want to look into it more, we have all this stuff cataloged.
I'm part of the Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
That we're talking about. And yeah, so I have this part of me that's curious, because ultimately I have no evidence because I've never been up there. It's only conjecture and hearsay. But the only real evidence that really I have is that I think that naturally space produces spheres just naturally because of gravity. It's like a symmetrical kind of thing, right? And the moon, for example, looks spherical, and and this one thing Neil deGrasse Tyson always says about, like, during eclipses, there's always a curvature. Of the lunar eclipse of the Earth putting the shadow on the moon, and if it was flat, then it would have different types of curvature based on whatever. It would never be always a curve from the shadow onto the moon implies that the Earth is round. right?
I've just never understood that globy logic, though, that because there's circular, spherical, or flat-looking circular objects in the sky means that the thing you're standing on must be that shape of the thing you're looking at. What kind of logic is that?
No, I mean, like, if there was a shadow going onto the moon of a flat thing, then it wouldn't be curved, like, as on the shadow. And if it was, like, sometimes it would be, based on, if the orientation of the flatness against the moon, but it wouldn't always be curved in the exact same curvature. So that implies that.
What if we're not in the universe that you've been taught?
Right. No. Well, I mean, again, whatever the moon, what's against the moon could be fake in many different ways. So that's another thing. But yeah, I'm just kind of reiterating what Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of his main conjectures is about.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
Yeah, what is it?
Who cares what Neil deGrasse Tyson Chicken has to say on the topic?
Yeah, but that's one of the things he says. But at the end of the day, I've never been.
I want to touch a bit more on that, bro. I just want to touch a bit more on that because it's a straw man because it's inserting, right? It's taking out the globe, right, in the current paradigm cosmology, right, with big sun, little planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, right, all that. It's taking out the globe Earth and replacing it with some sort of flat disk or flat object, right, within that paradigm.
Right.
And that's not what we're saying. We're not talking about that.
Right. Because it's like if those other things are spheres, why not this? So then it's not like, yeah, whatever those things out there. I mean, like at the end of the day, it could even be like a giant simulation, just like the Truman Show. There's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove anything. To like what actually is really going on.
The Earth is provably and measurably flat.
Well, I mean,
even if it is a simulation, that's a part of the matrix and the programming code of the game that we're living
in. Sure, but like the only thing that I find that there's no way around is that when you go, like for example, keep going east on a plane, and you go to Japan, and if you keep going through Japan, then you get ultimately to the States. And I know people who have flown that eastward. Okay, so the only way to reconcile that is either it's a globe or the Gleason map. And that's the thing I'm sure you guys know the Gleason map where the North Pole is at the center, and then around the perimeter is the South Pole.
Exactly. Yep. I'm familiar with the Gleason's flight path maps.
Yeah. So that's possible. Because you would still go around the Earth, or at least the pilots would think they're going around. But the only thing that, would be suspect is that going from the tip of South Africa to the tip of Argentina, you would assume be very, very quick in a globe scenario, but it'll actually be like 10 times as long in a Gleason map. But if there is a situation where in the outer parts of this Gleason map of the sphere of the flat circle, where the air is so thin, where the planes go faster, and or not so much they go faster because of the air being thin, but maybe for other reasons that we don't know, they go very fast. Then
there might be some sort of like jet stream or flow around the outer edges, like Finding Nemo. You just got to be a turtle and jump into the flow.
Right. So like if it's like a circle thing, the flows go on the outside faster. And I'm saying that it's possible to have it very fast to the point where like, why am I going from the south of Argentina to South America, South Africa so fast? Maybe there's something there. So I mean, like, I would think that a Gleason map is in some sense possible, because remember the majority of our land area is on the northern part, right? Not so much the southern part. So it wouldn't be like too difficult to like have a pilot be like, kind of going around thinking, even though it goes around the globe all the time, to even be flat, if there's some sort of distortion, some sort of, like, it wouldn't even have to be that much of a distortion to go from like New York to London to like Tokyo, around back to San Francisco and around, you know what I mean? So as pilots, all they know is just like how long it takes them, and then you know, well, but again, that's speculation for me. I mean, it's
a lot of the flight systems are automated and run by programs and algorithms too. You just got to be a meat jockey in the seat to, you know, push the buttons.
Right, exactly. So and a lot of times they're not even looking outside. You know, they're just like well,
ironically enough, I've seen a lot of interviews with pilots and stuff like, what does it look like up there? Do you see curve or is it flat or whatever? And many times it's like, no, it's like the ocean. It's flat and it's beautiful as far as the eye can see. It's just flat horizon.
Yeah, and in terms of the instruments, a lot of times they punch it in the instruments and then just like whatever that is, they just go. And it's not too far-fetched to say that somebody could manipulate the instruments. You know, it's possible. But I don't know if that was possible way back in the day before, you know, automatic instrumentation or self-flying, you know, planes. Like insofar, like, you know, because even these days, a lot of it's self-flying, even though pilots are there to make sure things go well. But a lot of the times, I mean, it's more so a lot of like autopilot type stuff, right? So who's to say that like somebody's not manipulating the instrument?
Maybe somebody's programming the flight path like a roller coaster and thinking that the pilots are actually in control of the flight path when they're not.
Right, but nowadays, I'm saying back in the day they were though. So what did they do back in the day, like in 1970s or whatever, where they didn't have that? So you got to think about that. But still, it still could be programmed. Or I mean, not
even not programmed like with technology, but mentally programmed as far as this is the way we do things, this is the routine, and not examining whether or not it's the most efficient or true.
Right, and not every, in terms of like, if you look at all the flight routes, you know, just like a bus route or whatever, they always go back and forth in like a very small time, not so much always around the globe. You know, somebody going to New York to London would always go New York to London, and then not, you know, always go around the globe all the time. So,
well, and speaking of airplanes, like, are they called airplanes or air planets?
Air planets?
Yeah, they're called airplanes because they travel over a flat plane. Got them.
Well, I think the etymology of that is probably...
I know, it was a simple joke. It was a dad joke, my bad.
But, like, there's so many other... I know, like, the way I look at it, is what I call anomalies. Okay, little anomalies. Like, for example, that one of the biggest anomalies would be that guy going against the wall in the space station. Slamming against the wall, like that's to me one of the biggest. But there's been many others as well. Many others.
I think the biggest one is the fact that you go outside and you don't see no curve. It just looks planar, and you don't feel it moving.
Well, I mean,
exactly.
Well, like that's easily explainable. Like if you're like since we're so tiny.
I'm not looking for excuses. I'm not looking for excuses.
No, I get that logic if you're just walking around on the streets, but I've climbed mountains, I've been on top of the Rocky Mountains, I've been on high skyscrapers, I've been in planes, you know, like these things, if you really are honest with yourself, are observably flat.
You know, you get home from, you know, and your missus says, "Where you been?" And you say, "I can explain."
Yeah.
And also,
show the fucking receipt, bro.
I can explain the math. Trust me, the maths will count to your natural intelligence. Trust me.
And also, like, you know, people like Nathan Oakley, like he says a lot of stuff about like how the Earth is like measured flat. And like, you know, in terms of the navigation and how people measured.
Why is the United Nations flag a flat Earth map?
All right, there's that as well. But like,
No,
the
sea level.
navigation.
Sea level being a horizontal datum, yeah, standard for measuring changes in elevation. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, in terms
You know,
of like,
if you Google now, what's the flattest country in the world? Right, it gives you an answer, and the reason it gives is because it has the lowest average elevation above sea level.
the lowest average above sea level, a country? Are you talking about Netherlands?
No, the Maldives, but yeah,
Oh, is
it's
it?
the Maldives. Yeah, Maldives, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I would love to go there. It's like one of the most luxurious places you can ever go to. Yeah. So I don't know. It's all about like growing up. How much you were brainwashed growing up, because you learn all these things in school and all this, like, especially through the television set. Through TV and movies. Movies are very brainwashy, by the way, and TV shows.
Yeah, don't even get me started on predictive programming. That's speculation Sunday topics.
And like the news is very, very gaslighty. I mean, the most gaslighty thing. And
As soon as you're born, you're exposed to conditioning.
But that's the thing. Like what? Like it's very all the a lot of the news. I don't believe. Seriously, I don't. When it comes to all these things like COVID and also, I don't believe in that shit. And so who's to say that all this NASA stuff?
Exactly. You're pinging on your sense of discernment, brother.
Yeah, it's just like the only thing that's left in terms of like what the news is bullshitting on is like NASA. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if all the other stuff is bullshit, why not NASA? So it's like
exactly. If it's obvious that there's so many conditioning around so many topics, then you would think one of the things that we're indoctrinated from birth to the grave about the Earth being a ball might be up for debate as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Just that. But at the end of the day, I just think naturally, universe is made of spheres. That's my main. I swear to God, that's like my main thing. Okay, it's like it's hard for the universe to naturally form flat things, unless somebody put it there. Right?
What is it though? Is it? Are they spheres?
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know they're not just circles in the sky? How do you know they're not just lights in the sky that look like circles from your perspective?
Well, I mean, like that one guy said how galaxies are flat. I mean, there you go. That's a bit of a kind of why aren't galaxies spheres, right? Why are they flat? And so like who's to say that? No, I'm assuming that flatness is not a natural phenomenon, but what if it is, right? And but even further than that, like in terms of simulations, us being in not even so much a computer simulation, but even just like if something that aliens put us here, on this on some sort of surface to experimentation, whatever, because we're there, if the universe is 14 billion years old or whatever, there's enough time for alien civilizations to prop up. Because remember, we're only like humans are 200,000 years old, and so imagine if a civilization is like billion years old. Their technology is so far to the point where they could easily make flat things to do experiments on.
Well, let me just ask you a simple question. I don't know if you're into programming or video game design at all. Do you think video games and simulations are designed with a flat planar model or with a curvature?
Well, sure. I mean, I would think that the flat it would be easier in terms of simulations, and like that's the thing. I mean, every video game in artificial world is designed with a planar model. True. But the thing is, if you go further beyond the flat Earth thing, like just to take it to the ultimate limit, we could say that we're probably part of a simulation. Okay. And that may seem far-fetched, but even people who think about simulation theory, who were actually very well respected. You even go on YouTube and see them. They're like, the chances of us being in a simulation is way more than not, because of the fact that the amount of simulations, given that there is a computer that's able to make simulations, which is, speculative, but if there is a computer that in principle is able to make simulations and to make copies of simulations, then most likely, since the copies of simulations is much more easier to make natural worlds, then we're saying trillions and trillions of times more likely, then if there is trillions and trillions of times more simulated worlds than regular worlds, then most likely we're in a simulated world because there's so much more. And I agree with that logic. But some people would push back and be like, there's no way to make a simulated world because no computer could be as powerful enough to do that. But I don't agree with that, because look at the video game technology nowadays. It's very, very powerful. Look at AI. Even AI.
Indeed.
Is so powerful even now in its very, very beginning stages, to where you can actually, it even passes the Turing test. If you ever talk to a ChatGPT or whatever in voice, it seems like a regular person, right?
Yeah. And, how would you not know that the moon is a hologram?
What the fuck is
going on? Sure. I mean, like, you have to do that. You could just be like, if the whole thing's a simulation, anything is possible, right? And if making a simulation in terms of flatness is easier than having this globe thing, who's to say that's not the case, right? And there's can be simulations in many different forms, right? So yeah, there's so many different possibilities. That's something that, like the only thing we really know is that we're conscious and we think we are experiencing shit. It's the only thing we could really be sure of, right? Not so much anything beyond that.
The only thing that I know is that I know nothing.
Well, no, actually, one thing is that you think you're thinking stuff or experiencing stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're saying trying to reduce it to the most minimalist but basic and observable truth.
Yeah, and the only thing you actually can really be sure of is your qualia, that you experience something, right? And some people could say, okay, I think therefore I am, but that's probably not correct, because you're assuming that you are. So the more accurate phrase would be, I think therefore I think. I'm thinking, I think therefore I think. So you're thinking, and you're experiencing, and nobody could take that away from you, because it's 100% in my mind. And whether it's a simulation or not, it's you're experiencing, something's going on. Like, I think I'm talking on Discord. I know, even if it's a simulation.
So I think, therefore, I carry on talking. I think, therefore, I'm conscious.
Yeah, I think therefore I'm no. Well, I think therefore you're assuming a conscious state, though.
No, I'm conscious because I'm thinking.
Well, you could say that. I think
That's
therefore I think. No, I think is I know I'm experiencing something. Like I'm talking on Discord on this screen with all these squares on it, and on this monitor, and I know I'm experiencing, even though completely all you guys could be fake and everything could be fake, but I think it doesn't matter, because I think I'm experiencing that, and that's all that matters, is that I think I'm experiencing it, and not to say that's actually real.
Therefore, you are conscious.
Well, sure, of course, yes, that's what I'm saying. Therefore, I'm conscious. I never said I wasn't. I didn't think I was conscious.
That's the point of I think, therefore I am. You brought that up. You don't seem to understand what it means.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, because it's like I think, therefore I am. Like the whole thing, I am, or the word am. The word am is implies existence, and I guess that's correct, because insofar as the word am attaches to existence, then in order for me to think I have to exist, then sure, that's fine. But at the end of the day, that's the only thing we could be really sure of, and then you can go from there and extrapolate from there and look at our environment, blah blah. And what do we see in our environment is a flatness, right? We see objects, and then we see a flat thing around us, and then
yeah, we also see institutions lying and manipulating humanity. So if we combine those two self-evident truths together, what do you get?
Yeah, probably, that. But again, there's no way to prove
that the Earth is a flat biodome and that space is a fake lie.
And that's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, right? Because remember, I've been brainwashed for the decades I've been on Earth to think a certain way, and it's so ingrained in my mind that it's hard for me to let go, right?
Yeah, it's like trying to break free of MK Ultra, but I definitely admire your endeavor and genuineness in this topic. Definitely a lot better than a lot of globies.
Yeah, no, I'm open-minded for sure, and the fact that there's so many people who are part of the flat Earth, I mean, it says something, and a lot of people are very smart in terms of the way they argue and stuff, and but like. At the end of the day, I have never been in space, so I can't say shit. Unless I've been in space, right? So
I take the same approach, and I would rather err on the side of caution and skepticism. Since I haven't been in space, it's more likely to be a lie.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I can't, nor anybody who's never been up there to see the curvature or see the globe as a whole. There's no way they could definitively say that it's true, and they're just talking hearsay. Always.
And you don't become an astronaut unless you're a Freemason. So there's another conflict of interest there.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know, but that's another avenue I could think about. But to make a claim, you must experience it. Like to say that there's such thing as apples, I have to see an apple. I can't assume there's apple because people tell me there's such thing as an apple, right?
But what, you've never seen an apple before?
People tell me that the Earth is flat, so I assume it's flat.
Apples are buildings.
Right. So, like, there's no way. I'm saying there's no way I could prove that. When I say it's globe, I can't prove it because I've never experienced. I haven't seen the globe. The only thing I've seen is a flat horizon around me, right? It's the only thing I've actually experienced.
So why would you assume it's anything else?
Basically, because of my education during my entire life in school and all this shit, right?
Indoctrination your entire life.
Right. And remember, back in the day, before 1,000 years ago, and they never had that. So I'm sure everybody thought that the Earth was flat and shit and went on their daily lives, right? But now we have this thing where we're indoctrinated. But ultimately, even though I think I've been brainwashed, I still believe in the brainwashing. It's hard for me. But even though every day that goes by when I come into these rooms, I get closer and closer into doubting, sure. But it's going to take a while for it to sway me. But when I see things like that footage,
things out for yourself.
Yeah, sure. And when I start seeing footage, like for example, that guy slamming into the side of the wall, which is like literally impossible in the space station. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and it wasn't just us. Many little tidbits of information and pictures and footage that I've seen where I'm like, hold on a second. And then that kind of moves me closer into doubting the globe worldview, correct? You know what I mean? But it's going to take me a while to obviously change my brain. But
yeah, no, I get it. And I don't think anybody's overly condemning you for your connection to that, that childhood belief. But I definitely admire your ability to try to contend with your belief system. It's good.
Of course, I think everybody should do that. Even like, for example, religious people like Christians.
I believed in the David Icke fucking space shit and Planet X and all that Nibiru shit and all that, and I came to the understanding of flat Earth and it's the truth of it and things like that. So I think it's good to be able to reevaluate your belief systems and your perspective.
Yeah, you see the correct evidence. I'm a very evidence-based person. I need evidence to believe stuff, right? Like real evidence. And if I have evidence that contradicts my beliefs, however staunch that they are, I have no choice but to kind of follow the evidence, right?
Yeah, and the simplicity and availability of the truth of the Earth being flat is available to the everyman. It doesn't require esoteric knowledge or a PhD in astrophysics or an appeal to an institutional authority, and that resonates as way more true to me as well, that the truth is self-evident rather than hidden behind a paywall or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, because like the self-evidence of truth, like things that you could see in front of you, kind of thing. That's the best evidence. Actually, things you can see around you, things you actually experience with your own eyes, is the best evidence, right?
Absolutely. It's the only thing you can truly trust, right?
Right. True. But it was nice talking to you guys. It's like 6 in the morning. I have to go and sleep. But it was nice talking to you. I will drop in. I do occasionally drop in here. All right, take it easy.
Cheers, Mobius. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, you too.
I don't know if we got the third set of smoking boots off that one, but it was a good chat.
No, they weren't smoking boots. You'll know when you hear one.
They always let you know. Well, I think I'm going to end the flat Earth dialectic on an optimistic note. GG, boys.
Catch you, man. So we got down the bottom there. Spork! Welcome to our channel. I haven't seen you before, unless you've gone by another name.
What's up, bro?
What do you reckon? We live on a ball tart flying through space? Or a level topographical plane?
I'd just be joining here sometimes just to listen to people. I like hearing both sides.
You are entitled to an opinion.
This is true.
So what do you reckon?
Well, if I give my opinion, I don't want to go on for 3 hours about it, to be honest.
You can go on about 3 hours if you like, or you can go, I believe it's this because of X, Y, Z. Fair enough.
It's true.
So, what do you reckon? Ball tard?
Huh?
What do you reckon? It's a ball tard? Or it's plain old with topography?
Yeah, I think it's pretty round.
So what makes you say that?
Because the other planets are around, so it's like, and also like we have like space and shit, satellites, you know.
All things that you can't verify. That's interesting.
I trust the people at NASA.
Ah, blind belief. Awesome.
They got their no reason not to, right?
Well, you are allowed to go and try to verify some of their claims yourself. There's no Reason you just have to sit back in your lounge room or your mum's basement or wherever you hang out most of the time and just go, well, NASA said this, I trust them, game over.
We don't really have access to those kind of stuff that they do, right? So.
Well, you have access to YouTube and things like that. You also have access to go outside and check shit out for yourself.
Well, yeah. The planets outside do kind of like be planeting, you know what I'm saying? Like you ever take a telescope and look at the moon?
What is a planet? Isn't it interesting? And I want you just to take a step back for a second. I'm not having a direct attack on you. Isn't it interesting how you've only mentioned everything but the Earth when that's what we're talking about?
That's not true. I said they have satellite images of the Earth, or pictures of the Earth. I didn't say Earth, I said us. Yeah.
So how did they take these pictures from a violation of natural law zone?
How?
Yeah.
It's electronic. It's not like it's...
Okay, I'll try to rephrase it. How would you take pictures from Narnia?
Narnia doesn't exist.
Excellent. So why do you think I would say space doesn't exist?
Because we can see it.
So it doesn't exist because I can see it.
No, it does. It does exist because you can see it. You can't see Narnia.
Got
Right.
video footage of Bigfoot too.
I mean, come on. We're bringing up
What do you
Bigfoot.
mean, come on.
We're bringing up
people have
Bigfoot.
seen Bigfoot than have
Ah, come on. We're bringing up Bigfoot now. We're bringing up Bigfoot.
Hey, the comparison is true. More people have seen Bigfoot out in the fucking forest than have actually gone into alleged space. You think that's a joke? Look up the stats yourself, bro.
If I'm
It's
talking to
hilarious.
someone that believes Bigfoot...
No, I don't believe in Bigfoot. Hey, listen to my accent. Do I sound like I fucking believe in Bigfoot? The problem
Sound like
is,
you fuck
with your
kangaroos,
so-called
mate.
space, with your so-called space, how do you have a low-pressure environment, as in 10 to the negative 17 torr, next to a somewhat higher
What do you say?
environment
Sorry,
without a
I
barrier
zoned
in
out for a
between
second.
them? Of
Can
course.
you say that again?
How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Because you have gas pressure right there.
You what?
You
Sorry,
have
I
gas
zoned out
pressure
a bit.
right there.
You have gas pressure right there. So your answer to how can you have gas pressure without a container is you have gas pressure right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't need a container, bro.
So you don't need a container for gas pressure.
Well, is it plastic or is it metal or like what kind of container is this shit? You know what I'm saying?
Who cares?
It matters,
It's
bro.
a container. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why
Containers-
does it matter what a container is made out of when its specific function is to contain something?
Well, because if it's made out of plastic, right? It's not going to contain it as well as metal, right? So, you know what I'm saying?
But if you're shitting me, aren't you?
Nope. Answer that question, bro.
So that's not a question. That was a statement.
Nope.
Yeah.
It was a question for you, statement for me.
My question was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? And you said there's gas pressure there.
Yeah.
There's gas pressure where?
I don't know. Where is it? You're the one that brought it up.
You're the one that said it's there. You still haven't answered my question.
You brought it up first place. You talked about
Okay,
gas
Spork,
pressure, bro. Where is it, bro?
Listen,
Where's the gas
Spork,
pressure, bro? Where is it? Come on, think.
Spork, I don't know if you know this or not, but have a look at my name and ask yourself, why the fuck am I still here? As in yourself. Now, you can not be a troll and enjoy the conversation, or you can be a troll and I can kick your sorry shit out of here. Because I haven't really got my ban on for the day, so I need a bit of a warm-up. So, we're going to start again. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Listen, bro, you come in here, I join, I just want to
Or we can just leave you on mute. It's probably easier. Anyways.
I mean, that's fine, bro. Like, you could have just said, look, I don't know much about this, like, so I can't really argue for a point or anything like that. Tell me what you know. Tell me a little bit why you're saying what you're saying. You know, it doesn't have to go that way, bro. Like, you just be yourself, be honest, man.
It amazes me the amount of them that get asked a question in here and they'll rattle on with shit instead of just going, fucked if I know. Just get it out in front straight away. I don't know. I've never looked into it. I've been fed a heap of shit at school. I've accepted it. Ta-da. I've seen about 3 people in over 12 months that have actually done that. The rest of them just carry on like this window liquor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, just because you get asked a question doesn't mean you're in a debate. Like, you just say, yeah, I don't know, man. No idea. As far as I know, you need one. Or, you know, I'm told X, you know, about it. That's the reason they say. You know, like, it doesn't have to be a debate. You don't have to try and defend something that you don't understand or don't know enough about, right?
Yeah. Good form, one. It's true, though. Anyway, Spork, why would we want to unmute you? You said at the start you just wanted to listen. Anyway, is there anyone else that wants to have a yap in here? Who else we got? Captain was talking earlier, so that's alright, he's probably work. Emily. Welcome to the channel, Emily. What's your take on this situation? Is it a ball? Or is it a plane or a realm or something flat? You don't know what? Or do you just honestly not know? Or are you keen for a meltdown like Spork? So many questions. Oh, I do not talk, but I can give my opinion in the chat. Okay. What do you reckon? Flat or round? Round. Why do you say it's round? Makes the most sense. Because it makes the most sense. That's the most stuff you've had jammed down your neck your whole life. You weren't given the opportunity to choose something else as a child. If when you were in,
I'd like to know which of your common senses do you use to determine that the Earth's a ball?
Smell. Definitely has to be smell.
It smells like a ball. It smells like it's spinning.
It doesn't look like one. Can't touch it. Yep, I can hear it's a ball. Oh, shit.
It's all those sonic booms that go off every couple of minutes, right? From hurtling through space at thousands of miles per hour.
Yeah, the wind's changing direction. Let's off a crack. What does Emily put up? I mean, the way I think about it is that we develop as humans over time. Yeah? People used to believe it was flat, the other things. But over time we advanced and built stronger theories and proofs. Okay, what are the proofs? Now we're getting to the good bits. That's the bits we're interested in. Person XYZ proved it was a ball tard, and that is that. What's this? Every government on Earth collectively agree it is flat. You said it was round, so everyone agrees it's flat, but you're going with round. Mathematicians, physicists, are they all pulling a joke on you? Well, actually, they're pulling a joke on you. Is it a practical joke, or is it just misinformation passed down through the generations? No one ever questions it. But you're in here now, so there's some part, some little thing at the back of your head going, I don't understand. That's why you're in here. Something is driving you. You just like to understand how people work. Depends what job you do. If you're on the rail, you probably swing a hammer, knocking dog spikes in. I mean, I just have not seen a good case for why it is flat. You ever heard of this stuff called water? Water at rest is horizontal, flat, level, unless it's affected by another force. Problem you have there, young Emily, is allegedly you're told you live on a ball that is 70+% water. How can you have a ball if 70% of that thing is flat and level? Okay, you might have to reword this. Well, it's an old saying rather than science. Well, actually, it's an axiom. We all know that water is flat and level at rest. But even granted, it would float off the edge if that was a... What? Ah, you don't know if it's scientifically backed. Well, that's where the fun bit starts, doesn't it? Ah, entropy's another one altogether. That's what we throw at the numpties that believe space is real. I want you to believe. No, I don't want you to believe anything, young Emily. I want you to think for yourself. That's all. Belief is the predicament that got us where we are today. You're indoctrinated. Of course you believe. I don't want you to believe this shit. I want you to know it. That's why we tell people, go and test this stuff for yourself. If you find out people are doing laser tests, go and check it out so you can see what happens. Shine a straight ass beam of light across a 20, 30, 40 mile section of water. Surely there should be some curvature in that.
Well, it's a shame like laser beams adhere to refraction as well, so you can't guarantee that they're straight.
Yeah, that's why the military uses tri-band lasers and they hit things at 150 kilometers. Thanks.
I mean, there's much easier ways to debunk the globe, to be honest, but no one seems to do them.
But why don't you guys, the people who believe the Earth is flat, why don't you guys like start a GoFundMe or something and just go up in a spaceship instead of arguing with everybody else?
Bro, just go to space. Why the fuck would I want to go to space?
Go fuck yourself, bitch. Behave yourself when you speak to me. Behave yourself.
Why would you want to go to
Yourself when
space?
you
To
speak
like,
to me. Yeah, get out, idiot.
I am curious though. You said there's like several simpler ways. I just like what?
So, lines of longitude, right? They go from north to south. On a globe Earth, they have to converge south of the equator. On a flat Earth, they have to diverge. All you would need to do is get up your coordinates, be in the southern hemisphere, travel due east or due west, let's say 0.1 degree, and then travel south, and then again travel 0.1 degree. If the distance gets smaller to travel that 0.1 degree due east, due west, you're on a globe. If it's further away, you're on a flat Earth. There's literally no argument. Like, the globe cannot defend that. If it gets further away as you travel south, that is the globe debunked. There is no argument. End of. It's just geometry.
Yeah. Has anyone done that?
I know a few people who have attempted it, but I would think that people would want to jump on this because it's such a concrete way of debunking it, because it's just geometry and measuring the ground.
Rocket, I'm so curious. Are you pro or con flat Earth?
I'm con flat Earth, but
Okay,
I'm happy to give experiments to
No,
test either way.
that's fine. No, and that's very sweet of you. I'm only asking because of your profile. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah. I mean, I'm well in the north, so I can't do this. But if there's anyone in New Zealand, Australia, or parts of Africa south of the equator, you are in prime territory to, test this. And I'm not going to say what the results are because, again, I haven't done it. But I would love to see someone do it.
That was I was going to ask about whoever did it, but you said they attempted. They didn't complete it, I suppose.
I know someone who's planning on doing it, but again, sort of giving someone an idea and waiting for them to do it is another thing. But
Well, you're very sweet. Thank you.
no worries.
Doing what? Whatever the test that Rocket was talking about. I heard it, and I immediately forgot what the specifics. So he can repeat himself if he feels like he wants to.
Sure. So lines of longitude, they travel from north to south, and they originate from the center of the flat Earth or the North Pole from the globe. I think is an accepted thing among both sides. If you draw them outwards radially, on a flat Earth or a flat plane, infinite plane, doesn't matter what it is, if it's flat, they will continue to diverge away from each other as you get further from that center point. But if you're on a sphere, they have to get closer together if you go south of the equator. Now, if you were in the southern hemisphere and you went, let's say, 0.1 degree due east or due west, and let's say it was 10 miles, and then you went due south, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 miles, and then did that same 0.1 degree due east, due west, and it then became 12 miles or 15 miles, then you know you're on a flat surface because they physically cannot get further apart if you travel due south on a globe. It's impossible. So literally by taking those two measurements, you have verified the shape of the thing you live on.
Ooh. What have we here? A Rocket Man 24.
Howdy.
Hello. So you believe you live on a globe, yes?
I do indeed.
Right. What's the evidence for that?
I mean, personally, besides it being used in my career, sunsets, dip angle measurements, star rotations, navigation.
Okay, well, how do sunsets prove the Earth's a globe?
Because if you're in the southern hemisphere, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and you're seeing the sun rise south of east and setting south of west, then it cannot be a small local sun rotating
A small
above
local
a
sun? No. I think you got it wrong. We're not asking for a flat Earth. We're asking for globe evidence. So how can I derive a geometric consequent from a sunset? Find the correlation, sir.
You can model a globe Earth and put
Okay,
a
but
sun.
are we using models when we're witnessing the physical and natural world? Like
Models are very good at replicating the physical and natural world.
Yeah, but we're actually identifying that the physical and natural world observations triumph over a model. So what are we witnessing in the physical and natural world that gives us the indication that we know that it's a spherical shape that we're standing on?
So the path of the sun that it takes, depending on where you are on the globe, the fact that it
on the globe, sir, we didn't identify we're on a globe yet. You're establishing the fact that we are on one.
Okay,
so that's begging the question, sir. You can't beg the question.
Fine, then the path that the sun takes over the surface throughout the year. Analemmas are a really good one as well. But that's more to do with the Earth's orbit around the sun rather than being on a sphere. Okay. The way that the direction the sun rises and sets, depending on where you are, the fact that the sun doesn't change angular size on a day-to-day
Okay, we're
basis.
talking about the sun not changing size, sir. I'm asking about the rotundity of the Earth derived from a sunset. Please.
Right. So if you take two observers and you match where the sun is in the sky at any given point, depending on their latitude, you can almost work backwards from those angles that you measure, and then you can define the surface that you're on because of the angles that you're observing the sun at the same time. And when you apply these observations onto a spherical surface with a presumed radius, they
We
match
can't
and
do
they
that,
point
sir.
in the same direction.
We can't do that, sir. We're not assuming anything. We're deriving the sun from a sunset being a globe.
But you can make a prediction, assuming a model, flat or globe.
No,
and
we're
then
not.
see if
We're
those
not doing that.
observations match the
We have to. We have to identify that the sun's path, according to a sunset, will give us the correlation that the sun is a globe. But I'm not seeing the tie-in anywhere in your example with two observers on the surface.
Alpha, can I a question about having to observe as opposed to guess, or however you're taking to mean this? What do you
Yes. Are we? As long as we're not going to derail off this path, there's a certain path of logic that I want to take the gentleman down.
No, sure. You can answer this question or not if you feel that it's too derivative, or not derivative, but you get my point. But like, what are your thoughts on like hypotheses in general? Like just the idea of assuming that if something is a certain way, it should come out X, and if it's not, it might come out Y
You should
or
hold
not
your
X.
question, my friend. Hold your question, because that's a pretty cool one, actually. And let Alpha continue chatting with, I think it was Rocketman24.
This is correct. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate you,
write
sir.
it down, hold on to it, don't lose it, please.
Okay, back. Let's take it from the top. So we're identifying that in the physical and natural world, we're making observations of the sun moving across the sky. And now with two observers on the ground, we're going to denote a geometric shape from angle measurements. So, sir, if you could take it from the top, let's try to figure out if we can derive the radius, diameter, or circumference from these two observers. Please continue.
So yeah, but like I was saying with the hypothesis, you can come up with two separate hypotheses of if we were on a flat surface, then these two people at these locations would observe the sun at these separate angles at these locations. Whereas if you're on a globe, you would observe it at these angles, and then you take the measurement to see which one it aligns to. It's a common technique in scientific experiment.
But are we not are we not assuming this idea that the Earth is a globe? See, because I have as an example, there's infinite number of permutations of shapes that could occur on a specific idea that we could derive from two observers. So we can't ourselves say that it's a dichotomy, in which case it would be a false dichotomy, because it would in fact be a multitude, if not infinite number of permutations that could occur from these shapes that we could think of. Is
But
that
only
not the
one
case,
would
sir?
only one would match observations. It's completely fine to take assumptions when the result will only conclude to matching with one specific model.
Yeah, but this sounds like a bias towards a specific shape based on a begging the question logical fallacy, I would say. And without you understanding that the fact that you haven't gave every shape basically a look through. You're only saying that it's only this or that based on what you could think of given a paradigm. You are, in other words, told that it's only this or that. You haven't thought of every other shape that it could be. And I think that's your fallacy as well.
I mean, that's completely fine to some sense, and in lots of certain applications, that's a completely valid point. But if the model that you're assuming matches perfectly to the observations that you make time and time again, then there is no point in continuing searching. I mean, you can search to see if another model works,
I mean, go for it. You know, if there are infinite, then go for it. But if we are seeing if we are on a sphere, and these observations continuously match time and time again to this prediction, then it is very safe and strong to conclude that the surface you are living on is matched to the model that is matching these measurements.
In this type of outcome, how certain are we that the Earth is a globe?
I would give it a 99.999 recurring. It's not the strongest form of evidence, but it's a very strong.
Okay, so we've assumed that the Earth is a globe, and two observers giving angled measurements on the surface are concluding that it is definitely a globe.
You could take 10 observers, 100 observers, as many as you want.
I was only going by what you said, by what you stated.
Okay, that's fair. But you can repeat the experiment as many times as you'd like.
Well, I think the problem we're having here is the colloquial term experiment. Concerning the physical and natural world, asking the how-why questions are not covering a what-is question based on what natural science would be asking. The cause and effect relationship from an experiment doesn't conclude, in this case, a what-is question, giving us an example of what we're trying to do as far as like a science experiment. So this is not natural science, in fact. So what you're using is a colloquial term, and you're kind of misappropriating it to say that we're doing some type of experiment, when in fact this is not an experiment. But of course, you can say that it's one. It's not a natural science experiment. So therefore, in that sense, it's in the wrong category. What we're trying to do is identify what the Earth is, and a what is question has to deal more with what are we talking about in concerns to shape. So the fact is, you're saying it's a globe, right? It's a sphere, but we don't know yet of what dimensions this sphere is. So according to this example that you've given, you don't know what dimensions you're dealing with. So it could be a small globe, could be a very large globe, but you don't know what type of globe. So no metrics are given. Is this correct, sir?
They kind of have to be able to match the predictions, because there is only a very specific arrangement of size and shape that will match your predictions exactly every time. And when we put in these presumed dimensions of the globe, and then they match every single time, and then we can try tweaking them, try and tweak our model, add 1,000 kilometers to the radius, decrease 1,000 kilometers to the radius, see what happens to the results, and they stop matching. Then it shows incredibly strong evidence that not only is the Earth a sphere, but it's exactly the dimensions that we presume that match these observations.
Yes, let's examine the claim. So are you telling me that in ancient times up until today, somebody stumbled upon this information and said, I want to do a test? I won't use experiment for this case, just to kind of put an example that we don't need to use an experiment, just a test. We're testing the claim that what is the Earth. So in order for us to find that out, two people in ancient times did this test. Are you saying that somewhere we can look in the annals of history and find out somebody did this test that you are requiring that somebody should do if they wanted to figure out that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I'm sure we've all heard Eratosthenes between Alexandria and Syene with his sticks in the shadows whole thing. I haven't personally seen the physical records or documentation. I just know of the history of the test.
Okay, where is it documented, this very test that you're speaking of, so that we can also put some, perhaps a citation tied into this? So, go ahead.
Personally, I've seen on YouTube people who have done these experiments and uploaded onto the internet. They've gotten multiple observers from multiple latitudes taking their observation of the sun at the same time, and then someone takes the information and plots it on a flat surface and then on a sphere, and then compares the results, and only one of those two do their observations all line up.
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean by flat surface and on a sphere? There's a dichotomy there. How did you wind up with having two two things there: a flat surface and on a sphere. What does
Because
that mean?
I would say that the general debate of this is whether we're on a sphere or a flat surface. Now, if you think we're on a different shape, that's completely fine.
No, but
Do
how were
experiment and try to
how were the people testing both of those out? How is it possible that you could test both of those scenarios out if there's only one truth?
Because you can take the data and then plot it on a presumed shape, a flat surface, a sphere, a cube, whatever you want. And then you see how the data aligns.
I get it. So we're not knowing if we're actually standing on this thing. You think a mathematical construct gave us the indication we're on this thing? That's either a flat or globe.
By mathematical construct, you mean just geometry and applying geometry, then yes.
Right. So we don't know we're on one. We're just mathematically assuming that we're on one.
The data that aligns with the geometry that presumes strongly suggests that we are.
Right, but we don't know that we are. We're just presuming that we are.
It depends what your standard of evidence is. For some people, this would be so-called proof. Some people would still question it. It's a personal thing of where your standard of evidence lies.
Right, but the standard of evidence should be empirical, right? We should be able to test, verify, and either that or falsify the claim. So if we were to say, okay, let's figure this out. If the claim is that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions, then we could test the claim of the size of the Earth. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just say the predicted value of the Earth's curvature can be predicted at a specific distance from an observer standing on the surface. So according to the math of the Earth being a globe, which would be the radius value, circumference, and diameter, equating to an observer height and looking off into the distance horizontally, that the curvature should appear at a specific predicted distance away from the observer, which means that at a distance to the horizon, the observer would witness the leading edge of the sphere. You understand what I mean, right?
I believe so.
So according to the Earth's size and the geometry which follows, that means that the Earth has curvature on its surface, which means that an observer looking horizontally across the surface would have, according to a straight line, straight observation, he would have a tangential plane or a tangent line, and then the Earth would be dropping away from that, which means that the curvature, you follow? I mean, I just want to hope you're on the same page. Okay, so testing that claim would mean that we could falsify the claim of said mathematical formula or, geometric construct. Follow so far?
Yeah, so this is actually something that I've done myself. I have taken my knowledge of geometry and made a model, my own model of basically it'll be a cross section of someone taking these sort of dip angles, right? So it's a circle with a straight line of sight to the horizon and a varying height of that eye. And what it does is it tells you the dip angle at specific altitudes.
You got problems there, buddy.
And the thing is, what happens with this model that I made on my own, completely out of my own mind, is when I have friends who are surveyors and have theodolites, when they take these measurements, they match my predictions to within less than 2 arc seconds of accuracy before they've even taken it. I make my predictions before they do the experiment. They just tell me what elevation they're at.
Okay, so
you've already assumed a ball. Awesome.
Yeah, I think his whole lineup here is that a presumption of the Earth already being a globe, based on, according to him, a dichotomy of it being either a globe or flat. He chose globe, and the predictive values that he gets from a geometric consequent would follow that he lives on the Earth. That's a globe. So this is his kind of like, the way he's putting it forward is that he has to presume the Earth as already a geometric shape. He doesn't know that it is, according to him. He doesn't know that it is. He just says they are within a 99.9, quote me if I'm wrong, 99.9% accuracy, that it's as close to a globe as can be. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, it's a more of a test of best fit than objective results that confirm a shape. If that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. But I think, as far as the audience goes, I think more or less what we've always been about in this channel is providing that objective evidence. So it means that we have to, in some way, be able to test and verify a claim that's been put forward. So in one hand, we have a globe of a certain size. And according to that size, there's some predicted values where the curvature of the Earth would be according to a horizontal line of sight distance away from an observer. Again, which means that when you're looking straight horizontally across the surface, a dropping away from a tangential line would give us a proper drop over distance, according to the specifics of the dimensions of the globe. So then we could then attribute any things that we can't see in the far distance to a specific curvature that's there geometrically. So that's the geometric consequence of the Earth being a globe, is such that a ship would go onto the water away from an observer, and it would dip behind the curvature, according to that dropping away over in the distance away from the straight line observation. So that means that you could tell that the Earth is curving according to the effects of a globe, because it is a globe. Still with me?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people do experiments like this, not myself. I think it was, I forgot what his name is. He's on Discord somewhere, usually hangs out in Geos, where he's taken distance measurements to his horizon from different vantage points or different elevations, and then plotted that data, and what it's done is actually plot the surface of a sphere with a radius.
Jesse Path of Lies.
There you go. That's the one.
Yeah, we know him.
So is the surface of the Earth like an actual geometric shape, which means that it cannot be any size bigger or smaller. It can't expand or contract. It has to be exactly the set values that we give it to a distance away from an observer that would say, okay, I'm going to stand at this specific beach and I'm going to look off into the watery horizon, and I will see a ship disappear from my view at a specific predicted distance, which means if this Earth is a certain size, that at my, at the height that I am, that the angle that I'm seeing it at straight across, there would be a disappearance from the bottom up according to the geometric shape of the Earth at a specific distance away, a predicted distance. So that means it could only disappear from the bottom up at a distance where my observer height is looking at that boat. And so every day I go and make my observations, it would be the same. Do you think that's correct or incorrect?
I'm smiling because I know where this conversation is heading. So I would say no, in fact. And due to the fact that we have an atmosphere, which is quite dynamic, we have to account for how sort of distances and objects are affected by looking through an atmosphere over long distances, which is why we would have to start taking into account refraction when deciding distances to, not deciding, but measuring distances.
So what's the second medium then?
Yeah, hold on. I do have a question because you said that. Now, I want to revert back to the previous conversation about sunsets. Did we take refraction into account during those observations?
I mean, you can do.
No, I'm asking, were they taken into account during those observations?
It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't believe so, but the sun was high up in the sky, so that refraction is at a minimum compared to.
I know that's not the question. The question was it taken into account? Yes or no?
I would have to check. I don't believe so, but I can double check.
No, well, I have to stand on certainty here in this specific topic. So it was either taken into account or it was not. And I would venture to say it wasn't, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth or anybody else who did this. But I would say that it wasn't taken into account. Now, oddly enough, I'm smiling because I'm looking at you thinking that you have refraction that needs to be taken into account with a straight line horizontal observation and not in a sunset observation, concluding in one construct thinking that the Earth is a globe, but in another not.
See, so the observations I was making about the person who took multiple observers on different latitudes, I don't know if that might have been a miscommunication on my part. That wasn't sunset observations. That was just sun in the sky observations. So a group of people at the same time took a measurement of how high the sun was in the sky. It wasn't necessarily over sunset. It might have been for a few people. But for the
an
majority
angular
of
height?
people,
That's because the issue is, for some people it was a sunset, for some people it wasn't.
Okay.
In which case, I'm still asking the same question. Was refraction taken into account during these observations? It's a yes or no, sir.
I don't believe so.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we go back to the horizontal observation, often to the distance when we're watching ships, it's absolutely paramount, according to you. Well, it wasn't in the first instance. And I think there's a sort of, there's a, like QE would put it, there's a rooster in the hen house, right? We have to figure out why we're using refraction being paramount in one horizontal observation and not in one where we're still declaring the Earth being a globe, where we're watching the sun move across the sky at different angles, of course. I find it very peculiar that the glober would use refraction when it suits their needs, but not when it doesn't. Don't you, sir?
I understand your point of view. I mean, when you're taking long distance measurements over the horizon, taking into account refraction will get you quite accurate results. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I would say personally, from memory of seeing how the person performed the experiment, the difference in result when these data points are put on a flat surface compared to a globe, I would say that the disparity on a flat surface, which I know I'm not the one trying to, or if I'm trying to falsify the flat surface, the disparity between the data and when it's put on a flat surface outweighs any account of refraction that would have or needed to take place. As in, if you did account for refraction, it wouldn't suddenly make it work on a flat surface. From what I've seen, it would make just what it measured on a globe Earth more precise.
So you're saying that we don't need to take it into account when observing the sun. However, we need to take it into account when making a horizontal observation. Is this correct, sir?
No, I think you should. I think you do need to do it for the most accurate results.
Why wasn't it done to accurately predict that the Earth is a globe in the first instance? I feel like there's some tomfoolery going on. We're being put into an example that refraction is something of something we have to consider, as in it can't be negated in any way. That when we're making our observations in the physical and natural world, if we do not count for refraction, we're doing a disservice to account for any curvature. And I think that in this particular instance, I don't think you've accounted for that in the argument that I was going to ask this question, which threw you off kilter, which still, to this moment, you're trying to figure out how you can square that circle. I don't think you have the answer. And I think what we've exposed here is the fact that most globers would like to say they are accounting for what would be considered refraction in one instance, but not in another. And that's just not convenient for you at this moment. And you're trying to figure out how you're going to be able to come out of this, and I'm exposing that to the audience, that you've just caused a blunder in your explanations. One instance using refraction being paramount, in another not including it, as if it's inconsequential. But it's not convenient for you at this time, although you're trying to find an answer to the question, and it's kind of bogging you down a bit.
No, not at all. I would say
I think so, sir.
It's best practice to account for refraction, but
it wasn't done.
Showing the experiment, yes, which wasn't done, but showing the experiment, accounting for refraction would not change the conclusion of the results. And it
really?
Strongly suggest that the Earth was on a sphere. Now,
so we don't need to account for curvature. Refraction. According to you,
that's open to interpretation.
But I'm interpreting it that way, that we don't need to account for refraction now, so we can toss it out.
That's not what I'm saying, but I would.
Well, what are you saying, sir?
I'm trying to find the source, and I would implore people to take a look for it and to see whether they think taking account for refraction, which would make a bit of a difference, but not a major one, would change.
Oh, really? How do you know that, sir? How do you know it would make a bit of a difference and not a lot?
Because refraction, when it slightly changes the result, unless extreme refractive. Unless there's extreme refractive.
You're trying to square the circle, aren't
is anybody
you?
replying to you?
But
You're trying to square the circle. I think the difficulty here is that we have conflicting views here. On the one hand, we have an observation being made of a sun traveling across the sky, where observers are making their angle measurements without accounting for refraction. And on the other hand, we have a ship disappearing from the bottom up where refraction is absolutely paramount. If we didn't account for it, we wouldn't know that the horizon is at a specific set predictable distance away. So what I'm showing you is that it's convenient for you to use refraction. So you try to account for something as in a horizon that's optical and not geometric, using refraction as a crutch. When in the observation of the sun, it was not even considered.
I mean,
it's just very, very suspect, sir.
Yeah, if I may, I got a question for you to see if this might help parse out what you're thinking. It might. So, is refraction a worse condition than normal or a better condition than normal?
I would say you can't really assign a better or worse to it. It's just an effect that happens.
Say you got like a perfect day with no refraction. What you see is what you get. If you add in refraction, does that make the observation better or worse?
Neither. It just changes.
Neither. It just is.
He can't figure it out. He's stuck in between.
Sliding scale.
He's stuck in between trying to accept it and not, because if he accepts it for one hand, he's done on the other point. So he's caught in between a rock and a hard place, and it's a wonderful thing for us because we're listening to you kind of dance between the lines. It's amazing.
This is how you can parse out the two models. On a flat Earth, the more refraction you have, the less further you can see. The worsening of conditions, worsening of the observation. The bettering of the conditions, the better the observation, and the best conditions would have no variables attached to it. It's like a crystal clear day. Crystal clear observation. This helps parse you out. So which model is better? Flat Earth or globe Earth? On the flat Earth, a crystal clear observation is the best observation you'll ever get. On the globe Earth, you could have worsening of conditions that make it both a better and worse observation at exactly the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, so the actual quality of what you're seeing compared to its true nature decreases with increased refraction, I agree. Like, straight lines will come wobbly with high amounts of refraction. But in terms of better or worse results, it's not a better or worse. That's what you're measuring.
Yeah, well, do you have anything that's one? Is like for you? Is anything 100%, or is it always just some sort of
confusing heat haze with refraction? They're two separate things, mate.
I mean, heat haze causes refraction. It causes a change in density.
No, heat haze does not cause refraction.
Oh, okay.
Heat haze is an effect by itself. It does not cause refraction.
I just wanted to bring it back to the point that I made, that it's convenient for people that are exclaiming that the Earth is a globe, with the sun, observing the sun at the sky and doing angle measurements where refraction is taken into no account. But yet, when it comes to the ships disappearing from the bottom up, we have to include it in our observations. It's absolutely necessary. Why do you think that is?
So, like I was saying, I'm not fighting you on this. If you don't think, then it's valid. That's completely fine. This is why we have peer review, because in experiments or papers, people will say, I didn't take this into account, I didn't take that, but then they'll verify or validate that them taking in that specific thing into account wouldn't drastically change the result and it'd still be within tolerance. And then it's up to a group of people to agree on that. If we disagree, that's fine, and I'll move to a different point. Like, I'm not going to.
No, I suppose that you can't make a decision one way or the other. It sounded like from what Crit was asking you and what I'm showing you right now, you couldn't decide the sliding scale which way you would go. You would say the jury's out. It's inconclusive.
I would say that depending on the circumstance, taking refraction into account is more pertinent than others, because if I was doing observation 10 meters...
Do you mean the word convenient? I think that's what you mean. Convenient, right?
No, it's working with reasonable tolerance. Like, if I'm taking a measurement over 10 meters, I don't need to take into account refraction because the effects are so minute. No, you don't. But if I'm doing
what are the effects? What are the effects at 10 meters, sir? What are the effects at 10 meters?
Negligible.
Really? Like what? What's the math to that?
I mean, I don't have it on paper.
Oh, really? But you're saying they're negligible, which gives it some type of structure, but yet we don't have the math to that? That's very curious.
If I was doing a rigorous paper, I would do the math to show that the...
Well, you have the rigorous verbiage. You have the rigorous verbiage to say that it's negligible. How do you know that if you don't know the exact details of how negligible it would be? I find that suspect, sir.
I mean, if personally me, over my own experience, that I've never seen refraction come into massive play when observing anything over more than 10 meters away.
So are you assuming, sir, that it would be negligible?
I'm taking my...
Sir, are you assuming that it's negligible?
I'm taking my best judgment.
Are you assuming that it's negligible?
I'm observing that it's negligible.
No, you're not observing. An observation would deal with your actual interaction with this particular subject matter, but you are not. You're assuming, sir.
Okay.
That it would be negligible.
Okay, let's say I'm assuming. That's fine.
Yes, let's say that.
If someone shows evidence to me that actually refraction over 10 meters does play a significant role, then I would change that. But I've never seen evidence to suggest that 10...
So you're still assuming. Either way, you're still assuming.
Yes, but then that's the point of peer review. It's the point of peer review. And it's up to people to then say, hang on, I disagree with you. Fine. Here's the evidence to suggest why you are wrong.
Well,
also,
the confidence...
Fine, I change my stance.
The confidence comes from a response to something that you think that has been already explored and a test that's been done. But that's not coming from an already understood position of how you could say it is negligible. That seems like a bit suspect. When you say that word, you're giving the false impression that you already understand it's negligible, and it's not. And I think that's where the confusion happens. People listening to you already just assume that you know that it's negligible. But what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that the words that you're using, it's kind of like you're giving a false impression. And that's what I don't want the audience to have when they're listening to you. They have to have a correct impression that you're just assuming that it's negligible, that you have never really even looked into it to figure out the math. And then post something to show that you really understand how negligible it would be. That's all.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. We'll use a different thing then. If we can't agree on the same standard of evidence, that's completely
it's not an agreement or disagreement. All we care about is the solidified point that a validation or a falsifying method can be done to a specific claim in which you're saying refraction would have to be taken into account for optical differences of seeing the predicted curvature away at a distance versus it being closer or farther away. So you would have to then be able to work out details such as the math and such. But if you don't do that, then you're just giving kind of a basic statement that doesn't come with you're verifying this information. So we have information coming from you that's very suspect. We don't know if you figured it out or not. According to you, you haven't. And you're just assuming that it would be negligible. And also the explanation before of how the Earth is a globe based on a sunset came attached with no refraction taken into account. So there's a lot that we're dealing with from what you're saying that you haven't, and on top of that, you're pre-assuming the Earth is already a specific geometric shape. I'm going to mention that as well. So there's a lot that you're assuming, pre-assuming when it comes to the Earth being a globe. There's no verifiable evidence that you're putting forward that you could hand over to somebody they can test and verify for themselves and or falsify a claim such as if the Earth is a globe, based on what you've given this audience.
This is why.
And if I may,
go on.
If I may add, to add insult to injury, the use of the term negligible also is a highly subjective term, because what is negligible in what context really depends on who's doing whatever they're doing, right? For one person, a margin of error of 5% or less, for example, would be negligible. In another situation, it would be 1%. What does that amount to in actual figures? 2 points of precision, 3 points of precision. Like it's really subjective. So throwing that into the mix makes it really, unstable and uncertain.
And we like certainty, and we like. Yeah,
Does anyone know of any specific refraction amount that can extend the horizon 771%?
Yeah, this is all very suspect. And so when we ask these questions, we like to adhere to an empirical standard, and by which observations can be made and detailed information can be validated and or falsified. So for our side, we need a lot of information to support a claim, and for it not to be constructed based on assumptions, presumptions, speculations, theories, ideas. They need to have solid evidence to back up a claim. So it was a good attempt, I guess, for your explanation, but it still, for lack of better words, doesn't cut the mustard. We need something that we can adhere to, that we can take outside and verify according to an explanation that the Earth is an actual globe.
Thankfully, the model that I created does account for refraction. And again, when I have surveyors who go out and take these measurements to see if they match my prediction, and they do, and also the fact that my model
while you're there, you'd have your model available. How much refraction would it take to enhance something, the horizon, which would make it go further away? How much refraction would it take to make it go 771.31%?
The horizon being at what distance?
Doesn't matter. It's now 700% plus where it should be. So how much refraction would it take to make the horizon go 700% further or beyond where it should be?
1 second, let me put it into my model. I've got it open here, actually. So,
Hey, your physical geometry only has one distance, bro.
well, fortunately, that affects things.
It was a nice attempt, but we still don't have any concrete information to validate the Earth as a globe. We got models, we got assumptions, presumptions, theories, ideas. We don't have something to go off of where you could hand over somebody information to validate the globe. It's just not. It's just like Crit put it. This juice ain't worth the squeeze, bro. Really,
I would say a refractive index of roughly around 0.987 would give you your 700%.
Now, would that be considered a large amount, a small amount, negligible?
That would be quite a large amount, I would say.
This would be like normal, large amount. It happens on a Friday afternoon. How often would you say this happens? Never. Once every year. It's extremely rare. How often would you say this happens?
I'm not a meteorologist, but I would say quite rarely.
Quite rarely?
Yeah, I was going to add.
Rare as in that photo?
To that. I was going to add.
Loads? Because that's the photo that I based those numbers off.
Oh, what the Black
the
Swan.
horizon being 771.31% beyond where it should be.
Cool. I mean, you can see by the crane on the left, there's very high refractive effects happening. So
So why isn't it affecting everything else? That kind of refractive index, you'd barely be able to see the entire rig because there'd be that much haze in front of it. And the fact that you're mentioning refraction tells us you don't even know what refraction is, because I'd like to know what the second medium is.
It doesn't require two separate mediums. It requires two density changes.
So it's not refraction then?
It is refraction. There's a change.
So it's either stooping, looming.
this change in density.
Lowering.
Therefore,
Yeah.
refraction.
So
takes
which
place.
effect is it? It's not refraction. Refraction by definition needs two mediums.
Yeah, two
And at the
contacting media. Yep.
It needs two densities.
No, would you have a citation to back up the claim for Snell's law? Anybody can look up Snell's law. That's why I asked for it.
I could drop it there. And then we can also talk about terrestrial refraction if he likes.
It's a very sticky subject for a Glober to get engaged into this and say that the air is two mediums. It's just not.
Refraction through air, or atmospheric refraction, is the bending of light as it passes through the Earth's atmosphere due to changes in density. This occurs because the speed of light is slightly slower in air than in a vacuum, and the air density varies with altitude.
Yep. Post that up where you're citing that from.
So, we actually asked for refraction, the law of refraction. So, terrestrial refraction doesn't meet Snell's law or the law of refraction to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you still don't need two separate objects. You can just have a change in density.
Well,
So then it's not refraction then.
If we're talking about refraction itself in Snell's law, like Banhammer is stating, then we need two isotropic media for the light to pass through. And each media is going to have its own refractive index, as per Snell's law. So what you're discussing is not Snell's law, as you don't have a boundary between two isotropic media.
It's a very gradual boundary. There are slight changes.
Oof.
It doesn't huge change.
How do you know that, Rocket Man? Could you tell that from the image? Like when you see the image of the Black Swan, the one that Banhammer posted, could you tell me the smooth change in between it? Like, could you point out where that happens?
It's a smooth change. That's like saying point of a circle.
So then could you tell me what the refractive index is on that image by looking at it?
No, you need pressure, temperature, humidity measurements, all sorts.
So you can't tell me by looking at something and saying, those are bendy cranes. So admittedly by you just said you can't tell that there's refraction, yet you just said there's bendy cranes. That is refraction.
That's
a doublespeak, sir.
I can tell there's refraction. I can't tell what.
Really? How much refraction is happening in the image that you said you can tell?
Again, quantifying it and knowing there's refraction are very two separate things.
Really? So you can make a claim that there's refraction happening, and you don't have to quantify it. Is that true, sir?
What you're asking is, okay, is that a building? Yes. Okay, tell me exactly how tall that building is. Very two different.
I'm asking for refraction, not the height of the building. You could find the height of the building out easily. I'm asking for you making a claim that there's refraction going on in that image. And I'm asking you very specifically, if you claim refraction, then how much of refraction do you see?
Well, I'd like to cover this horizontal boundary that you're claiming in terrestrial refraction. You said that there are horizontal boundaries. What was your exact words? I can't tell you exact words, but you said there were horizontal boundaries.
Very, very small differences in gradient.
Right. And so when you're making a claim to refraction, sir, and you don't know the amount of refraction, how could you make a claim to something you don't know the amount of is actually happening to claim refraction is happening? It sounds a bit circular. You want to say there's refraction, but you don't want to make a claim to how much refraction to say that there is refraction occurring, sir.
Because knowing the effects of refraction negate quantifying how much refraction is present at any given moment.
You just finished saying there's bendy cranes. How much refraction would there need to be for bendy cranes to exist?
A lot.
How much is a lot? A lot is ambiguous. Give us a number, sir.
Again, knowing the quantity of refraction needed for this phenomenon.
Well, what does a lot mean? What does a lot mean to you? What does a lot mean to you? A lot. What is that?
Probably greater than 0.5.
greater than 0.5, is it less than what? Greater
Less
than
than
0.5
1, greater than 0.5.
What does 0.5 actually mean?
That the coefficient of refraction is 0.5.
Okay, so now we're looking at you're trying to figure. Let me let the audience know. He's trying to quantify the amount of refraction from the image that was posted. So Mr. Man over here is trying to quantify the amount of refraction by looking at the Black Swan image. How do you like that?
What I do find interesting,
And he said, "I'm sorry, mate."
yeah,
Ben
go, keep going.
But he said that you need a lot of constituent parts. You need temperature. What else did you say? What else was required for observing?
He's got a phone call. He just put up. He's got a call.
He said temperature, pressure, etc. But I would like
he's
to go
adding
through his...
he's adding all these things that he needs to qualify how much refraction there is, and he's making a guess of a lot of refraction happening just by staring at bendy cranes. This is really important, guys. I want to keep him on.
He also said, but he doesn't understand what the refractive index is either, because the refractive index is the speed that light travels through a medium in comparison to light traveling through a vacuum, and air itself is 1.0003.
Okay, so listen. So the temperature difference was 3 degrees in that picture. So you can count out refraction.
The thing is, and you're not going to like this, long distance
Rocket Man,
measurements...
what we want you to do for a second, at, where is it, 9 minutes past the hour, you can see the image there where the black bit has been scribbled over the top of the cranes.
Yep.
The bit that we're interested in is where the horizon is in respect to where the oil rigs are. As you can see, looking at the horizon, there's no refraction. So your claims of refraction means, about as much as me eating a lollipop. So
Yeah, the thing about it though is I want to hear him actually explain how he was giving a quantified value to how much refraction there is without even knowing temperature or pressure or any of the constituent parts that he thinks that would require for him to understand how
Said
much
he doesn't
refraction there would be.
Said he's not a meteorologist.
The thing is, you're trying to force an answer out of me, and when I'm giving you my best guess, you're then saying, "Well,
why couldn't you?
it's just a guess."
But
It's like, no
Rocket
shit,
Man,
it's a guess. You just
why
forced it
couldn't
out.
you tell me that you wouldn't be able to know? Why wouldn't it be easier
I've
for you to say
literally been
I
telling you
don't
this
know?
the entire time that I
Then
don't
why did
know
you
the
try to
exact-
quantify it by saying there's bendy cranes, therefore there's a lot of refraction, and then I asked you, well, how much is a lot? And you said, well, it's more than 0.5.
Because you wouldn't stop asking me.
So you have to give me an answer because I can't stop asking, and you can't say that you don't
this
know.
conversation isn't going to progress if you keep repeating yourself like
So
a
you just had to say, I don't know. That's all you had to say.
I've literally-
Instead of
I've
waffling
said
on
that
with
multiple
Rocket Man, instead of waffling on with bullshit, we've got to quantify it and all this stuff, you could have just said, I don't know.
I literally said it multiple times.
No, you haven't.
Just shows
You've
you
spent the
can't-
last 15 minutes being a weasel.
I don't know the actual, like...
The reason you don't like that image...
The fact that I know refraction is taking place.
The reason you don't like that image, Rocket Man, like every other balltard that comes in here,
Hey, no name,
is
no
your
need
only
for name
defense.
calling. Let's keep it civil, please.
I was.
Okay, so...
No, you called me a balltard. That's the definition. Let's keep it civil now. Come on.
Your own citation debunks you in the first instance that you read out on terrestrial refraction, for a start. And secondly, there are no horizontal boundaries in the atmosphere.
There are density changes.
But there is no boundary between the less dense and more dense air. So
There
we
is a
can't
change.
apply the law of refraction here.
The boundary is an arbitrary line where the densities change, where there is one density in one place and different density in another.
You
So
understand
that have to
you
be
can't-
vertical then.
Hold on. You understand that you can't use the law of refraction then. You've got to address what AJ said. If you understood what the law of refraction was, Snell's law, you'd understand it wasn't applicable in this circumstance because of what AJ is describing to you.
Cool. I mean,
at
the
14
whole
minutes
long
past the hour for you.
The whole long distance measurements don't debunk a globe. Long distance measurement aren't falsifying a globe.
We're not going to jump around here.
Measurements of the
At 14 minutes past the hour from San Diego State University, some people have been worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between the denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. Yeah, so there are no boundaries. Not subtle boundaries like you described. There are no boundaries, so therefore not Snell's law.
There kind of has to be if there's a change in density between one point. No,
Well,
there has to be a point
we
where
can read it again. The citation from San Diego State University. Because the light does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. So no, there are no boundaries.
Okay. Well,
secondly to that,
sure.
What you're describing, we can go in further. So, in general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface. So we need the curving surface to begin with for your terrestrial refraction. But here we're only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. So first, for you to claim terrestrial refraction, you're going to have to show that the Earth is a sphere to begin with, yeah? Or you're just begging the question. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light infinitely narrow. Rays do not really exist. So, we have a mental construct here. No horizontal boundaries. Yeah? And secondly, you're going to have to prove the Earth is curving. Now, this is what you mentioned in your first citation. You said, the atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, and the calculations below will adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometres as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, we'll also assume the density depends on the distance from the centre of curvature. A pretty good assumption. So, first of all, for you to invoke terrestrial refraction, you're going to have to show us who's directly measured any drop over distance from horizontal on the Earth.
I have multiple friends who have done their surveying dip angles on TikTok Live that I've watched them do, and again have matched my predictions that I made before they took the measurement.
Would that be involving the horizon?
Huh?
Would that be involving the horizon?
It involves the horizon, yes.
That's funny. It's correcting from one level to another.
Can you show that, please? Can you show how these guys have directly measured drop over distance? Who did it? Citations, videos, whatever you've got. Please provide the evidence, not just your friends that have done it. And then once you've done that, you can address the horizontal ray paradox in
he's gonna
terrestrial refraction.
He's going to pull up Jesse Path of Light. That's who he was appealing to earlier.
You can't. I've debunked Jesse Path of Lies already.
You saying you've debunked him doesn't
Yes, I've already proven he's getting shit wrong.
I've not seen any evidence to conclude that.
Oh, well, let's pay attention to... Let's look in the chat real quick. So this guy was trying to shoot long distances with a theodolite through this shit that I just posted. So which picture did he take? When shit was wobbling up, down, sideways, which one?
I mean, I'm assuming he took multiple measurements.
No, he took not many. He took not many.
How many's not many?
He took one or two. Did his measurement. That is it.
None relevant over the distance that he used the device for, that's for sure.
I need to see.
Where's the hundreds of examples before Jesse?
Sure. I mean, the whole long distance thing, it's a very it might change the Earth's radius, but it doesn't debunk the Earth's globe because you could just arbitrarily set.
You haven't proven that the Earth has a radius or is a globe yet, so you need to get back onto that, yeah?
Yeah, they didn't know it was a globe before Jesse came around, right?
This is the first step. This is the first step to proving your claim of terrestrial refraction, and then, like I said, we can go under the horizontal ray paradox and discuss the conceptual fiction that you're trying to describe.
Who said it has to be horizontal?
Exist in reality.
Oh my God.
Who says it has to be horizontal?
The air is very complex. Then the density,
The citation I provided for you.
Straight lines.
It's very complex.
It is very complex.
You guys didn't hear the very first. Those of you who came late, his first argument out the gate for proving that the Earth was a globe was saying that angle measurements to the sun, and then he brought up, we're talking about this long distance measurements, watching ships disappear from the bottom up. So both of these examples, and he forgot to mention that refraction was absolutely paramount on viewing angle measurements to the sun. When he was saying that it's absolutely paramount to see the ship disappear from the bottom up, you'd have to account for refraction. So he's kind of double speaking, where he's saying that you need refraction on one instance, but when you're viewing the sun with angles, you don't.
That's not what I said, but sure.
Angle measurements to the sun?
Yep, from the horizon.
Okay, what about the solar elevation angle?
As in the elevation of angle of the sun above the horizon?
Okay, so 15 degrees above the horizon, for example.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a flat Earth measurement.
Oh, I knew this was coming. I wanted to say that earlier, but
and you not
I couldn't.
So you can't measure angles from a circle?
Sorry, what's the definition of an angle?
It is the angle between two lines.
The angle between?
Yeah, from two lines.
But just describe those lines to me. What type of lines are they? Or sides?
I know what you're going to want me to say. You're going to say straight lines, and then you're going to be like, oh, look, you can't draw an angle from a circle. And it's like, well, I guess we can't have tangents or plumb lines from curved surfaces there.
Okay. So, yes. But you're going to need to measure a sphere before you start associating tangents to it, aren't you? And if you're talking about measuring the solar elevation angle, and I gave the example of 15 degrees, that gives a ground position and distance between me, the observer, and the ground position of the sun. The sun's zenith position. That gives a distance of 4,500 nautical miles, or 5,000 miles. That's this boats, observer and ground straight in ground position. We're not doing this. Notice your standing on the ground, and the ground positions are location on the Earth on the fucking ground. Both these positions exist along the same horizontal. If you're going to start invoking tangents, you've only got one point actually on the Earth. You're going to need to measure the Earth to be a ball before you invoke tangents, and the way that we celestial navigate both object, ground position, and you measure on the surface, same horizontal. Can't escape it. It's a flat Earth measurement.
The issue is, when you take two observations and try and measure the sun's height above the surface, you get varying different answers for something that should just be basic tricks on a flat surface.
Sorry. So with celestial objects, we're not interested in the height. We can do the same, like the height of a mountain, or the height of a lighthouse, for example. If we know the height, we can figure out the distance. If we know the distance, we can figure out the height. Those for terrestrial objects works within navigation also. Celestial navigation, not interested in the height of the object. We're interested in its ground position, because we want to know the distance to that ground position. Only works on a horizontal Earth, though. It's a triangle. I guess we just stop there, right?
No, because the thing is, like, its subsolar point is its subsolar point. But if you try and calculate it by using that subsolar point from an observer anywhere on Earth, and then use your angle to the sun to verify that they match, they don't work.
That's interesting, but we're interested in the ground position.
The subsolar point is a well-known thing where the sun's subsolar point is at any given moment. We know that. That's fine. But if you want to verify that you're on a flat surface,
maybe he doesn't know what a triangle is, Jedi. see if he does
Then
that first.
you should be able to take two observers at different points on the Earth, take an angle measurement to the sun, and they should both spit out the same altitude as the sun above that subsolar point. But they don't, because it doesn't work.
Yeah, sorry, they don't though, but it doesn't mean that we're not measuring angles to an object that we can't get the height of.
It means you can't be measuring off
measuring
a
an
flat
angle,
surface.
dude. You can't get away from this fact. No, it means we are measuring because it is an angle that we're measuring off of a horizontal. That's why it's called an elevation angle. Just because I can gain altitude and the angle that I measure doesn't change, it's still an angle that I measure. Both me, the measure on the same
You can
horizontal.
establish an arbitrary horizontal from your eyes, that's fine, but...
That's how the measurement works.
Again, you're...
Sorry, arbitrary horizontal. Sorry.
Yes, you can just
does the tangent touch a sphere? Yes.
A tangent touches a sphere at
No.
one
How
point,
many
yeah.
places does the tangent touch a sphere?
One.
Awesome. So you need to understand that both ground position and you, the measurer, are on the same horizontal. They are both on the Earth. If you're invoking tangents to a sphere, only 1 point on the Earth.
No.
You're fucking up your measurement.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
But if you're on a flat surface, then you should be able to both calculate the same elevation if you know your angle to the sun and your distance to the subsolar point.
Interested in the
Basic trig.
elevation. How many times? Not interested in the elevation. We can do the basic trig with terrestrial dummy. We do the basic trig with terrestrial objects. We can do the thing that you're requiring us to do with celestial objects. We do it with terrestrial objects. So that works with terrestrial things when we measure the Earth. But when we use celestial objects, it's a little bit different, but we can still find the geographical position which exists on the same horizontal. We can't determine the height of the object though. But we can with terrestrial objects on the Earth. So when we measure terrestrial objects, that's a measurement that will fit your definition, and that requires a horizontal plane to do so.
Is that why we use geodetic surveying methods?
Is that why you reify your fucking sphere into geodetics? No, I'm talking about how we measure elevation angles.
With an elevation angle, yeah.
Angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, angle. You brought it up. Yeah, 15 degrees above the horizon there, the sun. That's the solar elevation angle. Yeah, good. I can figure out the distance to the geographical by subtracting 15 from 90, times in that 75 by 60 or 69, and getting the nautical miles or miles distance. That's the distance along the adjacent.
But you have to be careful when you're at elevation because you have to account for your dip angle. You have to account for your angle to the horizon.
Sorry, you kind of missed this. If I was to get a level at altitude, the angle that I measure to the star or the sun wouldn't change. I can do a dip correction. That's a correction for the height of eye, an adjustment for eye level to sea level. That's not your tangent.
But if we're on a flat surface, then there wouldn't be a dip angle because the horizon would always rise.
All levels would be the middle. Sorry,
It's height
all levels
above
would be
sea
the
level.
middle.
Sorry, two people.
A correction. Yeah, I know. It's a correction for two separate levels. Dip correction.
Yes, but if we're on a flat surface, the horizon
the level on the floor isn't on the same level as the 15th floor or the 50th floor. At different horizontals, you have to correct the dip angle to adjust from being on the 15th floor to the ground floor.
But if you're looking,
would you like the correction?
But if you're looking at the horizon would rise to your eye level. Therefore, there wouldn't be a dip angle.
No, no, that's not even true.
Yes.
No, not true.
Your horizon is where your tangent to the surface is, but you don't have a tangent on a flat surface.
Hold on. What's the horizon?
The horizon is when your eyesight makes a tangent to the surface that you're looking at. That is the horizon.
So that's the curvature of the Earth at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Is a minimum of that distance.
Refraction.
It's
refraction. You don't have a geometric Earth curvature measurement. You can just presuppose it. Your height of eye, and I can cite this for you if you want from celestial navigation books, is a height of eye correction to take the eye level down to sea level. not C-tangent plane.
Yeah, in the chat at 28 minutes past the hour for you. In the chat, 28 minutes past the hour from Astrolab Sailing. If you're taking your sextant readings from the bridge of a big ship, then you're going to get a different sextant reading to if you're on a smaller yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. This is what is called dip, or an adjustment of your eye height.
Yes, and the reason that dip angle increases with altitude is because we're on the surface of a sphere.
No, because we're...
He's spoken out. Is he upset or something? No, we took your horizon away with the black swan. You started talking about fucking refraction. No, this is based on the eye, the human eye. How far you can see across a surface. The minimum angle is 0.02. The correction for your altitude, your height of eye, to that sea level. It's an angle correction. You're not going to get an angle off of a curved surface, dumb fuck.
But again, stop with the name calling. Keep it civil. There's no need. If you have a strong point, you don't need to name call.
Stop being stupid then. Stop being stupid then.
Hey, there's no need for this anger. The civil discussion. Let's keep it chill. Let's keep it chill. There's no point getting angry. If your point's that strong, there's no point getting angry. I don't get angry at stupid people. So let's keep it chill. Let's keep it zen. Deep breaths.
Okay, stop complaining now. Stop complaining. You're incorrect with your assumption that the tangent that you're drawing from your eye to the horizon. That would